Right.
Sit at my same desk and chair and take over what I was doing. It was the most humiliating and demoralizing thing I've ever gone through in my life.
What the president has said, he said very clearly, we want the very best and the brightest to make America their home. We want them to build great companies and so forth. But I don't want companies to fire 9,000 American workers and then to go and say we can't find workers here in America. That's a story.
You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles, or I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
You can't just say a country's coming in, going to invest $10 billion to build a plant, and going to take people off an unemployment line who haven't worked in 5 years, and they're going to start making missiles. It doesn't work that way.
The American space program, the program that was the first to put a human being on the surface of the moon, was built by American citizens, some German and Jewish scientists who had come over during World War II, but mostly by American citizens who had built an incredible space program with American talent. This idea that American citizens don't have the talent to do great things, that you have to import a foreign class of servants and professors to do these things, I just reject that. I actually think we invest in our own people, we can do a lot of good.
Under the Trump administration, we've sped up our process and added integrity to the visa programs, to green cards, to all of that, but also more people are becoming naturalized under this administration than ever before. More people are becoming citizens because we're not just streamlining and building some processes back into our immigration policies. We're also making sure that these individuals that are coming into our country and get that privilege, that they actually are here for the right reasons.
An unskilled worker. What you're saying and what
if there's an unskilled worker who's unemployed versus a highly trained or highly educated, engineer, physicist, those are two different kinds of people who would be taking two different kinds of jobs. What he said is objectively true. You couldn't pluck anyone off the street and put them in a high-tech, highly specialized, high-trained area in that moment. Maybe you could train them over time, but if you have someone that's already trained that wants to pay $100,000 to come here and you could do it, why wouldn't you?
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the...
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. I am joined on set today by two absolute legends and rock stars. This is just the start. Mikey McCoy, Chief of Staff at Turning Point USA, and Joe Bob Tai-Lei-Fee.
Where's the other legend and rock star?
You're looking at him, man. Joe Bob Tai-Lei-Fee, host of Turning Point Tonight, which you can check out on Real America's Voice and all the other streaming podcast places on Real America's Voice. And you're also a comedian, and you are a Turning Point USA contributor. Welcome, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you have been, you were on with Charlie a number of times on this show. So it's wonderful to have you back on. And you're actually touring with Megyn Kelly right now.
Yeah, and that has been a wonderful and wild experience. Obviously, you know, the only reason she had reached out and asked was because, you know, Charlie was supposed to do a stop. And so I can't, you know, take, oh, this is me, I'm super awesome and great.
But you are.
I don't know about that. But, you know, again, really, really appreciate Megyn for reaching out and offering such a gracious role on the tour, but specifically because Charlie was set to do a stop with her later on this month, I believe.
Yeah, and you used to do the tour stops for Charlie.
I did.
To open up, and I always loved that about it.
I used to open up, and at the risk of going on a tangent, Mikey McCoy, one of the greatest people I know, and also was the only reason that I ever would have gotten fired, because at those tour stops, he would suggest jokes to me and claim, hey, this is what we want here. And I would never be able to read whether or not he was serious.
But were they good jokes?
They were good jokes, but then I would go in and ask Charlie, and he'd say, do not say that. and I would go on with something else. This happened multiple
They were good
times.
jokes, though.
They were good jokes.
So you're also famous because at Berkeley, Antifa is in the news. At UC Davis, you were taking the video of them smashing the glass, Antifa smashing the glass at our UC Davis stop. What was that, 2023?
That was 2023, and that just shows how green and naive that I was.
And you were like, you got really close to them?
We both were. We were there together.
Well,
me and Joe Bob.
Mikey knew better. Like, I was pressed up against the glass. It was like they're coming up to the door. They'd broken through the barricade outside.
Yep.
They were coming up to the glass doors, and I was like, okay, cool. There's doors here. This should, you know, stop them. Not thinking in my head that they were going to smash the glass in on my face.
I was standing back a little bit.
Yes.
Joe Bob was getting hit with shards.
Oh yeah.
The best part is where Joe Bob just goes, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, I believe Greg Gutfeld made fun of that on his show later that evening because I was, again, kind of like, is this happening?
Yeah.
And that was an interesting experience, to say the least.
What's interesting? Anyways, it's fine. I'm getting texts and distracted. It doesn't matter. So, listen, we have a lot of things to do in the news today, and I want to get through it because we have a packed show. We got Tristan McLaughlin coming on at second half of this hour as well to talk about Operation Midway Blitz. Huge actual success story there that I don't think is getting enough attention. And then we have actor and comedian Rob Schneider, who I'm just going to let you just riff with him. That's my plan.
I was with him Monday at Berkeley.
That's my plan. And then we also have Allie Beth Stuckey joining us. It's going to be a good time. And yeah, we've got some great clips of you and Charlie laughing it up. Joe Bob, we should put these images up if you have them, just because once we look at this. This is you and Charlie laughing. Joe Bob and Charlie. I don't have pictures like this with Charlie because I'm not as funny as you. But
do you want me to tell you the story of what we were talking about there?
Yeah, which one? That first clip?
That first clip, and I know the radio audience can't see it, but we're laughing it up. Because, so in this particular clip, I was showing Charlie all of the things that he would sometimes do wrong on campuses. Because at this point in time, I was kind of mingling with the crowd, trying to like get in with the Trantifa folks and ask them questions. And Charlie, in this particular clip, saw me in the audience and waved. As in, like, I know that guy. He's my friend, and I'm like, dude,
I'm supposed to be
stop.
Incognito. Yeah, because you would go out on campus as kind of the like you would present left leaning. You were like,
well, I wouldn't necessarily.
You were left coded.
It was,
but you're not white.
It was the racism in their hearts.
Yeah, exactly.
A brown guy with earrings can't possibly agree with Charlie Kirk,
right?
And so I was able to talk to people, and in this particular clip, I was showing Charlie, hey, don't do this because
please don't out me.
Yeah, this is very obvious, and it's gonna cause a problem for me.
Yeah, no, it absolutely it's good to call that out, and Charlie would love to kind of like mess with people. And anyway, so we have news to get to, and I think there's Epstein news, there's H-1B news, like Dems are actually in disarray because the government's about to open up today, which is everybody's pointing fingers at them, and we should absolutely encourage them to to fight amongst each other. I think that's really important. But one thing that is very close to my heart, and I think it was close to Charlie's heart, I know it was, is this H-1B discussion. So I want to play this cut, and this is coming up now because, you know, Trump's talking about 600,000 Chinese students and colleges and H-1B. And I want to get your reaction in the audience. So please, we're going to be reading your emails here and reacting to them live on air. Freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. Send us your emails, please. Let's go ahead and play. It's a little bit of a longer clip. 228. This is President Trump on with Laura Ingraham talking about H-1B visas.
Republicans have to talk about it, Laura.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles, or I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
Well,
when you and I were
I'll give you an example. In Georgia, they raided because they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people from South Korea that made batteries all their lives. You know, making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing and very dangerous. A lot of explosions, a lot of problems. They had like 500 or 600 people, early stages, to make batteries and to teach people how to do it. Well, they wanted them to get out of the country. You're going to need that, Laura. I mean, I know you and I disagree on this. You can't just say a country's coming in, going to invest $10 billion to build a plant, and going to take people off an unemployment line who haven't worked in 5 years, and they're going to start making missiles. It doesn't work that way.
All right, so it's a longer clip, but there was a lot there, right? We're talking about, do Americans have the necessary skills in these high-tech environments? I think that's ultimately what he's getting at. And what do you do about H-1Bs? So this is a hugely contentious issue. There's people of good faith on both sides of it. Joe Bob, you're not white. What's your take on it? Well, it's the second time I said that, but I didn't get a reaction the first
Hold on,
time.
let me put a qualifier in there as Libs would. As the son of an immigrant, I will say this. Can we have two thoughts in our head at one time? I think this audience is smart enough to be able to have two thoughts simultaneously. One, yes, we want these jobs to go to Americans. We want these jobs to go to American citizens. And at the same time, I think this is one of Charlie's biggest points when he wrote this book called College is a Scam, saying we are not educating the people in this country in the way that is going to be beneficial to their future jobs in this country. So on one hand, I want all these jobs to go to American people. On the other hand, we got to fix our education system so that these people can be qualified, because that really seems to be Trump's main point there, is that, well, we don't have enough qualified people to do all of these jobs. And I want those people to be qualified and be Americans. But the problem is our university system and our education system is so bogged down with liberal woke nonsense that we unfortunately don't, sometimes, and Trump would say it, don't have the talent. And I think that's possible, but it's going to take reevaluating where our education system is in order to bring Americans up to speed so we don't need to farm out or outsource any of these jobs.
Well, I completely agree. We were big advocates when Charlie was around of trade schools, of tech trade schools. You know, I think there is a misalignment between our higher education system and the jobs that exist in the economy. There is absolutely truth to that. And by the way, robotics is coming. Robotics is coming. Automation is coming. We need to be thinking about that, too. We're going to be blowing the brakes today, taking your emails, freedom@charliekirk.com. So check us out there. Please send us your thoughts on the H-1B debate. I want to tell you really quickly about Patriot Mobile, our good friends there. Patriot Mobile, they are the only Christian conservative wireless provider in the country. They have been great friends of this show for a long time. Glenn and the team are fantastic, and they've been doing this for 12 years. So you can keep your phone. You can upgrade your phone with them. You're going to be calling Americans as we talk about this. This is an American call center. They'll make it all easy for you. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. That's promo code Charlie for a free month of service. Or you can call them at 972-PATRIOT. Call them at 972-PATRIOT. Get the dual SIM. for the love. Get the dual SIM. It's what I use. It is the best. 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT, or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie and get a free month of service with Patriot Mobile today. We'll be right back.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, I'm Bridgie, and why do I love RAV? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
I'm an immigrant, and I'm against the importation of most of the engineers working in Silicon Valley. For years, I've watched qualified engineers being passed over for cheaper imported workers, primarily from India. Well, the India thing is like another big touch point in this whole debate, because India is, by far and away, I think it's like 70% of the H-1Bs are held by Indians.
Yeah,
you got 1.5 billion Indians on the planet, and a lot of them want to come here and work. Here, real quick, I want to tell you about YRefi. Private student loan debt in the U.S. totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. YRefi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others simply will not touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay, and that is the key here, folks. So they're not going to just give you a one-size-fits-all thing. They're going to talk to you. They're going to look at your credit. They're going to look at your ability to pay, your monthly budget, and they're going to take your existing student loan, and they are going to make it so that you can make monthly payments that fit within your budget. So that is the key. Other people don't do that. They say, here's what it's going to cost. Here's what we're doing. They will insure interest rates under 6%. They even let you skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times with no penalty. Please check them out. They're great patriots. They support the show. They support Turning Point USA. Amazing people. 888-YRefi34, 888-YRefi34, or log on to yrefy.com. That's yrefy.com. Welcome back, radio, in 1 second. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We're getting your emails here, freedom@charliekirk.com. Larry says, you join the military, they train us after the Navy. The company trained us to run machines, not a bunch of foreigners. Thanks. So anyways, that's... it says War Room had great input. This is from Sunny. Companies in Georgia, Hyundai plant hiring people on H-1B visas and having them live as indentured servants. This is totally true. I mean, this happens all the time where companies will say, oh, we're just, we're bringing these skilled workers and these people are living like, slaves, basically. We shouldn't allow that in our country. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. It's also a numbers thing. So it's just like you brought up India. India's middle class, literally equivalent to the United States, is almost our entire U.S. population. And it's just the numbers don't really add up. You can't import enough people and just expect that America will stay the same. But then on top of that, we'll claim capitalism, but it's actually corporatism, which is just they're looking for cheap labor is what it is. And it's a problem because it's also just like a violation of human rights that you're bringing in somebody because it's cheaper and they can do the job equivalent to you. They can't do it better than you, but they can do it cheaper than you. So then we'll import them.
I got an email here from Krista. She says, hi, Andrew, Mike, and all the Charlie Kirk Show team. Want to start off by saying you're doing an amazing job. Thank you. She goes on and on. Very kind. Thank you, Krista. But then she says, my question is about a very apparent disconnect between the MAGA base and what's coming out of the White House. She's talking about H-1B visas, the economy, 50-year mortgages. I know that Charlie was an advocate to Trump. So a lot of people are talking about this online, that Charlie was the voice of the base. We really did aspire to be that, by the way, to be the voice of the base and to make sure the admin was connected to all of you out in the audience. That's still going on. I would just say that, look to some of the clips that are coming out, for example, from J.D. Vance on immigration, right? So, for example, this is a little bit longer clip, 40 seconds long, 186. This is J.D. Vance at Ole Miss. These messages are in the admin still, and so we got to kind of parse through the signal and the noise here. 186.
Let in about 1 million legal immigrants into the United States of America every single year. And I think the evidence is pretty clear that a lot of those immigrants are actually undercutting the wages of American workers. It's one of the reasons why the President of the United States and a lot of us in the administration have encouraged H-1B reform, because if you look at the H-1B visa, what it's supposed to be is that you have a super genius who's studying at an American university, who's working at a great company. You want that super genius to stay in the United States of America and not go somewhere else. What it's actually used to do is hire an accountant at a 50% discount to an American citizen. I don't think that we should be hiring accountants from foreign countries when we've got accountants right here in the United States that would love to work for a good wage.
All right, so I am completely on board with America is for Americans, but I have to put a piece of evidence here that we all need to struggle with here. Go throw up image 239. Joe Bob, you can look at my screen if you need. This is at UCSD's Math 2 course. It teaches grade school math, grades 1 through 8, to freshmen. Okay, this is from the university's own report. 29% of students got 7 plus 2 equals blank plus 6 wrong. So 7 plus 2 is obviously 9, so it would be 3 plus 6. But 25% of the students got that wrong. 61% students, a large majority, couldn't round 374, 518 to the nearest 100, which would be 374, 500. 37% of students couldn't subtract fractions. UCSD is ranked as the nation's 5th best public university. And this tweet concludes by universities are cooked. So there has been a degradation of our own talent development system, to your point. College is a scam. And we are seeing the fruits of that. We are paying the piper. At some point, the debt must be paid.
Well, yeah, and I think just to reiterate, my priority would be to train Americans to do American jobs. What I think I'm trying to say with the nuance between what President Trump is saying is I think we're just trying to understand where he's coming from, right? That's I think, my basis here. But yeah, at the end of the day, if you don't have an education structure that allows students to be able to succeed in the workforce, then what is does the education structure, like, okay, cool, you know all of the genders and all of the, you've colored your hair and you've done all that sort of stuff, but you don't actually have any skill, tangible skill to be applied to the American workforce. That's where you need to reset the university system.
Yeah, we got an email that said America first means Americans first. And I somewhat agree with that. And
I totally agree with that.
And look, my grandfather, he helped build, the spaceships during the 80s, and he had no skill. He had no experience. He went in there. He didn't know geometry. He didn't know any of this stuff. And he tells these hilarious stories where he's like, and I just had to figure it out. Look, same thing was for me when I first started working for Charlie. I literally had no idea how to properly write an email, how to book a rental car, how to do any of this stuff. Mm-hmm. We figure it out. Americans figure it out. Right. Americans first.
America first. We'll be right back.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat, here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Trump Media just signed a massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition Corporation and Crypto.com, the crypto platform that's trusted by millions of users worldwide. They're teaming up to acquire up to $6.4 billion in CRO to establish America's first publicly traded CRO treasury, Trump Media Group CRO strategy. Once complete, this new company will be the largest publicly traded CRO holder out there. So if you're ready to join the crypto revolution, head to Crypto.com today and be part of this historic move. That's Crypto.com. Don't wait. For more information on the proposed business combination, check out Yorkville Acquisition Corporation's public filings. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being along for the ride. The federal government could reopen as soon as today if the U.S. House passes a bill to fund the government through the end of January and President Trump immediately signs that measure. A vote is expected to happen by this evening after the Senate passed the compromise bill on Monday and Speaker Mike Johnson called House lawmakers back to Washington, D.C. In the meantime, from planes to trains to motorcycles, members of the House are doing whatever it takes to get back to the nation's capital for today's vote.
Because they shut down the government, the Democrats, the flights are too unreliable. So I'm going to ride on a motorcycle. It's going to take about 16 hours or so. It's going to be a little chilly, but I will do my duty. I'm getting back to D.C. We're going to get this country back on track.
That was Republican Wisconsin Congressman Derek Van Orden. He's scheduled to arrive back in Washington, D.C. in just a couple of hours after spending the night in Pennsylvania, coming from Wisconsin. By the way, if and when this government funding bill is enacted, 8 Republican senators whose phones were spied on as part of the Biden administration's January 6th investigation stand to get a $500,000 payout. The legislation would retroactively make it illegal for the Justice Department to have accessed those records, allowing the senators to sue the DOJ for up to $500,000 per violation. Well, that's going to do it for your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. I'm Terrence Bates. We'll have more headlines coming up here in just a little bit.
Silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to The Charlie Kirk Show. We're going to be joined by Tricia McLaughlin in just a second. But first, I want to tell you about our friends over at TikTok. You see, Charlie built a thriving community through conversation. It's not something that happened overnight. He had to work for it, but it happened over time, and then it grew into a snowball. And he had one of the best communities online through TikTok. TikTok offers opportunities for respectful exchange of ideas, and through that, opportunities for community. You'll find creators who teach and encourage, a carpenter passing on his craft, a mom explaining how to make a budget stretch, or a gardener showing us how to bring a backyard back to life. Different stories, same drive. People want to connect. That's what social media at its best. We know a lot of bad things about social media, but social media at its best is about people connecting and building community. Freedom to speak what we know, hear each other out. That's the power of TikTok. It gives everyone a seat at the table, a place to speak, to listen, and to remind each other of what connections look like. Conversations build community, and connections build communities and connections. Well, I almost got that right. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are sponsored in part by TikTok. And by the way, I think Charlie probably helped win the election in 2024 through TikTok because it was so just exceptional.
During the election, he was the third biggest TikTok on the entire platform.
Trump campaign, Charlie, then Kamala. Pretty crazy.
And then like Taylor Swift.
No, I know.
He was bigger than Beyonce,
everyone.
Yeah.
We are joined by the great Tricia McLaughlin, who I've known for a long time. She's been doing amazing work at DHS. Tricia, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Andrew, thank you for having me.
You put out a tweet yesterday that I think was amazing, 182, and I don't think it's getting enough attention. I mean, your tweet went pretty viral, but just in general, I haven't heard enough people talking about it. It says, we aren't leaving Chicago. There's all these rumors that we're like thrown in the towel or whatever, so you just wanted to put the line in the sand and say, no, we're not. Since the start of Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago, homicides are down 16%. Shootings are down 35%, robberies down 41%, carjackings down almost 50%, almost half, so 48%, transit crime down 20%. Tricia McLaughlin, you are probably the most capable spokesman for DHS. That's my personal opinion. You got a lot of great. We love Tom Homan and Christy. I'm not trying to pick a favorite, but okay, I am because I think you're great at this. But tell us, spike the football, because people need to understand how successful this operation has truly been.
And President Trump actually took to Truth Social last night to point out these exact statistics. And this is what the media doesn't want to tell you, is J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson, the mayor out of Chicago, failed to do their job and refused to do their job for years. And Chicagoans and Illinois citizens were living in fear. You just saw yourself, carjackings 50% down. the law enforcement on the ground who have been vilified. There's been obstruction from J.B. Pritzker, from Brandon Johnson. It's not just the rhetoric themselves demonizing and vilifying our law enforcement, the actual obstruction themselves, not letting our men and women into the jails to remove these violent criminals. And yet, these are the results our men and women are delivering. It really is remarkable. And I know the Chicago Tribune and the New York Times would love to tell the American people that we're bending the knee and we're going to get up and leave Chicago. Absolutely no way. We're going to stay. We're not going anywhere, but we'll also be going to other sanctuary cities here shortly.
Oh, I love that. Please feel free to break some news, Trisha, if you want to name some names, name some cities. But I'll let you think about that for 1 second. I also want to shout out, though. It's not just Chicago that's having. Go throw up image 247. Trump admin's Memphis Safe Task Force locates 101 missing children in 40 days, according to U.S. Marshals. Throw up image 246. Since Trump began his crime crackdown in Memphis, murder has dropped 52% and robbery has plummeted 69%, per an analysis of data by the Daily Caller. We've seen this obviously in D.C. as well. When you get tough on crime, criminals flee and they scatter and they stop doing the things that they've been getting away with impunity because people are taking it seriously. This is such a winning message. Absolutely. Go for it, Trisha.
I mean, this is just common sense policy. If you remove illegal aliens, those who break the law, those criminals off the street, you're naturally going to have less crime. And it is stunning that every single time, instead of actually doing their jobs and protecting the men, women, and families who've elected these politicians, instead they decide to vilify those who actually come in and do their job for them. I mean, what you've seen out of Los Angeles as well, crime plummeting there. Gavin Newsom, of course, denying that. And we're going to continue to do this across the country. But I do want to point out the death threats and the violence that our law enforcement has been facing. Andrew, an 8,000% increase in death threats against our law enforcement. We've talked about this before, a 1,000% increase in assaults against our law enforcement. We're just talking about, of course, the successes out of Chicago. But just last weekend, a criminal illegal alien was shooting at our law enforcement. Our law enforcement was facing mobs. They were getting bricks thrown at them. They were otherwise being assaulted, paint cans thrown at their vehicles, which can turn deadly when they can't see what's on the road in front of them. It's not just dangerous, of course, for the law enforcement. It's dangerous for the public. But where do you hear? You don't hear J.B. Pritzker or Brandon Johnson condemning that. You don't hear them condemning these foreign terrorist organizations who put bounties on our officers' heads. You just continue to see them demonize our law enforcement.
Yeah, and we actually have a clip from Brandon Johnson doing exactly that, and I want to make sure I pull it up. This is Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson just asked the United Nations to intervene and stop ICE. The United Nations, Trisha, 201.
Government's immigration enforcement has been marked by violence and an assault on the dignity of all Chicagoans. I call on this council to hold the federal government of the United States to the same standards of accountability you apply elsewhere in the world. No country should be above international law. I urge the Human Rights Council to consider additional measures of accountability, including a special session to examine the worsening human rights crisis in the United States.
Okay, so this guy has an approval rating, Trisha, of about like -6, and yet he has the gall, like a total globalist, by the way. What a revelation of that, just the nationalist, conservative populism, the like we love America, America first mindset versus the globalist mindset right there. But okay, he's condemning you for carjackings down almost 50%, homicides down, shootings down, robberies down. So what is he upset about, Trisha?
Oh, it's so embarrassing for him to be saying that. But by the way, where was he condemning the humanitarian crisis that Joe Biden and Mayorkas manufactured down on our southern border, where children were being trafficked, hundreds of thousands of children missing in the system, likely being exploited, trafficked, many of whom are still missing today? Secretary Noem and President Trump have found about 20,000, and we're working very closely with Secretary Kennedy on that initiative. But where was he when there's 100,000 Americans every single year who are dying of fentanyl? What about that humanitarian crisis? He suddenly is silent on that, and not to mention the violence that we see on his own streets created really by his rhetoric, his conduct, and the fact that he has a revolving door of justice, a catch and release policy, that his sheriffs and his local and state law enforcement can't actually do anything. They'll arrest these individuals, and the next day they'll go back onto the streets to re-perpetuate those same crimes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're nowhere to be seen on those because it's all tribal. It's all our team versus your team. Nobody's putting the American people first, except for the good folks of ICE and DHS. So we love you guys, and we have your back 100%. You know that. I want to get into something with you, Tricia. I didn't prep you for this, so I apologize. But it's something that comes to mind as we're talking about these blue states, blue cities. You see this in Chicago. You see this in California, where you get these volunteers that on the left, and what they do is they stock ICE vehicles or DHS vehicles, and then bad things happen. Rammings happen, or the law enforcement feel threatened, that their physical safety is being threatened, and you see these scuffles happen. And then they run on to like Aaron Burnett's show on CNN, and they cry victim when really they're impeding law enforcement. And there's whole networks that their whole job is to try and identify the vehicles, trying to alert the community to stay indoors or whatever. I don't know what they're, and they think they're doing this social good by protecting illegal immigrants. What is being done about this? What can be done about this? It feels to me, Tricia, that this is a pure violation of the law because they are impeding the work of law enforcement on purpose, and they call it community activism.
You're absolutely right. It's obstruction of justice. And of course, we've seen this with big tech as well. We see that there is these ICE tracking apps when they act like it's simply information sharing, when really it's handing out a silver platter intelligence information about our law enforcement so that those criminal illegal aliens, including highly sophisticated, ambitious gangs like MS-13 and Tren de Aragua, can use that to target our law enforcement. And you made mention of this, Andrew, but I think it's really important for listeners and viewers to know is that it's not just our law enforcement who's being targeted. It's their children. It's their spouses. We see that on the dark web where their law enforcement children go to school is being put on there, where their spouses work. And so they are targeting them not only a professional level, but a personal level. You mentioned the stalking. We've seen quite a bit of that. People even taking to Instagram Live as they follow these law enforcement members home. It's something that the Department of Justice is working very closely on, but there's something even broader going on, and it's who is funding these individuals and who are funding these networks. Secretary Bessent has been incredible on this issue. I think we're going to get to answer and give that to the American people, hopefully here very shortly. Because
I sorry to interrupt, but it's, we're dealing with this on the Antifa front, after Charlie's assassination. I think that these funding networks we're going to see complete overlap. It's the same ideologies. It's the same funding networks. Once they kind of disperse into this loose network of people, I think we're going to see all roads lead back to a bunch of the same people and a bunch of the same organizations. So I commend you're bringing that up, and I commend Scott Bessent and Treasury for doing that. I was actually over there. I saw some of the binders that they're stacking up. I want to get your reaction really quick, though. This is Latin street gangs in Chicago are now ordering members to shoot on sight when ICE is conducting raids. 249.
DHS says a man drove up in a Jeep and fired shots at Border Patrol agents. Now, after shell casings and video were collected from the scene, multiple agencies tracked the shooter, and a suspect is in custody.
An illegal alien that has a past felony conviction for firearms. This suspect's in custody, and they're pursuing leads based on this suspect. It appears he was in the Jeep, and he was armed.
DHS released pictures of federal vehicles damaged after at least 4 were rammed this week, and others were pelted with bricks and cans of paint. And Border Patrol agents were alerted that the street gang, Latin Kings, directed their membership to shoot.
I wanted to cut that off. They're about to say shoot on sight. Tricia, what is your reaction to that? 15 seconds.
More of the same. It's disturbing. It's despicable. We just saw bounties on our officers' heads for up to $50,000. Someone's going to get killed, and our law enforcement is all over this, Homeland Security, FBI, but we do need our state and local law enforcement to also step up and help protect our federal law enforcement.
Yeah, well said. We need to stay on this like white on rice. I'm so glad you guys are on it. Thank you, Tricia, for joining us. You're the best. We'll see you soon.
See you soon, Andrew. Thanks for having me.
All right. I want to tell you about one of our partners, Done with Debt. When you're buried in credit card and loan debt, it's human nature to put it off and procrastinate. I'll deal with it later. If that's you, here's a hidden fact the debt strategy experts at Done with Debt shared with me. They discovered a strategy that works in your favor to dramatically reduce or even erase your debt altogether. They aggressively engage everyone you owe money to right now. They know which lenders and credit card companies are doing year-end accounting and need to cut deals. They even know which ones have to get your debt off their books. So you need to check out Done with Debt now. Done with Debt accomplishes this without bankruptcy or new loans. donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com. Talk with one of their specialists for free. Donewithdebt.com. Donewithdebt.com. You need to get started now. That's the key. Don't procrastinate. Donewithdebt.com. We're going to keep going through the breaks. We'll be right back.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
We're getting the messages through, folks. Please know that. But yeah, what from a messaging standpoint, what do you think, Joe Bob?
From how we should react is try to understand where he's coming from. Like, again, I think Mikey hit it on the nose. The president wants what's best for the American people. And sometimes that might look different, but ultimately his goal is what is going to benefit the American people the most. And in this instance, I want to go back to the same thing. Like Mikey said, we will figure it out. If we have a problem, Americans have the posture and the poise to figure out what that problem is, and then identify the problem, and then act accordingly. And in this particular instance, we want Americans to have American jobs, and if that means more training and upping the ante in trade schools and anything that's going to ready Americans to do the jobs that are needed, that's exactly what it's going to take. Then that might not be overnight, but over the course of however long it does take, I think President Trump will be right there with the base in understanding that these jobs ultimately want to be held by Americans.
Yeah, well said. Yeah. This is interesting. This is from Dazzling Donna, I guess. I'm going on 70 years old. My husband's 72. We married really early. I was 16. My husband was 18, and we have 5 kids and a bunch of grandkids and sweet great grandkids. That's amazing. I don't even know if that's legal, but good for you guys. maybe wait till 18. We're going to welcome back radio. We'll be right back. Bill says, fellers, Bill here, love the show, watch it daily. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. A couple things to mention. First, I can truly understand both sides of the H-1B debate. Yes, MAGA should mean America's first, but when we have a generation of young Americans unwilling to work and or believe no matter the job they believe they should be paid 6 figures, plus one can see rather quickly why business folks want H-1B to be lenient. I'm just going to push back slightly, Bill. with all due respect, every generation is called lazy. I think that's just like, it's a kind of a generational disconnect. I would say that Gen Z and millennials are willing to work really hard. I've seen it up close and personal. They do have to sort of understand that there's real opportunity, and you have to pay them enough to live. I mean, there is a lot of disconnect here too, I think, generationally, where we tend to talk down to generations. And sometimes we talk down to boomers, sometimes we talk down to millennials. The only one I really don't talk down to is Xers. I have to say, they're pretty based.
The Xers are great.
The Xers are great.
Now, Gen Z is not lazy, and this drives me a little mad when people say this.
Bill's a good dude.
Bill's great,
yeah.
But we're just a leveraged generation, and like people take advantage of our generation, and like we have record high credit card debt with crushing, high percentages, and then on top of that, BNPL programs and student wages.
Buy now, pay later.
Yeah, buy now, pay later, and then on top of that, the job market's shrinking. College grads are 58% of them are unemployed in their first year of graduating college.
Well, and you have the AI revolution that's coming and taking a lot of those entry level jobs.
Yes, yeah. and then if for the really high performing Gen Zers, they can't get a job because it's replaced by an H-1B, and then so. To hear as a Gen Zer with all these things facing us that we're complaining and whining and unwilling to work makes us even more mad. I'm just going to be totally honest.
Here's the thing. And we love Gen Z, we love boomers. It's all good. There's just certain underlying economic situations that both generations experienced, and they're talking past each other, I think is a big thing. And we have to understand and appreciate. We're millennials. He's a Gen Zer, but like when you flood your market with cheap money, you debase your currency, you explode your asset values, your equity values, and then you basically flood the market with foreigners. That is a breakdown of the social compact, because you are not guaranteeing, you are giving every advantage to the incumbent economic position, which is typically held by boomers now. It's a little bit, when it started, it was the silent generation, and now increasingly boomers and old Xers. And you are giving an advantage to the incumbent economic position at the expense of the next generation coming behind you. So there has to be a better equation that is made, and this is why we're talking about a Gen Z economic moonshot, a Gen Z economic revival, because we need them to have skin in the game, or else they're going to get radicalized. Yeah, they're going to go down the Mamdani route, they're going to go down the Imagine route, and they need skin in the game. How do you do that? Well, you get them to buy a home, you get them to get married, have kids. When you do those things, listen. We talked about the 3 M's. I can claim the 3 M's a little bit with Charlie because I helped him come up with it: marriage, mating, and mortgage. Those 3 things are called conservatizing life events by the Brookings Institute. When you do those 3 things, you become more conservative. Why? Because you care about your community. You care about the cleanliness of your streets, the quality of the education in your community. You care about the tax rate. Those kind of things. Joe Bob, you're married with kids. You understand this.
Well, and I appreciate you calling me a millennial. I actually do identify as a based Gen Xer by my own standard.
Spiritually Gen X.
Yeah, no, but that's exactly kind of the point we were talking about a little bit earlier. Is like, you're right. Those are conservatizing. I'm not sure the particular verb.
Conservatizing life events.
Conservatizing life events. I would say my wife is a perfect example of this. She's tangentially related to the political sphere because she's married to me, but after we had kids, after we bought a house and paid property taxes and pay income taxes and then ultimately have kids, my wife, who is not exactly the most politically inclined person, is now all of a sudden super involved. What is going on? How is this going to affect me? How is this going to affect my family? How is this going to affect my kids and the future that they're going to have in this country?
Women change a lot when they start having kids. A lot.
Yeah. And the other thing, too, just with Gen Z, is a lot of people complain that Gen Z wants a 6-figure job as soon as they graduate college. Well, we kind of need it. Like, it's to afford a home in the U.S. right now, you need to make at least like $115,000 a year. The median income in the United States is around $80,000 a year. Now imagine, put yourself in the shoes of a Gen Zer graduating with $200,000 in college debt with no jobs, and so you're like, to make this work, I need $100,000 job.
Well, in order to buy a home in in the greater Phoenix area, it's I think the medium home you would need a wage approximately around the $120,000 a year range, and so $100,000 six-figure is not what it once was, and but you also need to get to that point. You need to grow. You need to pay your dues. Rob Schneider, a real comedian, joins us next. Don't go anywhere.
What is that?
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. #1 news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming for retribution.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Texas is leading the country when it comes to addressing deed theft. In most states, the crime is considered a civil issue and not a criminal one. Moreover, victims have little to no recourse. But check out this report from WFAA in Dallas, Texas, which sheds light on how a new state law in Texas is looking to change all of that.
The law creates a new crime called real property theft with stiffer penalties. It requires judges to include addresses and legal descriptions in sentencing orders and gives the state new tools to pursue restitution on behalf of victims. And for the first time, all county clerks must check photo ID when someone files a deed in person.
I am glad that there's something like that now, so that way it can help prevent further deed theft.
Let's bring in former FBI agent and current private investigator Tom Simon to discuss. Tom, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me on.
So look, what's most disturbing about title theft or deed theft in general is that there really aren't any laws on the books apart from Texas now that really address this, particularly from a criminal perspective.
Absolutely. And most police out there, departments, and they're doing God's work, but they're buried in violent crime. And so when someone comes in and says, someone stole the deed to my house, most police officers really aren't equipped to handle that kind of investigation. And the statutes aren't neatly lined up to address this crime.
And beyond that, there really aren't any guardrails in place from a county assessor's office standpoint, from a county recorder's office standpoint, in terms of confirming that the person seeking to alter a deed is, in fact, the rightful owner of that deed. I hope those are the proper words to use.
No, you nailed it, Terrence. And there's no one watching the store at most county clerk's office. By statute, most county clerks, their job is to simply record a deed when it comes in, transferring ownership of your home from you to someone else. They're not supposed to be taking a look and seeing, is that deed legitimate? This new law in Texas provides the county clerk's office with a little more muscle where they can actually begin questioning fraudulent deeds to maybe prevent some of these fraudulent home transfers where people are actually losing their houses to scammers.
Kudos to lawmakers there in Texas. Do you see a move nationally to institute more laws similar to what Texas is doing, or at least to address the underlying issue of deed theft?
I'm hoping as title theft becomes kind of a bigger deal with us promoting this thing on the news and kind of telling these stories like you're doing on your program, that other state governments are going to take a look at this and realize that they have a real problem on their hands. Their taxpayers are paying a lot of money in property taxes for very little protection from the government for this type of crime.
And one of the major challenges is a victim actually realizing that they've been victimized because it is such an insidious crime and such an undercover crime, which is where home title lock comes in.
Exactly. So criminals can get out there and they can file a deed transferring the ownership of your house out of your name and into the bad guy's name, and then go out and get loans on your home. You won't even know this occurred, Terrence, until the foreclosure notices start piling up in your mailbox. So I recommend that everyone figure out a way to monitor their home title and the status of their home title, looking for changes. I think the best way to do that is a company like Home Title Lock.
How does one start the process with Home Title Lock? What are some of the offerings that Home Title Lock is advertising?
Home Title Lock has what they call $1 million triple lock protection, where they're going to monitor the status of your home title 24/7. If there's any change whatsoever, like a deed being filed or a lien being placed on your home, you're going to get immediate notification. And if, God forbid, someone is able to actually steal your house from you, they have a U.S.-based restoration team that's going to put that house back into your name.
And what's most frightening about this is, as I said at the very top, there's little to no recourse once you become a victim. At that point, you're trying to defend yourself and recoup what's already been stolen.
Absolutely. Even when you're able to put the bad guys in prison, like when I was an FBI agent, I certainly did that. There's no mechanism in place in the criminal courts to restore that home back into your name, which is why a service like Home Title Lock is so critical, because the legal fees to get that done are just astronomical.
Good information there. We appreciate you joining us. At the bottom of your screen, folks, you see more information on getting in contact with Home Title Lock. HomeTitleLock.com/newsbreak. You can use the promo code newsbreak in order to get a title history report plus 14 days of protection for free.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show, joined by Mikey McCoy, who is the chief of staff of Turning Point, and Joe Bob Tai Lei Fee.
There you go. You got it.
He didn't want me to use his last name because it's a hard one.
Well, and also the first name is weird enough. You don't need to confuse the audience doubly here.
All right, we're going to welcome on a real comedian here.
Wow.
Wow. Yes, it's true. His name is Rob Schneider. He headlined our UC Berkeley event, which all chaos broke loose at that, and you were actually there.
I was there
as well. So we're gonna have a great conversation. Rob, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. So honored to have you, my friend.
Well, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here, and I was very honored to be at the event at Berkeley at the riot. I mean the USA riot. I mean the event riot. The Antifa celebration. Well, I said to Charlie, let's go to some more and do some more universities. And I said, let's go to let's take me to the craziest one. And it was his idea. So, let's go to Berkeley. And I went yeah. And then I had to go to Berkeley alone. That was Charlie's final practical joke on me. Yeah, and so the great Frank Turek was there, and he a tremendous human being. I mean, when when I heard that was a beautiful speech that he gave at Charlie's memorial, which is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in American history, the memorial. It was so touching and beautiful. It was such an expression of light and love and true friendship, and to meet him in person was really humbling, and also I brought with me, because I said, I can't do this on my own. I mean, the Charlie's irreplaceable, as everyone knows. So I brought along some professors. One doctor from Oxford was Dr. Andrew Doyle, and then a professor Professor Peter Boghossian, who wrote the book How to Have Difficult Conversations and Almost Impossible Conversations. And it was great. I mean, it was really good. I mean, it was a scary moment. As you guys saw, the people, they call them anti-fascists, but they seemed to be the one fighting. And they were throwing these explosive devices to make it sound like it was gunshots. These are really creepy, horrible people. And they're obviously paid agitators, because a lot of them, they didn't seem like they were Cal Berkeley students. But the silence from the left, from Governor Newsom, is deafening. Where are they? Where is the people that are opposing violence? Where are they? They're not there, because I would think they must approve it, because it's leftist violence, so it supports their cause. So that it's it's a real testament to where the left is at. Whereas violence from the left, I mean, it's almost like we're in a cold civil war. We are in a cold civil war with only one side shooting. So that's where we're at. But yesterday, I mean, I have to admit, the police at Berkeley, they did a good job. But however, they still did not allow, and they allowed these domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. You're trying to scare people and intimidate them with tear gas, with things that sound like gunfire, with rattling and preventing people from entering, and intimidation. That is terrorism. That's domestic terrorism. And why that is not being a priority from the state of California? They're just silent today, the supermajority of Democrats. So I don't know what to say. So here we have the scariest moment was, thankfully, we got in there 3 hours early so that we didn't have to be confronted by that. But how about the kids, the courageous Turning Point USA Berkeley kids who still went, despite all the tear gas and these leftist lunatics who are violently, I mean, talk about, Here's what happened outside. You got agitators. You have they're screaming. They have very disgusting signs, despicable signs about Charlie Kirk that I won't even repeat. And then you have, and then they're yelling and intimidating and fighting and violence and tear gas. And inside you have people talking about how much they love America, family, God, and how much they love freedom of speech. And they are the anti-fascists calling us fascists. And I would just say to your listeners, I think we all know who the real fascists are. Fascists are the ones that stop conversation, that don't want dialogue, that are using, violence to suppress other people's liberties. And silence them. And those are the real definition of fascism.
Well, I think you said it really, really well, Rob, in this speech that you gave. Let's go ahead and play 146, just to give the audience a little taste of what it was like inside the room. 146.
If we are going to have a vibrant society and continue to be the largest economy, the most technologically advanced society in the world, we must protect free speech and debate. We cannot afford to continue people having beliefs persist that are not subject to facts or logic or empirical evidence. And anyone who presents empirical evidence to the contrary gets shut down, censored, and subject to violence on the university campus. This has to stop.
Yeah, and what we're talking about here is really the heckler's veto, right? But it's become the assassin's veto. Well, they want to shut us up. They want us to keep us from doing these events. And I'm so glad guys like you and Joe Bob still have the courage to go do them, and our students, our brave staff. How has this event and the aftermath and all the, the violence that we saw, how has this personally impacted you, Rob? Has it changed your view on things at all?
Well, it made me throw out the script and just talk about the emotion of the moment, and to really to meet these courageous students at Berkeley who had the courage to show up and risk themselves and their and to risk their their bodily harm to attend this event, to express their freedom. Because freedom of speech, Andrew, as you know, it's not just the ability for someone to say and express their point of view. And free speech is all speech, not just the speech that the government likes or that the regents or the academics, the leftist academics of Cal Berkeley like. Free speech is all speech. And if it means anything, it also means the right to hear somebody else's free speech. If we silence free speech, you're also not just silencing the speaker, you're also silencing the rights of the listener. And that's something that is really important. At one point yesterday, the Berkeley police, ran into our room where we were in the green room, and they just went right by us, didn't say hi or anything. And it was, a frightening little moment. And they went right into the electrical room and looked, because they were thinking that maybe people could get through that way. And I asked them, and I said to the Berkeley police officers, I said, can you help the people come in? Because we had sold this event. We could have sold it out 6,000 tickets. We had to stop at 2,000 because that's all the leftists, anti-free speech academics and faculty and Board of Regents would let us have. And they still allowed these leftists, the liberals, illegally able to get tickets, knowing to prevent those seats from being filled with.
Rob, I have insider info on that, and maybe Joe Bob, you have some on that as well. But what they did 2 weeks before the event, they made a switch over to the school's ticketing system. They open up the ticketing, knowing that all the agitators and protesters are alerted to that, so they can scoop up tickets, leave the seats empty. We had thousands of people that actually were still in line or wanted to get in line that ultimately scattered when the car started backfiring and the bombs started going off and the fireworks. And so they were intentionally sabotaging this event. Joe Bob, you saw this up close.
Well, yeah, and then also, too, just a 30,000-foot view, the idea that you're going to get tickets and then not show up is, like, comical. Well, what better way to say, hey, my ideas suck and I don't want to defend them, to not actually show up to the event that you got tickets for and just leave the seats empty?
Well, and we had, just so you know, what we usually do is we have a big line of standbys, Rob, where if people don't show up and claim their tickets, the standby line then gets an opportunity to come fill those seats. And we had thousands that wanted to hear from you and Frank Turek and Peter Boghossian. I mean, this is Deep Blue Berkeley, and there was thousands, and they cannot let that visual get out into the world. They cannot afford it. They're too fragile. We're gonna keep you for just a few more minutes in the break. We're gonna take a break from radio. More with Rob Schneider in about 5 seconds. All right, welcome back, everybody, for streaming and podcasting. Mikey McCoy, you probably went to more campus stops with Charlie than anybody. Well, Joe Bob, darn it, maybe you did.
Mikey beat me by a mile.
But you were doing all the openings. I mean, Rob was here for a crazy one. Rob, you're never going to be the same. Once you go through one of the crazy ones, you're never the same. Mikey, give us your POV on all this.
Yeah, well, first off, it's been 2 months since Utah. And this is the left and their proclivity for violence time and again. And that 2 months after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, you're going to show up at a Turning Point USA event, threaten our attendees, attack our attendees, spit in the face of old ladies coming to peacefully gather at this event to listen to Dr. Frank Turek and Rob Schneider, who are very threatening people. These are very threatening people. And so we need the full battalions of Antifa to come out to stop this. But then all the while this is happening, we knew this event was coming up. Gavin Newsom knew this event was coming up, but he's out in Brazil LARPing as the president of the United States and also just pretending to be something he's not. He can't get his act together. And I'm supposed to believe that Gavin Newsom just turned a blind eye to Antifa. This is the same Gavin Newsom that stopped ICE agents and federal agents from coming into California, but can't stop Antifa from attacking our attendees at our event. I want justice for this. I'm not going to turn a blind eye to this. Yeah. I want to find out who's paying these Antifa people. I want to find out who they are. I want every single one of them arrested who have broken a law. I want justice for this. I am upset. I am mad. This has been 2 months after this happened, and I do not want Antifa at our events like this.
Yeah. Rob, what's your take on that?
I wish you would have been with me on Fox News this morning. You said way better than anything I said this morning. No, I think what we have to do is we need to have accountability. We need to find out who's funding this, because there were people there that are paid agitators. And these are domestic terrorists. I mean, it's the very definition of what terrorism is. It's frightening other people. These are American students. These are people at a university, and they have their rights. And these rights, their civil rights are being impeded when you are preventing them from doing their expression of free speech, which is the ability to not just talk, but to hear. And that is a blatant violation of civil rights violation. And somebody needs to be held accountable. Absolutely. Well, now, as far as
go ahead.
Our response has to be as a reflection of God's light. And that's what Charlie was. And that's what I was so humbled when I was at university with Charlie, because he was there for the love of these kids, because he knew where the future was. He knew that if we lose these kids, we lose everything. And we have to have these kids. And so while the left wants to silence us, it just makes us, I mean, look at all the publicity from yesterday. I think it's pretty obvious to anybody who is not, in a political echo chamber of MSNBC and the liberal left, who the real fascists are. We love America and the love of country, and they try to group us into some sort of weird, nationalistic negativity. Well, nationalism in its expansion is negative. That's true. But nationalism, when your country is under threat, is necessary. We have to love our country and protect our country. So in that sense, this is a healthy nationalism, and supporting our kids, young people, to be able to express themselves and to hear opposing viewpoints. And the University of Berkeley has proven themselves to be the shamefully anti-free speech. And for the university that really spoke to and started the university free speech movement for all speech, not just, they specifically said not left or right, but for all speech, it is an absolute shame on that university. And historians will look back at this moment as the most shameful moment in the history of the University of Berkeley, and that's saying a lot.
Well, guess what, Rob? They couldn't stop us. They couldn't stop you. They couldn't stop our students. So let's just give a little taste of what actually the inside of that auditorium looked like. 170. So, Rob Schneider, thank you for your time. I know you got a dash. You're a busy man, but thank you again for your courage, your bravery, your willingness to step forward and serve the country, to serve our students, and to serve Turning Point USA. You're a good man and a great patriot. We thank you.
It was an honor to be here, and I will tell you that, like, it really was that empty chair next to me, which broke my heart. And I want to send my love out to Erica and to all the people at Turning Point USA, where it will always feel like it's Wednesday and the day that Charlie passed. So 2 months later, it really filled me with a conviction for love of country, but it really filled me with the Holy Spirit that, and all that, the pressure and all the tension and the love of the people in that room and the love for Charlie. And I compared it to, and rightfully so, for these young people, their experience is like Martin Luther King was killed and gave his life fighting for sanitation workers so that they could have a decent living, so they were able to take care of their families in a way where it was decent. And Charlie Kirk wanted wanted young minds to be able to unlock themselves from this academia of that was force-feeding them to be advocates to an illiberal policy of that was anti-American, anti-Western civilization. And we have to continue to expand freedom and to remind people how precious this experiment in freedom is. And Charlie knew that better than anybody. He was a living, breathing, brilliant modern-day founding father. And I'm so glad that I was able to tell him that before he passed. And that missing chair, that empty chair, for me, it'll always be Wednesday as well. So I want to send love out to everybody and all those wonderful kids who attended the other day and everybody at Turning Point USA. God bless you and thank you for the honor of having me there.
That's beautiful, Rob. Thank you so much for saying that. Again, I know you got a dash, but we're grateful you made the time. I know you squeezed this in to do this show today, and you're just a good man. You're a good patriot, Rob, and you're full of love. They're going to tell you that you're a hater, you're fascist, all this stuff. Just keep making us laugh. Keep doing it. We're going to keep asking you to come out and talk to these students, and we just appreciate you, man.
I'll do it, and I'll come sit with you. I want to come in for the whole hour. We'll have a good time.
I love that. Yes, let's do it soon. Let's do it soon.
Thank you, Mike.
I know how to get a hold of you, so that's good. All right. Thanks, Rob. God bless you. All right, I got to play this clip here. This is the police chief at UC Berkeley. I believe we got it loaded. Yeah, we do. This is the police chief at UC Berkeley, Yogananda Pittman. Yogananda. You can't make this stuff up. She used to be a Capitol police officer in charge of intel. Let me fact check that in just a second, but we'll play this clip. And she is like all in on the DEI stuff. So she went from Capitol Police, probably during J6, over to UC Berkeley and became their police chief. Play cut 257.
When I started with U.S. Capitol Police, there were zero, as in no persons of color and no women in leadership positions. I wanted to be a change agent, not only for my organization, but for the profession. I didn't want any women to have the experiences that I had when I was oftentimes sitting in a room that was occupied by only white men.
Okay, Mikey, you got your answer. You want to point the finger somewhere, talk about, well, you know what, I think that's why they were rioting. There were not enough black, indigenous, trans police officers on site, and therefore they were upset about it, and therefore that's why they rioted. That's clearly what's happening.
Yeah. Well, check this out. So she's the chief of police at UC Berkeley now, Yogananda Pittman. And she was in charge of intelligence for the U.S. Capitol Police before and during J6 and became acting chief. And then, apparently Chief Sund from J6 said that she failed to warn of planned J6 violence.
Jeez.
So look at this. All the weird connecting dots. Throw her picture up there if you could. Just keep it up there.
Well, so it really is like an institutional thing. We talked a little bit about the UC Davis attack when they broke all the windows. And yesterday on Turning Point Tonight, we lit up Gary May, who's the chancellor over there, who before that event put out a video saying, hey, by the way, I know we all hate these people, but we're legally obligated to have them on campus. What would have been a correct response is, hey, by the way, we uphold the culture of free speech at this university. He didn't need to say we agreed with them. He didn't need to say anything other than this is going to happen, but instead said, all of you people that your feelings are hurt that these people here, I agree with you, and unfortunately my hands are tied by the law and I have to let them speak. This happens every single time we go to a UC school. UCLA was the same way. They had some weird list that you had to be on like a week in advance so that you can get into the event, and that's why the event was half full because they stopped everybody prematurely from coming to the thing. And it's a systematic problem specifically at the UC schools, and it seems to be evidenced by, at least in part, the DEI police chief they've got over there.
Well, excuse me, I don't mean to. It's that bad. It really is. All the dots connecting, and these schools, they do sabotage our events. It's very active how they sabotage. Next up, we have Allie Beth Stuckey. Allie Beth Stuckey from The Blaze, conservative millennial, I think is how she is her handle. And we're going to talk. And we're going to also bring in Andrew Cipher. We're going to talk about how we plan these events and what we have coming up soon. There's going to be a couple of surprises coming up. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Media just signed a massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition Corporation and Crypto.com, the crypto platform that's trusted by millions of users worldwide. They're teaming up to acquire up to $6.4 billion in CRO to establish America's first publicly traded CRO treasury, Trump Media Group CRO strategy. Once complete, this new company will be the largest publicly traded CRO holder out there. So if you're ready to join the crypto revolution, head to Crypto.com today and be part of this historic move. That's Crypto.com. Don't wait. For more information on the proposed business combination, check out Yorkville Acquisition Corporation's public filings. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being along for the ride. The federal government could reopen as soon as today if the U.S. House passes a bill to fund the government through the end of January and President Trump immediately signs that measure. A vote is expected to happen by this evening after the Senate passed the compromise bill on Monday and Speaker Mike Johnson called House lawmakers back to Washington, D.C. In the meantime, from planes to trains to motorcycles, members of the House are doing whatever it takes to get back to the nation's capital for today's vote.
Because they shut down the government, the Democrats, the flights are too unreliable. So I'm going to ride on a motorcycle. It's going to take about 16 hours or so. It's going to be a little chilly, but I will do my duty. I'm getting back to D.C. We're going to get this country back on track.
That was Republican Wisconsin Congressman Derek Van Orden. He's scheduled to arrive back in Washington, D.C. in just a couple of hours after spending the night in Pennsylvania, coming from Wisconsin. By the way, if and when this government funding bill is enacted, 8 Republican senators whose phones were spied on as part of the Biden administration's January 6th investigation stand to get a $500,000 payout. The legislation would retroactively make it illegal for the Justice Department to have accessed those records, allowing the senators to sue the DOJ for up to $500,000 per violation. Well, that's going to do it for your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. I'm Terrence Bates. We'll have more headlines coming up here in just a little bit.
You should get over that quickly.
One brainwashed radical at a time.
That's enough.
It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, listen, we are about to have Allie Beth Stuckey, the great Allie Beth Stuckey, join us in just a second. We also have Andrew Cipher, Vice President of Field Operations at Turning Point USA, because we're going to get on all the campus activity. We're just zeroing in on it. But first, I want to tell you about Patriot Mobile, our good friends there at Patriot Mobile. Listen, I know there's a lot of choices for you when it comes to your cell phone service, but there is only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is still worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. And if you're like me, one is not enough. I have the dual SIM. I get both of that. They can help set you up with a dual SIM so you have 2 networks on your phone. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who have made this switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. They support Turning Point USA. They support our work on campuses. They support this show. Give them a try. Glenn and the team are amazing, amazing people. They share your values. So why don't you give your money to them? You can make a difference in this country just by switching where you spend your money. So you can keep your phone, keep your number, or upgrade. So go to 972-PATRIOT, call them 972-PATRIOT today, or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. All right, joining us now is the great Allie Beth Stuckey. Oh, never mind. I'm getting cues in my ear, and I misunderstood. We do have the great Andrew Cipher, however, and we have the great Joe Bob and the great Mikey McCoy.
Well, we could just keep talking about Berkeley because, Andrew, I mean, you planned that.
Okay, this actually is a good point. Give me the rundown of what actually happened, because you and I talked two different times, and you were explaining how this kind of sabotage happens. Give us the rundown.
Well, it's kind of to be expected at this point with the UC schools. Anytime you're going to a University of California school, you just know that they're not going to cooperate. Legally, they're bound to, and so they're going to do what they must at a minimum. But that's it, at a minimum.
Yeah.
And so day of, or a couple weeks out, they decided to switch the ticketing policy on us. It's kind of par for the course. They always like, oh, by the way, no longer can we use your ticketing system. You have to use ours. We're not going to allow standby tickets anymore. And then we fought them on that. Okay, we'll give you 150 standby tickets. We're like, well, you do realize this venue, it accommodates 2,000 plus people, and there's 6,000 people that want to come that we have on the books. And that's just who we have on the books. We have way more, thousands more that wanted to come on top of that. So we knew the games they were going to play. Day of, they brought in an entire police squad, not just their campus police, but they contracted other police, other security. They blocked off the entire quad right in front of the entrance of the theater, and they had 4 entrances that they were going to use, but they decided to go with one entrance, which created a V-shaped funnel to get into the theater. We've seen this before. And where did the protest set up? Right next to, not just right next to, right in front of the one entrance that they gave for our attendees.
What do they call it? Free speech plaza?
Oh,
free speech zone?
They designate, police will designate a free speech zone where protesters.
Such a garbage name.
Dude. And by the way, at every other tour stop where they've done this, they've always put the free speech zone away where they cannot obstruct the attendees.
Well, yeah.
And also just for safety, just to keep them far enough away from each other so you don't see what we saw the other night, which was people confronting each other.
Well, and again, I don't want to sound repetitive, but they do this at all the UC schools. At UC Davis, it was the same thing. All of the attendees got funneled through the one spot that all of the Antifa people were. We're talking.
It's a deterrent. It's a deterrent.
It's a big place. Do you think the police do that on purpose?
I think the police cooperate with administrators.
I think that's
I think the administrators are saying this is what we want to do. The police will then sign off on it because here's the thing.
Be so mad.
Standby people and our all attendees that wanted to get in, they weren't ushered in until the police took over. Once it started to get a little chaotic, there was violence happening when they're imitating gunshots, reenacting the assassination of Charlie. They're playing clips, and then they had a car backfiring at the end of Charlie's live recording of that day. At that point, everyone was starting to freak out because they thought it was gunshots.
People were running.
They were running. And at that point, the police said, administrators stand by. We're taking charge. We're letting everybody in.
Good.
And so it was the police that came to our aid in the name of safety.
Yeah, I think the police will step in and do their job if they're given the ability to, right? So it's I'm told, by the way, we're close to getting Allie.
This is a hint of the administrative state, both on college campuses in the UC system, but then also in our government. Like when administrators get involved, things go south.
But I think you're totally right. All of the police officers and the police presence there were working their best to actually get people into the venue. But I do think they were positioned in a terrible way. Yeah. And it's either incompetence or malicious.
I'll take the latter.
I agree with you. I think so too. But those are the only two options.
Here's the other. I mean, we always say big government sucks around here. The college administrations and institutions as a whole are so bureaucratic that they don't even know who is their boss.
Yeah.
When you're at this event, there are literally so many staffers and policemen that if you go to them, you say, "Who's calling the shots here?" They're like, "I don't know. I don't know." And so when chaos is happening, which it was when it started to unfold, and the imitated gunshots, everything, no one knew what to do because they all had 4 different bosses and they didn't know who to go to. And when you went to that boss, they said, "Well, I have to get it approved by my other boss," and then that person has to get approved by another boss. It just goes to show how ineffective these events, if they just defer to the experts, which we are, defer to the campus police, these events could be run so much smoother as they are in every other state.
Is California the hardest state to work with when it comes
to by far?
It's not even close.
Gavin. It's Gavin's fault.
Well, it's because his son is a huge fan of Charlie Kirk, but now he doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah,
that bothers me so much, by the way.
Me too.
He's just lying. Anyways, maybe his son's not a fan anymore. I don't know. Do we have Allie, Beth Stuckey? All right, Allie Beth Stuckey, conservative millennial, the host of the Relatable podcast on Blaze TV. Welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. It's good to see you. I'm sorry we had some tech snafu, it sounds like.
No, I'm sorry about that. Well, I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Well, so I'm going to bring in Andrew Cipher, who's our great vice president of field ops at Turning Point USA for this part, Allie, because I'm just going to say, why don't you do it? Because the timeline of this, I think, will play into some larger conversations. So tell us about an event, Cipher, that we just confirmed.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. So we just concluded our official This is the Turning Point tour 2 days ago.
Allie, you were a great part of that. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Fantastic part of that. Thank you for coming. Honor. We know, Charlie, you were one of the first people he wanted to come on the tour. So,
well, thank you. It's an honor.
But here's the exciting thing. People want in on it. They want to continue the movement that we're seeing on these college campuses. These tour stops are exploding in every way. And in fact, so we just got off the phone and we just finalized a plan to have 2 more fun events. They're not part of the official tour, but we're just keeping the energy, the momentum as long as we have for the remainder of this semester. One's going to be at George Washington University with a man that Charlie loved. It's
and when's that one?
Next Monday at George Washington University.
Just so we're tracking the time. I just want to that's a week out.
Yeah.
And we just decided to do it today. So
his team confirmed with us late last night.
All right, and then there's a second one that you can actually be more specific.
This one I can share the details with, but someone that Charlie really wanted on the tour was Tom Homan, our favorite czar, and so Tom Homan will be coming to University of Texas at El Paso, and it's just a very fitting location because the campus sits on top of a hill overlooking the border wall. So I think it's very fitting, and Charlie wanted to bring Tom Homan to that campus
Charlie
to talk
really
about
wanted Tom. So
immigration.
Yeah, because immigration is so key. So Allie, we just did 2 events. This magician over here, one is in a week and one is in a month. And I think that's interesting because a little bit of controversy erupted on social media about the UVU event, and you kind of waded into that debate about how long out we plan these events. And this is the guy that is, instrumental in helping plan so many of them. He has a whole big team, but sometimes these things come together months in advance. Sometimes they come through in a week. Mm-hmm. And so you have been a part of that conversation.
Yeah, it was bothering me. And I never claimed to have any secret knowledge or insight. I just had the information that I had as someone who has been on campus with Charlie before, Auburn in 2022, and then on campuses without Charlie too. And I just know from experience that these things can come together last minute. Maybe not always, as you guys could say. Sometimes it's months in advance. Sometimes it's weeks in advance. Maybe sometimes it's days in advance. But he texted me along with Mikey, and he said, would love for you to be on campus November 3rd. This is at the end of August. And I was like, what campus? Give me some information. I would love to. I'll go anywhere, but where is it? And he said, oh, it's either Auburn or this other university in Alabama. I think Mikey responded and said that. And I'm like, okay, so we're 8 weeks out. We don't know what campus it is, but I was like, yeah, I'm game. Let's do it whenever. But that just happened to be how a lot of these events in my experience came together. So to say that there was something nefarious because UVU was booked last minute just didn't track with me.
Well, I mean, just so everybody's aware, especially anything with Charlie connected to it, Charlie is the definition of controlled chaos, and he's constantly pushing the team to do more and cram more events in. Joe Bob, you're getting a call late, hey, you got to open this event tomorrow. By the way, where are you?
I was going to say there was one time where 3 days before he said, can you go to Davos, Switzerland, across the world? And of course I was like, yeah, I'd definitely make that happen, but also a little bit of heads up would have been nice.
Yeah.
That's a common refrain. Okay, a little advance. And we're just it's pure controlled chaos. And your events team, well, it's not the events team. This is another, I think people don't understand. Our events team for conferences and big conventions and multi-day thing is completely different than our field team, which plans the campus stop. So it's 2 different teams.
Yeah, and people need to realize, when you're working on the reason why we separate the 2, we have a tours team and then we have an events team, is because working with schools, as we've shared with you, it's a whole different layer of bureaucracy and policies you have to abide by. As Allie said, she's like, I didn't even know what school she was going to. We probably didn't even know what school she was going to. We just wanted to make sure she was good for the tour. And then we had to go present all these names to the schools and say, hey, when works for you? What availability do you have for the largest school rooms you have on campus? And when it comes to these campuses, you know, athletics are given the first priority, then academia, and then student groups are given third. You know, we're third in line to be able to get these.
We're lowest on the pecking order to reserve our space at these campuses. So oftentimes you're like, well, we want an event this size, but we have to wait for which school is going to come through with the goods. We're going to keep going through the break with Allie Beth Stuckey. We'll be back in about 2 seconds.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
All of my experiences with Turning Point, everything has been excellent. Everything has been organized and good, but it's a little last minute sometimes. That's just how things go.
Well, we have so many events all over the country. Okay, you actually did some data on this. Do you want me to pull it up? Because it's in our Telegram chain. But here, I'll pull it up. But the number of events, people do not understand just how much we're doing. So let me just pull this up. Look at this. So this would be high school numbers, recruitment tablings over 3,400, chapter meetings over 3,200 chapter meetings, 600 plus events on high schools. That's just high school. So then you add college, fall numbers 2025, 8,000 recruitment tabling events, chapter meetings 4,050, and over 500 college events. This is all happening all the time, every week, day in, day out, day in, day out.
And that's what people don't realize is that when they're saying, how do these events get planned last minute? How do these events come together? Well, what they don't realize is our campus tour. Yeah, that's kind of our signature tour, right? That's what everyone sees. We put in their biggest production value and our biggest investment into that. Those are going to have the biggest audiences. But what people don't see is that day in and day out, we're going to do nearly 1,200 campus events this fall alone on college and high school campuses, many of which that Allie has been to, the ones I teased. And these are not just small little, talking with 10, 15 kids. These are events on the regular where we're bringing in 500 plus students to hear from Tom Homan and other big speakers of the administration and local pundits. And a lot of this, what's unique about Turning Point is it's not a top-down organizational structure. It's a bottom up.
Yeah.
We're here to serve the students. These students come to us and say, hey, I want to host Allie Beth Stuckey on my campus. How do I make that happen? And so then these students put in all the legwork, and it's truly an organic manifestation of the movement.
Yeah, and so we're going to welcome back National Radio here in about 10 seconds here, Allie. And I want to get your reaction to what we saw happen at UC Berkeley, because that impacts people like you that come to our events as well and speak at our events. 2 seconds, we'll be right back. All right, many of us are hopeful about the direction of the country, but after years of abuse and mismanagement, things could fall apart at any moment. That's why I and Americans from all walks of life have taken action to prepare for whatever's coming next, and that starts with having an emergency food supply. Storing food in your home is the right thing to do because, I mean, just look around. We're living in very crazy times. You want to be prepared. So right now, you can get ready, too, with a 3-month emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply. It comes with delicious foods like creamy stroganoff, honey wheat bread, and mushroom rice pilaf. The entire kit offers over 2,000 calories per day, and the food lasts up to 25 years. It even survives, like, floods. It's sealed very, very well. So, you know, who knows what the country's going to look like in 25 years. You need to be prepared when that day comes. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk, mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk now to order your 3-month emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. Okay, Allie, you saw the clips. You've seen the reaction from UC Berkeley. We just had Rob Schneider, comedian actor, who was there at the event. Joe Bob, sitting to my left, was there at the event. When you, as somebody that goes and speaks on college campuses with us, and you see this kind of craziness, what's going through your head?
Man, oh man, I was just talking to Frank Turek about this and just how sad the whole thing was and how there's probably going to be a whole case about this, like a civil rights conflict that went on here just because UC Berkeley didn't uphold their end of the contract to allow this to go on and to take the right measures. And so to me, that is what is even more frightening to me. It's not only that we've got these agitators who are very violent and pro-death and mocking Charlie's murder, just disgusting, but also that the people who are put in place to protect free speech and to protect people like me who say things that are considered controversial may not have my back and may not have the backs of the Turning Point students or the people in attendance. That is scary. This is an institutional corruption and condoning of violence that I think all of us need to be very aware of.
What do you want to see happen?
Oh, well, I think that UC Berkeley, I think that their funding should be suspended. I mean, they get a lot of money from the government, and I would love to see the Trump administration go after universities like this that don't uphold the commitment to free speech, that violate the First Amendment rights of the attendees and of the speakers there. Basically, you know, it's a heckler's veto. All of the people who are protesting, they're the ones who get to shut down speech when the university said, no, we're going to protect and allow this event. No, there should be consequences for that, not rewards for that. And these universities need to be held accountable. And these police officers also need to be held accountable for purposely failing to do their jobs.
So, Cypher, I want to bring you into this with Allie here because, I mean, you said something to me, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, so feel free to push back. But you said when you heard the car backfire, and all your staff that was there on a lot of you were there at UVU. What goes through your mind when that happens? When you hear what sounds like a gunshot go off?
Now, keep in mind the backfiring happened outside the perimeter of security. So we're in the quad. All of our staff are within the quad, and then there's a wall of police. There's barriers, and then there's hundreds of protesters, many of which are on the shoulders of other protesters. So you can't see beyond the protesters, and they're screaming and the vile things they're saying. You can't even see who they are, by the way, because they're all covered up. And so when you're hearing that backfiring, which sounded identical to the same pop that we heard at Utah Valley University, I looked around and I saw many of my staff who were there at the first on September 10th, many of which just went into a state of paralysis. I have to admit, even myself, the first time it happened, I remained lucid. I was very aware of my surroundings. This time it was I looked at a peer who was also there at the first one, and we looked at each other as if, well, if it's meant to be, Lord, I understand. But then I looked at other stuff.
You should not be in that position. I'm so sorry.
It was just it's the PTSD is real, but here's the thing: is many of the staff did not run. They stood their ground and they immediately said, we need to get all of our attendees out there, outside the safety perimeter, inside now. And that was immediate action. Many thoughts of everyone around us was, how do we get everyone to safety? How do we get those that deserve to be in here and keep those vile people outside?
It's heroic. Allie, final 20 seconds to you.
You know what? Everywhere we see progressivism, everywhere we see these communist activists on the ground, we see violence. And this is not just true in America in the past 5 years. This has been true for the past 100+ years that communism and militant leftism has been around. Mm-hmm. They cannot exist without violence, without vile hatred, without the celebration of gruesome death. This is what the ideology is, and we need to face that.
Thank you, Allie Beth Stuckey, Mikey McCoy, Joe Bob, Ty Leahy, Andrew Cipher. We'll see you tomorrow.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and I like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
This morning, House lawmakers are racing back to Washington for a vote to reopen the government.
I'm on my way to Washington, D.C.
Lawmakers have been out of town for 54 days. If all members get back in time, Republicans can only afford to lose 2 votes. The president confident they'll get it over the finish line.
The House is going to vote, and I think they're going to vote positively. I think most people want to see it opened.
The president was gracious enough to give us an exclusive tour of the new White House renovations.
New ballroom will go from here to there, and it'll seat a proper number of people, and the White House will finally have, after 150 years, the ballroom that they wanted. The public is paying for absolutely nothing. It's all being done by donors.
Without tariffs, this country would be in such trouble, as they were for many years. That's why we owe $38 trillion. And one of the things we're going to do, we're going to issue a dividend to our middle-income people and lower-income people of about $2,000. And we're going to use the remaining tariffs to lower our debt. We're going to be lowering our debt, which is a national security thing. So we're doing a lot of good work. And the numbers were reported so incorrectly. The real numbers are trillions of dollars have been taken in or gotten in terms of investment from the tariffs. And so if that were ever reversed, it would be a disaster. Frankly, it would be a national security problem for our country.
Of the 3 people arrested, we're learning just 1 was actually a Berkeley student. That student has now been cited and released. The other 2 are facing charges ranging from trespassing to battery. Meantime, the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division is now looking into what happened here on campus last night. Demonstrators made it clear they oppose Turning Point USA's final tour stop, which drew an estimated 900 attendees to campus. ABC 7 News cameras captured 2 people being taken into custody. Witnesses say one man, seen with a bloody face, was assaulted for selling Turning Point merchandise. Berkeley police say he was determined to be the victim and let go. The other man charged with robbery and battery.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live on Real America's Voice. Today is November 12th, 2025, Anno Domini. And folks, as we sit here, we are on assignment today. But as we sit here, there's a lot of stuff going in through the airwaves. There's a lot of stuff going out there in the information environment. And look, I've been looking at it. There's a lot of anger, and I see anger on both sides. I see people who are angry on the left, who want to kill us, who attacked our students, hundreds of our students and their family members at the Turning Point event with UC Berkeley, with Rob Schneider. Apparently, Deuce Bigalow is an arch-fascist now. I didn't know that was someone who was driving the left completely nuts. But understand, it's not about Rob Schneider or Deuce Bigalow or Turning Point or any of this. It's about they hate us and they want to kill us. They want to kill our children, or they want to turn our children into orphans. They look at the horrific things that they did to Charlie Kirk's family, and they say, that's a good start. They say they want more. They want to create more situations like that. They want my children to be in the situation where they will never see their father again. They're going after many family members, other people who, I'll just say there's some stories that are going to be coming out very soon. They're not my stories to tell, so I'm not going to share them. But other members of conservative media have had to deal with personal threats to their lives and to their families in the last few days. Fortunately, I believe the situation is over. You may have seen some of this online involving my colleagues, both Kat Turrett and Matt Walsh. And their story to tell. I know some of the details there. But when they do, you will see just how violent and how serious the left is in this country. We're also seeing anger on the right. People saying, I don't want more H-1Bs. People saying, I want American citizens to come first, always. We're going to talk about that as well. And there's also new emails out. Jeffrey Epstein emails. We're going to get into those as well. In the next segment here, we've got a guest that we're going to be visiting with, and we're going to be going through in detail. Because here's, and people want to say, oh, Posobiec, how come you took that binder from Pam Bondi and, you never show it was in the. First of all, I've said this story a million times on the Piers Morgan show. I've talked about the binder. I've always answered every single question everyone's ever asked about this. But then I still get people saying, how come you don't talk about it? So I talk about it a million times. And I even went at the last turning point that I ever did with Charlie and gave an entire speech about it. So here it goes. When new stuff comes out on Jeffrey Epstein, I've always said, I want to talk about all of it. I want to talk about all of it. And we're going to do that today. And I don't care if it involves the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. I don't care if it talks about intelligence connections. I don't care what connections it talks about. And the allegations today is that they were talking about Trump. Ooh, all right. We're going to talk about that because we covered the Ghislaine Maxwell trial here on Human Events Daily in full. We covered the first Jeffrey Epstein, the trial that never came to be, because he died in prison under mysterious circumstances, shall we say. We covered it in full. And so we will always cover every piece of new information in full. And when we get new information, I'm more than happy to cover it and let the chips fall where they may. But at the same time, we are going to be rigorous, we are going to be fact-based, and we are going to put it within the context of all the other evidence. That's what's called an investigation, boys and girls. So lock in, because we're locked in here on Human Events Daily. We'll be right back right around the corner with more on Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and I like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, we're back. Jack Posobiec here, Human Events Daily. Folks, I gotta tell you real quick. If you're a homeowner in America, you need to listen to this. It's so important to know because the FBI has been warning about a new type of real estate fraud that's on the rise, and it's called title theft. And your equity is the target. So when you get a home, we all know we have equity, but here's how it works. The criminals will forge your signature on a single document, use a fake notary stamp, and then file that with the county. And just like that, on record, they own your home. Using your ownership, they can take out loans against your equity or even sell your property. And you won't know about it until foreclosure or collection notices show up in the mail. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code POSO at HomeTitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That is 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud occurs, their U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Protect yourself like I did. Don't be a victim. Protect your equity today. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code POSO. All right, very excited to be joined here on location with the very honorable, that's true, honorable, right? Honorable Navy Marine Corps veteran, Navy EOD officer, former, the CEO of the MacArthur Group, my buddy, Tom Sauer. What's up, Tom?
What's up, man? Thanks for having me, bud. Appreciate it.
So, Tom, people, you know, just by way of introduction, people don't actually realize that, you know, they may have seen you, right-wing figure, right?
Right-wing figure in the Atlantic
magazine. That we actually served together in the Navy.
We did. You were one of the intel guys out of EOD Mobile Unit 5 in Guam. And I remember I talked to that Atlantic writer for like almost 2 hours. And he put one snippet in there because he couldn't find anything negative about you on that. So
we try. They try. The ops persist. But
yes.
So do I. The ops persist.
They do.
So do I. So yeah, we served together in EOD Mobile Unit 5 back when they called it PACOM. Now it's Indo-PACOM.
Correct.
Under 7th Fleet.
Yep.
And Mobile Unit 5. You know, I mean, obviously we can talk some of it publicly, not a lot, but the goal was to focus on Asia Pacific.
Absolutely.
And countering Chinese Communist Party influence in the region.
100%. Yeah. Everything from mine warfare, you know, protecting ports and mines, and anything we had to deal with, whether we had to respond to something happening in somewhere in the region, maybe a particular island that's very important to U.S. interests, or maybe a certain peninsula like Korea.
Maybe it would logically follow that if we were in the South China Sea area, the AOR, that there would be places pertaining to that we may have focused on, or if we were near places like, I don't know, Korea or Japan, which I know because I can see them on maps, and I'm not basing this off of any classified information that I may or may not know, that I could see that if there was a unit that was stationed in that area, that perhaps they may be interested in that as well.
That's absolutely right. Forward deployed.
Perhaps.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Perhaps. But Tom, so I wanted to get into it with you just by way of background, because we do have this breaking news on something that has nothing to do with veterans, but I do want to pull that up in a minute.
All right.
It has to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And there's new emails that have come out between, I believe it's Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And so I've been looking through these just as we've gone to Showtime here, and I'm looking at them. I see the Democrats are putting it out, Oversight Democrats. They received new emails. They put it out a couple of hours ago, and believe it or not, they mentioned Donald Trump in these messages. So, you know, and before we get into it directly, what's kind of been your read on the Trump-Epstein thing? Just as someone who's not a member of the administration, someone who kind of looks at it, you're obviously involved in the veteran community, you're involved in special forces community. What's kind of the read there?
Well, I think what it just comes down to is that obviously Jeffrey Epstein was trying very hard to get his claws into Donald Trump for years, had been, but was largely unsuccessful. I mean, I think Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago because he's getting a little frisky with one of the young female staffers there, right? And I think he's been trying for a while. And now you see this stuff that's coming out now, and it really just looks like, what are they really doing? Like, they're trying to somehow, like, hang this around his neck, but there's no connection there. These emails suggest something about Trump. Like,
Let's get into that. But you're right. It looked for years that Epstein was trying to use Trump and use his name, and we're doing this on the fly. We've got a little power issue that we're going to make sure that doesn't become an issue.
Right.
But But he was always trying to ingratiate himself into Trump's circle, which was always his MO.
Anybody rich, powerful, influential?
Rich, powerful, influential,
Yep.
he would ingratiate himself. And now we see, because, and I'll talk about it in a second, but some of these emails pertain to when Trump was running for office the first time, how Jeffrey Epstein was trying to, once again, ingratiate himself. Now, he's already had legal troubles at that point.
Yep.
So just to put it in by way of context, but let's see, here's probably, and I just want to drive into it in the first instance, here's probably the most, what I think is going to be the most controversial one, just looking at it. It says, so these are emails between Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Right. She had a very top secret email address called GMax. Get it? Ghislaine Maxwell. GMax.
Good name.
I know, right? So it says, here's what he's saying in 2011. Now, 2011, you go back, and I have to look up the exact date, but this is when police were coming after him the first time. And this is when, actually, Mueller was one of the people who was running the FBI operation. Right. Notice, no federal charges that time around. Very strange. No federal charges. What Alex Acosta got, the first labor secretary got rolled up in because they said, why didn't you charge this guy when he's doing this? But he ends up getting Florida charges. He gets the state charges for prostitution. He gets this sweetheart deal.
Yeah, I think he was like going home every night or something.
He was going home every night. He was
deal.
leaving the West Palm sheriff's. It was basically a sheriff's station, and he was like locked up. But he could go. No. He could go home during the day, but he had to spend the night there.
Oh, it's even easier.
And so here's the email. It's Saturday, April 2nd. Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell says, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." It blanks out the name and it says, victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. Ghislaine Maxwell responds, I have been thinking about that.
Yep.
So people have gone in and looked at it and said, well, the 2018 situation had to do with Virginia Giuffre. And so people like Technofog and people like our friend Greg Price.
Love Greg.
Have put out and said, no, he's incredible. He's best at what he does.
Yeah.
And they have the responses from Ghislaine Maxwell's contemporaneous testimony because she, of course, came out publicly as the victim there and said, right here, he didn't partake in any sex with any of us, but he flirted with me. And it's actually, correction, they claimed that at the time. She says in her testimony, I want to just fix that. She says it's not true that he flirted with me. Donald Trump never flirted with me. He didn't partake in any sex with us. And then they say, where did you meet him? This is Virginia Giuffre at Mar-a-Lago. My dad and him, I wouldn't say they were friends, but my dad knew him and they would talk. Not all the time, but when they saw each other. Have you ever been in Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's presence with one another? Answer, Virginia Giuffre, no.
Right.
So they asked her about this when she was on her own testifying. Right. So she would have had every quote-unquote incentive to come out forward if something were true.
Right.
She did not.
And it looks like here these emails are just coming from Michael Wolff was putting all these things out, and he was really trying.
This is the next, so Epstein, so Wolff is the next one. So that was the first email in 2011, right? Where it's just Epstein and Virginia Giuffre, but you can see it seems like he's trying to get Donald Trump rolled up into the investigation.
Clearly.
But then you go back to the actual victim. They did ask her about Donald Trump. Yep. And so he's saying, so Epstein, because he doesn't know what the police are asking, they're saying, wait a minute, how come they didn't talk to Trump? Well, they asked her about Trump, and she said Trump wasn't involved.
There you go. It's over.
So
what else is there?
If you're running an investigation, you can't just go if someone tells you this guy wasn't involved. I mean, sure, you can go and talk to him. And we do know that Trump actually went to lawyers that were running this and said, please let me know whatever I can do to help you with Jeffrey Epstein, because I'm more than willing to tell you whatever. He'd already kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
I think some of those investigators went out of their way to say he was actually the most cooperative. Right. You got the phone and said, like, hey, how can I help you guys? What can I do? If you need anything, call me. You got my number.
Clearly just wrong here. But on the merits, this is the real question to say, because he said they spent hours together, right?
Yeah, that's the allegation.
Pulling it up again. Spent hours at my home with him. And she said, no, we didn't.
Right.
So,
and she had no reason to lie.
So right there, and
this is what, 2015?
No, that was 2011.
2011.
So I think what he was trying to do is, again, just get Trump rolled up in it so that, if you're coming after me, you got to go after him. And, and that obviously makes it much more high profile. Gets Trump's money involved, et cetera, et cetera. Then you got 2015. That's where Michael Wolff starts sending these emails. And Michael Wolff is this He's kind of a gossip blogger who just writes books, and I've met him, I've seen him around, and I see what he does. Yeah, he just takes rumors and he takes Oppo and he just prints it. And
physiognomy checks out.
Oh gosh, now we're busted. We got about a minute left, but I'll say that then in those emails, and let's do it. Actually, I see that he was sending these emails on my birthday, December 15th. Nice. That once again, this is when Trump was running for office, and then again in 2019 when Trump is. When Epstein is getting, about to be arrested the second time. Yep. Now he's talking to Wolf again, trying once again get Trump involved, get Trump in there, trying to figure out ways to enwrap Trump in all of this. Yep. Because that's what they want to do. Right. They want to make it as if Trump was a part of this operation, Trump was part of the network, in order to either hurt. And the one is 2015. Yep. So they're trying to hurt him for the campaign, or on the other side, they said, but Epstein could actually help you by saying that you weren't involved, and then maybe he'll owe you. So that's Wolf saying that he's just he isn't even asking him what the truth is. It's just they're just running Oppo research. He's not even asking, but he's not even asking what the truth is. Yeah. So what kind of journalist? If you're just trying to get the truth, why would you ever say that to a source? You don't hate journalists enough. It actually sounds like a staffer. Could be. It actually sounds like a staffing relationship. We're going to get back to this. New Jeffrey Epstein emails, Jack Posobiec, Tom Sauer. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real Word of God.
Don't go!
I can't walk away!
You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Hi, my name is Tracy L.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers. And they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here live with Tom Sauer, Navy EOD veteran officer, also Marine veteran. And we're going through these Jeffrey Epstein emails together, the same way that, when we were in the Navy, we might go through some hot intel, and try to figure it out together. So this next email, it's with Michael Wolff. And he says, I hear CNN is planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you. This is 2015, on my birthday, December 15th. Epstein responds, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? And this is really strange because this is not the type of communication that you'd have with a reporter.
No, it's somebody doing Oppo research. That's what they're doing, it seems.
Yeah, but not only that, they seem to be, he's being interactive with Epstein.
Yeah.
He's not asking Epstein, hey, what's the truth of your relationship with Donald Trump?
Right.
Epstein's going to him and saying, how can I profit off of this?
Yeah.
How can I turn this into the best use for me? And Wolf responds to him.
Yes.
And says, I mean, just from a journalistic perspective, this is really bad.
Right.
Not that I think that anyone thought that he was like a serious journalist, but this is really bad. You're breaking like every code of journalistic ethics.
Right.
He's saying, and Wolf says, I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. Or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it's possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey is a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. So and by the way, Michael Wolff emails this to Epstein and says heads up and marks it high importance.
Right. And that doesn't sound to me like anybody who's a journalist. That sounds to me like a political operative.
Yeah.
That's what that is straight up right there. I mean, well, but then of course we're talking about journalists who, it's kind of one of the same.
I read this email. Right. And it doesn't give me questions about Trump's relationship with Epstein. I have more questions about Wolf's relationship with Epstein. Looking at this because
did he get an invite?
It's like, I mean, I don't know, but right, he
knew how to party apparently, obviously.
We could ask a lot of questions, but it just, it doesn't read to me like, would you be willing to share with me the details of your relationship so that I can report them? He's not saying that. He's giving him the heads up. I mean, it's very strange.
Yeah, and also this is also what, 2015?
That's 2015,
right? So, this is right when Trump campaign's starting. It's like they threw as much stuff on the wall to see what would stick, and it looked like there was kind of a dead end here with the Epstein stuff. But hey, they got traction with the Russia hoax. They got a lot of traction with that.
So this is prior to the Russia hoax hasn't even really been invented at this point. Maybe it's maybe they're kind of kicking it around over at DNI with Clapper and Brennan, or they're saying, maybe we can tie him to Russia. Maybe we'll do that.
No, that's it.
And of course you got to think they didn't want to bring up Epstein that much. Yep. Why? Because who was he running against?
Right.
Because he was running against Hillary Clinton.
Right.
So if you bring up Epstein, you're going to get you're going to get that 2 for hit. So. Let's go. So they go to Russia instead. That's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
See, this is why we. Then 2019. So this is when he's facing his next and what would ultimately be his final arrest. So January 2019. Trump's in office. He's become president. He's been president for a few years. Just about 2 years and a couple of weeks at this point. And it says blank Mar-a-Lago blank. Trump said he asked me to resign. Never a member ever. Of course he knew about the girls. He asked Ghislaine to stop. And, we don't know exactly what the response is to that. We do know that that's around the time that he was facing another arrest.
Yep.
And we do know a time where it does seem like he's talking about Virginia Giuffre, and I'm just going to say my read on this is that, and it's just true. Where did Ghislaine Maxwell? Because I've studied the case. Where did Ghislaine Maxwell meet Virginia Giuffre? At Mar-a-Lago. Right. She was one of the spa girls.
Yep.
So she met her down there. She was the daughter of a member, and she was working there. And Ghislaine Maxwell. What made Trump really upset is that Ghislaine Maxwell had been poaching employees from Mar-a-Lago by going to them and saying, you work here. Would you like why don't you come work in private? You won't have to work a shift. You can just come work for my client, Mr. Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
And he'll be your sole client and will pay you more than Mar-a-Lago does. So she goes and poaches the employee. And so
to a teenage girl, that's a good deal.
And so when I read this thing about, we don't, unless I'm pulling it up, I don't see any other, chain here. I just see the one email, so I don't know what he's responding to. So
Which is a tell, by the way.
Which is, why wouldn't, that's a great tell. Why would you not have released the full chain of emails, Democrats? Right. Why wouldn't you give me all the information? You're selectively making it look like something is edited so that you can't give me the question he's responding to. And so this is an email without any context, and it says, of course he knew about the girls, he asked Ghislaine to stop. Well, the question that I would have is, could he have just been asking about poaching employees?
Very well could have been.
Because we know that's something that, by the way, the Democrats already reported themselves in other leaks.
That was his MO, and that's also, correct me if I'm wrong, that's part of the reason why Epstein got kicked out of Mar-a-Lago, right? It's because he was getting a little too frisky with some of the girls.
A little too frisky, and also because he was poaching.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's obviously something you don't do. Obviously, it's something that, it's something that would certainly annoy him very much, because you're stealing my employees, and you find a good employee at the middle of the season, you know, and it's something you want out. Now, that being said, I'm more than willing to entertain that he could have been talking about something else.
Sure.
But we don't know that because they didn't release the other email.
Exactly. And that's the difference with what you do here compared to what any of the clowns over like CNN or MSNBC. All they do is they tell you, they say, here's this email, and it suggests Trump knew about all these things. And instead here, you know, we go through like, well, what did the emails actually say? Let's go to the primary source documents.
You still have to come up to the question of why didn't Virginia Giuffre, in her own testimony, say that she had done these things with Trump if this were all true? Right. So once again, ultimately, it's just Epstein trying to pull Trump in and 100%. Implicate him in his own crimes. Jack Posobiec, Tom Sauer, we're here going through the Epstein emails on Human Events Daily. Right back to America Sports.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
I know you've seen what's happening out there. They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God.
Don't go!
I can't walk away!
You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Hi, my name is Tracy L.
Where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. We're on location with Tom Sauer today on Real America's Voice. But folks, you know, I got to tell you something. You got to pay attention to what's happening with the dollar. You got to pay attention to what's happening with debt, the central banks, the Great Reset, folks. We're still in the midst of the fourth turning. How's your fourth turning going? I know mine's going really swell. Folks, when things get rocky, gold has always been the safe haven. But now gold isn't just defensive. It's an offensive asset. It's already around $4,000 an ounce. And analysts are forecasting that it could go over $5,000. Just go take a look at it today. It's popping off. That's why I've been working with my partners at Allegiance Gold for the past 3 years. They help you protect your savings or retirement with real physical gold and silver, not paper promises. No paper hands around here, diamond hands. And right where I should say gold and silver hands. And right now, Allegiance Gold is making it even better. They'll donate 1% of qualified investments from my audience to Turning Point USA. And that's pretty cool. Or if you want another great America First organization, in addition to the 1% you already qualified for. So you can protect your wealth and support the movement at the same time. And what you want to do is, if you've been waiting for a sign, this is it. Don't overthink it. Don't wait until it's too late. See what's going on with gold today. Give them a call, 844-577-7676, or visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676, or protectwithposo.com. Protect your future and stand with me fighting for America. So, Tom, I wanted to get in, and, you know, we're on DropSite News. That's Ryan Grim, and he's not a conservative by any stretch.
Not at all.
You know, I've done some stuff with him. I had a debate with the Libertarian presidential candidate last year, Chase Oliver, on Zero Hedge, and Ryan Grim was one of the moderators, and I thought he did a great job. And he and I did not exactly see eye to eye on how to deal with the narco-terrorists. Right. And I actually remember specifically saying to him in the middle of that interview, he said, "What would you do with them?" And I said, "Well, Ryan, I propose we kill them." And we use violence to do so. Right. And he didn't. He didn't. I don't think he was on board with that. But you know who is on board with that? Donald Trump. Donald Trump and the War Department. Yes. And that's exactly what our glorious United States Navy has been doing.
Absolutely. No, and I think people don't realize that. I think there's a much stronger case for us having a military presence, military action in Latin America and in the Western Hemisphere than there is in the Middle East.
Yeah, for terrorists. I don't know exactly on board with the regime change stuff, but
you can talk about
just on this issue.
Yes, and you can talk about how well, you know, there's some definite problems with us being ready to fight a near peer competitor. Like if we actually got into a shooting war with the Chinese or the Russians or something like that, we have to be ready for that. But one thing that we are really good at is special operations, counterterrorism, killing narco-terrorists. We're really good at winning those battles.
Yeah, those fast boats and the semi-submersibles are basically your ISIS pickup trucks on the water of the Caribbean. It's on the water. It's the same target set, and you can use the same platform to reach out and touch them.
Yeah, and absolutely. And also one thing I think is really important, because we had a conversation with a friend last night about this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right, a senior person in the administration. We had a talk with, and one big reason, the real reason, is not just stopping the drugs, and that's a big one, but also our presence in Latin America in Southcom is really also about getting China out of there, right? Because the Chinese have a ton of influence out in there. I mean, the Panama Canal, they practically owned the damn thing for a while, and they've got their claws and their little tentacles everywhere.
They're building port after port after port down there.
And that's our backyard, not
theirs.
And in
fact, prior to, now we're far afield, but prior to the GWAT, this was always the point of Guantanamo Bay. The original purpose of Guantanamo Bay, 1898, after the Spanish-American War, it's our oldest overseas base, was to maintain that U.S. Navy presence for power projection in the Caribbean. And so this was the entire point. And by the way, it wasn't just drug runners at the time. We had, again, 1890s, guess what? We had slave ships. Right. We had like mercenaries. We had gun runners. By the way, pirates. Like actual pirates that were running through. Gun runners. Literal pirates of the Caribbean. That existed. And so, you know, I was digging into this. I said, you know, how can the United States Navy be conducting lethal operations in the Caribbean? And I said, do you understand the history of the United States Navy at all?
It's where it started. It's literally where it started. A lot of it
started doing that there, and then off the coast of Tripoli. Sure. But anyway, not to get too far off from that. Ryan Grim, bunch of articles that, and it's been something that I've been reading. I haven't always covered on the show, but I'll put it out here. An Israeli spy stayed for weeks at a time with Jeffrey Epstein in Manhattan. He had that story out just yesterday.
Right.
I was covering down on Veterans Day, but this is an aide for Ehud Barak. And we knew that Ehud Barak, who had been the prime minister of Israel, was directly tied with Jeffrey Epstein. Here we see again that he was staying for weeks at a time with him. He helped Israel, and he's got a couple other articles, he helped Israel sell a surveillance state to Cote d'Ivoire. So to Ivory Coast, and worked on directly with the two of them.
Yep.
Jeffrey Epstein, how the sex trafficker helped Israel build a back channel to Russia amid the Syrian civil war. And actually, I'm going to pull up the date on that because that's probably around the same time that he was talking, Syrian civil war. That's probably 2014, 2015 time frame. Let's see. Right here, between 2013 and 2016, working to build a back channel with someone he knew who was tied to Russia during the Syrian civil war. And so you look at this trove of emails that they also have over at Dropsite. I didn't want to overlook those either. It was a huge scoop that they had. And look, if you want to dig into Epstein's operations, you got to find out what he was up to. It's as simple as that.
But Jack, we were reliably told by our bettors that Jeffrey Epstein had no connection to foreign intelligence. Or American intelligence. That's what they told us.
Because that's not what we see in the
It's so strange
here at all. And look, it's as simple as that. And we know, by the way, that so much of the Syrian civil war was an intelligence operation that was run by elements of the CIA. That was run by elements. And here we're seeing Israeli intelligence. And a number of the Gulf states were involved in this. And Turkey, of course, bringing up the opposition to, at the time, Bashar al-Assad.
Right.
So Bashar al-Assad, he was the leader. His father had been the leader, and the Turks wanted to take him out. And it's really interesting how this guy, al-Jilani, who had been the head of a pro-Turkey terrorist group, is now suddenly the guy who's taken over Damascus. It's kind of funny how that works.
It's strange. Wasn't he just in the Oval yesterday?
He certainly was.
He's like, they're trying out cologne. It looked great.
Or Monday,
Monday,
Cologne,
that's right. Yeah,
I did appreciate how Trump asked him how many wives he has. I'll give
People don't appreciate how funny that man is.
But at the same time, you gotta be careful with that, because it's one thing to say we'll work with someone, but it's also another thing to say that we're going to prop up a guy who had been up until a couple of months ago involved in terrorist organizations.
I think he was a hand cutter. They referred to him as a hand cutter.
Hand cutter and head cutter.
Oh, and head cutter. Okay,
head chopper. And so these are bad guys. These are absolutely bad guys, and it reminded me of when Reagan sat down with the Afghanistan opposition at the time, who would go on to become the Taliban, which would go on to Al-Qaeda, and there was a little thing in New York that happened. And so, when you look at all these things and you put it all together, you see the influence of Jeffrey Epstein, you see the direct connection with these politicians, and trying to get connections to more politicians like Donald Trump. And I'm just going to say, it seems like he was trying and failing. It seems like he was trying and failing to build that connection. You really have to ask yourself the question, how many pots was he involved in? And not just foreign policy, but also honeypots. And it's a real question for all of us is, how much do we know about foreign policy involves blackmail?
Oh, of course. I mean, it goes throughout history. I mean, it's a pretty common thing. This is, it's kind of the easiest method if you really want to compromise some people, is you use sex, right?
I've seen a lot of people point out, they say, well, now that Epstein is off the playing field, how do you, who's running it now? And one of the best theories that I think I've heard is that you don't need an Epstein now because you have the internet.
True. Like a lot of that.
Right, so all you need to do is pull someone's search history, pull their online pornography history, and it kind of serves the same purpose.
Stay away from that stuff,
in many ways. or if you're involved in any of the, I mean, there was a guy in James Talrico who just got, you know, they just found that he'd been following a bunch of OnlyFans models and all this other stuff, and that was like out in the public.
Yeah, it's like that was an easy one. Yeah, there's so many of those things. Well, one, it comes just stay away from that stuff. I mean, that's just the easiest one out there. But at the same time, you got to hand it to Israel. Like, they've got some serious game. They really do.
God.
I mean, they do. You know, I mean, that's one of the huge asymmetric advantages that they have. I mean, and you can talk to folks from former intelligence folks from our country and others, and they'll say that, like, hey, they've got some of the best intelligence game there is. They really do.
I mean, and that's
across the board.
The thing. And that's why, even in the U.S. military, we have red forces, we have blue forces, we also have green forces.
That's right.
And Israel has always been considered a green force.
Right.
Sometimes you partner, sometimes that partnership gets a little one-sided. And so you always have to be on the lookout for that. And in this case, you've got Jeffrey Epstein, you've got Ehud Barak, you've got who was the head of
Mossad, right?
Of Mossad, yes,
right.
He was the head of Israeli intelligence. So we're not saying that this is some conspiracy. No, He's literally the guy. He was the one. So, and to be involved as heavily as they were in the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad, which, by the way, was successful, really begs the question: why was Jeffrey Epstein involved in the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad? Jack Posobiec, Tom Sauer, back here, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God.
Don't go!
I can't walk away!
You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I clear this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Hi, my name is Tracy L.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec back here, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. By the way, I just wanted to say that, whenever they play that clip of President Trump and me, and he's talking about the book, and he's encouraging people to go buy it, that, I don't know if people know this, but that clip, Charlie Kirk filmed that. We were backstage at the Turning Point Action Rally in October of 2024, and it was me, the president, Charlie, and obviously the whole senior staff was there. And I had asked the president if he would just accept a copy of it. And then Charlie goes, why don't you film a little video, Mr. President? And he pulls up his own phone and just films that. And we do it. He sent it to me. He said, Jack, I got you. And it's just, Charlie actually filmed that little back lore for Human Events Daily. Folks, did you know that Utah and Florida recently banned fluoride in their drinking water? Why are they doing a massive U-turn on something that's been pumped into our water for 80 years? The government claims fluoride for healthy teeth, and that's just nanny-state nonsense, honestly. You don't need bureaucrats medicating your water. You need the freedom to choose pure water. That's why my family uses Cove Pure, a countertop water purifier certified to remove up to 99.9% of impurities. That includes fluoride and other garbage like PFAS, fertilizer runoff, you name it. The first thing I noticed is the taste. Cove Pure helps water because of what it's supposed to taste like. Pure, clean, no aftertaste. The best part is that you can choose any temperature, hot or cold, with just one tap. Myself, Tanya Tay, the kids, they love it. It's so easy. There's no drilling, no plumbers. You just fill it in, you plug it in, it's done. You get the water you want. Head to covepure.com/POSO, and you will now get a limited time $200 off. The government has no business forcing things into your water. Don't wait for them to sort out pure water. You have to do it yourself. That's covepure.com/POSO, covepure.com/POSO for $200 off. All right, Tom, I got to get in on this now because people know, like, you know, you're a veteran, I'm a veteran, you work in veterans advocacy, and it's been something that you've been an absolute leader on. And President Trump was talking about the H-1B program, I guess yesterday, and this is just completely roiled up everyone online. Why is it that you would say that MAGA, America First, and particularly the veteran community gets so upset when they hear about the H-1B program?
I think it just comes down to jobs and skilled labor and housing and affordability, right? Where, I mean, right off the bat, that's the easiest one there. And you consider the fact that, you know, if I know folks out there who have computer science degrees from top schools, they are struggling to get a good job, right? Because we're importing cheap labor, and they're practically, you know, indentured servants, practically slaves, right, for a fraction of the money. It's a real problem here, right? And it's not just in the tech space, but it's all over the place, right? It's within housing. It's like having skilled labor for housing, to be able to build enough houses, right, in this country. Also, we've got way too many people that shouldn't be here. So we're not even talking about just illegal immigration. It's all immigration. Like that, what people don't realize.
So this is creating downward pressure on wages. Right. And it's forcing every American to have to compete with every other worker around the world, especially when, and this isn't a immigration situation, but especially when you count the outsourcing that goes on because 100%. Of remote work. I have a good friend, you know him, still boneless, who trained a workforce that's overseas, and he was told that they were going to be his staff. And then immediately once he was done training, he lost his job.
It was terrible. Yeah, a lot of cases of that. I've seen plenty of examples of that.
So in the veteran, I mean, I'll just ask from a basic perspective, are 100% of our veterans employed today in America?
They are not.
Interesting. So we do have unemployed veterans.
And who have skills.
And do those, I was going to my next question, you anticipating follow-up. Do American veterans have skills and talents?
Absolutely. Okay. And some discipline, too.
And a little bit of discipline, military discipline and bearing.
Work experience.
Military bearing and discipline. So they have all that. They have work experience. Right. They're not 100% employed.
No.
And so the question then is, why does it seem like these foreign workers are being brought in before every single American veteran has a job?
I think it's coming down to an issue of corporate profits, right? I mean, our friend Steve Bannon, obviously, he talks about this quite a bit, and he's absolutely right, where it's like...
Bannon, does he have an opinion?
A little bit, right? He's got a little bit of opinion on it, but that's what you're looking at. And even when I talk to other companies that want to, like, do work with the government as well, one of the things I say to them is, like, they'll throw up things like, hey, this contributed to GDP. I go, get that word out of your vocabulary. Just because line go up does not mean prosperity for Americans. You emphasize, and your focus needs to be on creating good-paying jobs for American workers. And there is plenty of opportunity, and there's plenty of a labor force there. But if you're importing cheap foreign labor, and then they themselves are practically slaves because they can't leave, because if they leave the job, then they'll get deported as well. So it's nothing good for them either. And I think this is something really important, and this is why Charlie Kirk was so valuable to our movement, and why his loss is a loss to the America First and the entire MAGA movement, because he was the guy who was constantly talking to the administration, seeing at the highest levels, like, hey, this immigration thing is a real problem. You need to watch this, right? And we don't have Charlie here anymore.
He'd be on campus. He'd be on campus day in and day out. hearing what the kids were saying, hearing what Gen Z was saying, hearing what that generation was saying. They're saying, wait a minute, why do we have to go into the workforce and compete with every single foreign labor when they come across? And people say, well, they were, and I always hear this refrain too. They say, oh, well, they're willing to work harder. I say, of course they are, because they want to be in the country. Right. They have an incentive to be here, to work for less, because the benefit from them is they get to come in the country. And then the other piece of it too is they do then get access to the American system, to American health care, to all of this, which, by the way,
SNAP benefits,
all of these benefits are on the backs of the taxpayers. So the company doesn't have to worry about any of that.
Right. I mean, we think about when something like 40 million, where American taxpayers are subsidizing 40 million other people in this country, right, for their EBT and SNAP benefits, right? That's why groceries are so expensive, right? That's why cost of living is so down, is so much harder to compete. I mean, and you see that.
So you're saying that there's a connection between demand, supply, and prices.
It seems like there is sometimes, I did take a macro class.
We're uncovering and discovering all new things about our economy. Supply and demand can affect price.
And it's not just about, and things people look and say GDP is this, GDP is that, or something like that. And it's like, well, also when the GDP is wrapped up in a dozen tech companies, which might be a little bit of a bubble, who knows, right? But the thing is further, you should look more like the health of the American people.
Yeah, I've said, so I was on Will Kane's show the other day.
Right.
And I didn't talk about the GDP, but I said we need to stop talking about the economy. We need to start talking about economic conditions.
Right.
And economic conditions are not the same thing. And I'll say here on this program, we need to stop the worship of the GDP.
Absolutely.
We need to stop. It seems like conservatives only care about conserving the GDP. Right. They don't care about the social conditions or the living conditions or the economic conditions of the average American or the median American. They only care about conserving the GDP. And also there's a great Substack, Lomez and I have chatted about this. And that really goes to show you that the GDP, it's just a theory. Right. It's an economic model. It's not even a real thing. And yet we talk about it like it is. So Tom, put all that together. We're in our final minute here. Just so when we hear this push for more H-1B or an expansion of H-1B, what kind of message does that send to all these people that we're talking about, particularly American veterans?
It tells you that you're not, I think it really says we don't value you as much. We worship GDP and we worship profits more than we do the health of the American worker and the health of the American nation. It really does. I mean, look, drive 2 hours in any direction in this country, and you will see what a lot of just the economic despair, and that all ties into the addiction, right? Crime, unaffordability of living, all that stuff. And
which a lot of veterans fall into.
Tons of them do.
Because they get blocked out from the workforce.
Right. They absolutely do. And then, and it really.
This is a cycle, and I know you've worked on this because you ran rehab centers, that this is a cycle that typically happens when they're making that transition from military life to civilian life.
That's right, they do. And then especially when economic conditions there's despair, then you start having the deaths of despair. And I mean, there's a reason why the opioid crisis followed immediately after the shutdown.
Tom Sauer, where can people go to follow you, brother?
At Thomas B. Sauer on everyone's favorite website, X.com.
X.com. All right, Tom Sauer.
Hey, everybody. Appreciate it, brother.
Glad to have you here. It's an honor, as always, ladies and gentlemen. As always, you have my permission. Later.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that American viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber. It is Wednesday, the 12th of November in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for joining me here on Real America's Voice. The House of Representatives set to vote sometime today on a stopgap funding bill aimed at ending what's now the longest government shutdown in history. And the Democrats are losing their minds over it. I'll bring on Congressman Mark Harris to discuss that in detail shortly. Also, Democrats want to promise to extend COVID-era Obamacare subsidies in the deal to reopen the government, a move Republicans say would add up to $400 billion to the national deficit instantly. I'll discuss the importance of not extending these subsidies today as well. And then later, I'll discuss the pros and cons of AI. AI can be used as an effective tool for multiple purposes, but it can also be a major crutch. And it's important that we teach the younger generations not to depend on artificial intelligence. All those details coming your way. But first, I want to talk about the Democrat Party, because this week, the Democrat Party is eating itself alive on live television. And frankly, it's kind of glorious. Senate Democrats just voted to end the government shutdown. Yes, the same shutdown they swore was a moral imperative to protect their sacred cow programs, and the radical left is having a Category 5 meltdown. They're not just mad, they've gone feral. They wanted this pain to drag on for months, maybe years, just to bleed Trump dry politically, but even some of their own moderates finally grew a spine and said enough. And now, the long knives are out for Chuck Schumer and some others too. Here is Representative Ro Khanna listing all of his grievances with the Senate Minority Leader. Listen to this.
This was the straw that broke the camel's back. You had Chuck Schumer cheerleading into the war in Iraq. You've had Chuck Schumer cheerleading for a blank check to Netanyahu. You've had Chuck Schumer betraying us on the first shutdown. You then had Chuck Schumer given multiple opportunities after Zoran won the primary to at least endorse him, even if it was a pro forma endorsement. He doesn't do that. And now he's not even willing to fight to make sure that the ACA subsidies don't increase. So to your earlier question about, are there difficult questions on SNAP benefits and troop pay? Of course there are. And maybe if this was the only context, Chuck Schumer would have some grace and goodwill and say, okay, we disagree with this deal, but it's not enough to call for you to step down. But this is the culmination of someone who just doesn't get it, who doesn't get how much people are hurting, who doesn't get where the base of this party is, who doesn't get how upset this party has been that we're giving all this money to overseas wars and not doing health care here, who certainly is never going to support Medicare for all. He's just out of touch. He's not the future of the party.
Ro Khanna, Silicon Valley's favorite socialist in a $3,000 suit, just declared open season on the Senate Minority Leader. And he's not alone. The Bernie bros are circling too. Here's the senator from Vermont himself, and he is not happy.
Schumer voted no, or is going to vote no, along with you. He did last night. He's going to do it again. But a lot of Democrats are blaming him because he is the leader of the Democrats in the Senate. And some of your allies, like Congressman Ro Khanna of California and others, are saying Schumer should step down from his position as Democratic leader in the Senate. Do you still have confidence in him as leader of the Senate?
Look,
Schumer and I have very fundamental disagreements about where the Democratic Party should be. And I am strongly supporting candidates for the Senate who are not part of the Democratic establishment, who believe in Medicare for all, who are prepared to take on the big money interests and fight for working people. All right, I have a very different vision of where the Democratic Party should go. If Schumer steps down, who is going to take his place? The truth is, progressives in the Senate right now are I think there are about 8 or 9 of us. We are pretty much of a minority.
Now, I am surprised he didn't have his mittens on. Guess you could say the gloves really are off. He wanted the shutdown to be a crucible to forge the revolution in the fires of federal employee misery. But Chuck Schumer blinked. And now the left wants his head on a pike outside the Capitol for all to see. Bernie says he's in the minority, but that minority is starting to hold the rest of the party hostage. Hakeem Jeffries, Mr. I'll impeach Trump on a Tuesday, wants to prevent being ripped apart by the radical left as well. So here he is vowing to keep the pain train rolling in the House. Listen.
America is too expensive. And far too many people are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. They can't thrive. They can barely survive. And that's why Democrats have been waging this fight. And we'll continue to wage this fight. No matter what comes over to us from the United States Senate to the House of Representatives at some point this week. Our position as House Democrats has been crystal clear. We will sit down with any Republicans, anytime, any place, anywhere, in order to find a bipartisan path forward, but we're not down with their my way or the highway approach to governance. That's failed the American people. It's been a disaster for the American people, and the American people know it.
Democrats still trying to sell this shutdown, this 42-day shutdown as a fight for Americans. But newsflash, Americans are just trying to buy groceries while federal workers do everything short of pawning off their wedding rings. Thanks a lot, guys. But Jeffries acts like he wanted to ride this shutdown like a mechanical bull all the way to 2026 in the midterms. Too bad the Senate just yanked the plug. He blames Republicans for the disastrous state of the healthcare industry as if Obamacare isn't their invention. Not a single Republican, not one, voted for Obamacare. Now for the meltdowns. Oh, the meltdowns. Here's this guy having a full-blown psychotic break. Enjoy.
It is time to end the era of the feckless Democrat, too scared to unify the party and stand up to Donald Trump, to stand up to lawlessness, and in this case, to fight for Americans. And let's remember, what Republicans are doing is robbing millions of Americans of their health insurance. It is horrible what Republicans are doing, and it is equally bad that Democrats have lost their spine in standing up to it. But this is the moment when we recognize that is the old Democratic Party, and it is time to make way for the new Democrats, who are born of courage and battle for the American people, not for bowing down out of fear.
I think we may know whose Coke it was at the White House, just saying. Democrats out there are close to breaking Donald Trump. Breaking him? Sir. The only thing breaking is your grip on reality. Trump was busy cutting deals with world leaders while you were rage tweeting in your pajamas. Nice job. Here's Sunny Hostin on The View, you know, the program you try to miss every day, doing the same thing on national television. Enjoy this, too.
I want an opposition party. I think the Democrats caved. I think the Democrats let down the American people. And like you, Whoopi, I have absolutely no faith that the Republican Party will come to the negotiating table in good faith. You know, you do something like this, shame on you the first time. You do it twice, 3 times, 4 times, shame on me. Shame on the Democrats. The bottom line is the Democrats went into this after a blue wave out of the American people saying we do want the opposition. We the working people want the Democratic Party to fight for them. And now they just caved and surrendered. I think Chuck Schumer, his days are over. If he cannot keep his caucus together, he needs to go. He needs to be replaced.
You know, it's pretty sad when standing on principle means letting 800,000 federal workers go without paychecks for a month while AOC and Bernie collect theirs without pause, all for trillions in funding for what amounts to a healthcare scam as far as I'm concerned, and millions more feel the same. Democrats love to talk about the American people, while conveniently forgetting that it was the American people who voted Donald Trump into office and are behind his agenda, and not the agenda of the party that consistently takes the wrong side of 80-20 issues. But the real gut punch for the left came from two of their own, John Fetterman and Dick Durbin. First, the man in the hoodie.
It really wasn't difficult for me personally compared to the 42 million Americans now that they had their SNAP suspended, and then the military not getting paid, all these government workers now that are sitting at the desk right there in the Senate chambers. They haven't been paid in 5 weeks. And now the Capitol Police and all the air traffic controllers, they haven't been paid, and that's made flying less safe. So for me, that's been incredibly difficult for all of those folks, and this kinds of chaos. So for me, you know, this was the 16th time tonight to vote to keep our government open, and that's just I see doing my job, and it's the country over the party on this. And I know there's many people in my caucus are upset that we decided that, hey, I think it's wrong. It's always wrong for me. And that's where I am. And after 41 days, I think we can agree that it wasn't worth the kinds of chaos and trauma for our nation.
Why is one of the only sensible Democrats the one who had a stroke? It shouldn't take a brain injury to admit the obvious. Fetterman might look like he just rolled out of bed, but he actually said the quiet part out loud. This was hurting real people, real Americans, air traffic controllers sleeping in terminals, TSA lines snaking out the door, veterans waiting on paychecks. But the squad, or maybe it should be the firing squad, and the Socialist Caucus didn't care. They're too busy drafting their Medicare for All and also your dog in case, their manifesto. Dick Durbin, the number 2 man in the Senate for the Democrats, the elder statesman of the Senate, admits that Democrats knew the shutdown would starve children, but did it anyway. Why? To protest Donald Trump. Here he is.
Many of my friends are unhappy. They think we should have kept our government closed indefinitely to protest the policies of the Trump administration. I share their opinions of this administration, but cannot accept a strategy which wages political battle at the expense of my neighbor's paycheck or the food for his children. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Now, Mr. Durbin's been in Washington since about the time they invented the telephone, and even he couldn't stomach the carnage. The moderates are peeling off. The radicals are screaming traitor, and Schumer's hiding under his desk about now. I'll predict it now. These moderates are getting primaried next year, all of them. All for being reasonable after more than 40 days of insanity. But here's the kicker. The part the media won't play on a loop for you. President Trump didn't just survive the shutdown, he used it. He used it to his advantage. Listen.
Honestly, can I put it in plain words for you? And you're a smart guy, so you all understand, but a lot of people don't. The Democrats are getting killed on the shutdown because we're closing up programs that are Democrat programs that we were opposed to. So we're being able, and they're never going to come back in many cases. So we're being able to do things that we were unable to do before.
Now, while the Democrats were shutting down the government for more than 40 days, the administration was shutting down their wasteful programs right in front of them. No more funding for DEI czars, no more billion-dollar slush funds for sanctuary cities. It's called training the swamp, one furloughed bureaucrat at a time. Trump turned their tantrum into a scalpel, carving out the rot they've been feeding for decades, and the left knows it. That's why they're not just mad at Schumer, they're terrified because the moderates are waking up, the base is fracturing, and the American people, they're done being pawns in this circus. The Democrat Party isn't a big tent anymore, it's a cage fight. You've got the AOC Bernie wing demanding purity tests and prolonged suffering, and the non-socialist remnant begging for a truce. Schumer's caught in the middle. trying to thread a needle with a sledgehammer. And Jeffries, he's still in the House, vowing to continue the fight for health care for illegal aliens. This isn't leadership. It's cannibalism. The left wanted to hold 330 million Americans hostage to spite one man. But even their own couldn't stomach the ransom note. And Trump, he's already signing the executive orders. Patriots, this is what victory looks like. Not with a bang, but with a whimper from the other side. The shutdown, the Schumer shutdown, is over. And the Democrat Party is tearing itself apart on camera. Grab your popcorn because the show's just getting started. It's going to get worse, but a bit of warning for the Republicans, which we will talk about tomorrow. Don't ignore affordability. You do so at your own peril. Coming up after the break, I'll bring on Congressman Mark Harris to discuss the potential deal to reopen the government after being closed now 43 days. I'll have details straight ahead on America's Voice Live.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Lou, MAGA pilot from Rob's Gator Shot here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Well, I just learned the House of Representatives set to vote tonight around 7 o'clock on that stopgap funding bill aimed at ending what's been the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. And I want to bring on Congressman Mark Harris of North Carolina. Congressman, thank you for being here. It seems the Democrats are as mad as a hornet's nest that got hit by a lawnmower. I mean, the infighting is remarkable. Chuck Schumer, they want his head on a pike and a few more to go with it outside the Capitol for all to see. It seems the Democrat Party has been hijacked by the far left. Your thoughts?
Well, I agree with you, Steve. It does seem like they've been hijacked. And I think that what you're seeing are the results of just very, very poor leadership. But again, you know, they had somebody like Joe Biden in the White House for 4 years, and we saw what it was like to live without leadership. And they're seeing that in their own party right now here in Congress. And listen, it's really ashamed when you stop and consider the pain that the American people have been dealing with now, going into the 43rd day. And yet the reality is they ended up at the same deal that they were offered on September 30th. Senator Thune kept telling them that they would have an opportunity to have the debate, to have a vote. We would do all of those things, just open the government, and they have ignored it and ignored it. They ended up with nothing, and in the midst of it, here we are. Just grateful that there were 8 Democrats that came to their senses and stepped up and did the right thing. A little late, but at least they did it now.
I can guarantee you AOC will challenge Chuck Schumer for that Senate seat. I don't know if she can win statewide. She'll win in New York City. We'll see how that plays out. But do you have any concerns right now? You just went through it for me. You'll have some procedural votes and a debate. The vote should come sometime around 7 o'clock. Any concerns that there will be Republicans that don't go along with you?
Well, there's always some concerns. You never know. We tend to be an independent-minded group of people. But everything I'm hearing is looking that for sure people recognize it is so important for us to get this government open so that we can get back to the America First agenda. I mean, listen, as a freshman congressman, it was a great time for me to have the privilege to come in and serve the people of the 8th District of North Carolina with Donald Trump in the White House. And we have been moving at just record speed, doing things, getting things accomplished, from the One Big Beautiful Bill all the way to the rolling back the different types of challenges that were being created. And it was just happening over and over. And obviously they've tried to slow down the momentum, anything to try to stop the work of government. And here we are. And I'm just excited to be able to get back and let's get this passed tonight, get the government moving so we can continue to try to move the president's agenda forward.
Yeah, my warning to Republicans right now, though, is do not overlook this word, affordability. It's what got Mamdani elected in New York City. It's really what got Donald Trump elected in 2024. It is going to be on the mind of voters come midterm election time. So how do we return affordability, make sure that people can buy houses before they're 40 years old so they can pay the rent, pay the groceries, pay childcare? What can the Republicans do to move that needle before the midterms?
Well, I think the president over the weekend, even, we talk about this whole issue of health care. I think the conversation needs to be held, and it's going to be held, because this whole ACA was never, we call it the Affordable Care Act. It was everything but affordable. It never has been. And Republicans tried to say this from the beginning, that it would collapse on itself without incredible government spending that was just unsustainable. And I think that's exactly what we've seen. And so this was the deadline that the Democrats put on themselves. It's coming the end of December with these COVID era subsidies. I think the president is looking at it correctly. He's talking about putting money back in the pockets of Americans instead of the insurance companies, which are taking our money and then continuing to raise rates out the yazoo. I just believe that if the Republican Party is understanding that we've got to make policy decisions that are going to benefit the American people, not continue to punish them. And I think this is the opportunity we have. So there's lots of conversations of what we're going to do to continue to roll back regulations, continue to help small businesses, looking at this healthcare issue as we talk about some real solutions. I think there's a number of things that are on the horizon as we get back to work here.
Well, Congressman, I know you have a very busy day and you carved some out for us. We truly appreciate you taking a moment. We'll watch the vote tonight, and we wish you well, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, sir. All right, there you have it, Congressman Mark Harris from North Carolina 8. It's an important vote tonight, 7 o'clock. Of course, we'll have all the updates right here on Real America's Voice. We look forward to that and you joining us throughout the evening. Now, coming up after the break, I'll continue the discussion of the government shutdown, specifically on the COVID-era Obamacare subsidies that the Democrats want extended. They were supposed to be temporary. They voted for them to be temporary, and yet here we are. More straight ahead.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1, more time.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women.
Continuing the discussion of the government shutdown, as I said, the continuing resolution passed the Senate Monday, as you know. It's in the House. A final vote expected tonight, according to the congressman from North Carolina. About 7 o'clock tonight is about the time he thinks that they'll get to a final vote. The Democrat shutdown is now in its 6th week and has been a total mess. They demand $1.5 trillion in new spending, but are expected to get only a few billion, if that. We'll see how it all plays out tonight, of course. Democrats wanted a promise to extend their COVID-era Obamacare subsidies that were supposed to be temporary. A move Republicans say would add up to $400 billion a year, every year, for 10 years and just keep adding up. It would add favoritism to the insurance companies over Americans. By the way, tomorrow I'm going to have a list of the politicians that get the most money from the insurance companies. There are Republicans and there are Democrats, both. More Democrats, but a lot of Republicans lining their pockets as well. Here to discuss, Senior Director of Government Affairs at the National Taxpayers Union, Tommy Aiello. Tommy, nice to see you today.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
And by the way, some of the top 5 recipients, politicians, voted for Obamacare. All Democrats, of course. I know you're shocked to hear that. And they want to extend these subsidies because these insurance companies and their lobbyists put tremendous amounts of money in their pockets every election cycle, and sometimes more often than that. That's part of the problem in Washington, isn't it?
You know, it really is. They passed Obamacare 15 years ago. It's supposed to be the Affordable Care Act. Healthcare hasn't gotten any more affordable in those 15 years. It's been quite the opposite. So here we are on the verge of the government reopening, which is a great thing. But Democrats, they're still asking for an extension of these COVID-era pandemic healthcare policies that are too expensive, don't improve care, and really only impact a handful of people. So, you know, we'll have to see what happens, but we should be prepared that this could come up for a vote next month.
Yeah. So when you talk about Obamacare and all this insurance money, look, all the insurance companies have been setting record profits. Here where I live in Michigan, and don't feel too badly for the guy, the CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield here in Michigan just took a pay cut last year. His total compensation package was only $14.5 million, more than $1 million a month. They're all setting record profits. And so the idea, and I think this is a great idea, at least to have a discussion about sending the money directly to American citizens so they can open health savings accounts to use specifically and only for healthcare items, be it insurance premiums, prescription drugs, a visit to the doctor's office, whatever it may be. Would that not save the taxpayers a tremendous amount of money?
It would save a significant amount of money. We have to, realize the fact that the federal government sends billions upon billions of dollars every single month to these insurance companies, and they're the ones that are making the money. It really is not helping the American people that much. So when we say we need to repeal and replace Obamacare, Republicans also need to come up with solutions that will actually help people as well. And we need to be able to tell people what our solutions are. We can't just say we want to repeal and replace. We need to have real solutions. At NTU, we're a big fan of health savings accounts. That's pre-tax money that Americans are able to keep and spend on healthcare related items. We need to have reforms to prescription drugs. Pharmacy benefit managers, these are the middlemen that negotiate drug prices. Far too often, it's too expensive and it costs federal taxpayers too much money. And then, of course, telemedicine. That's the ability to see a doctor online. That'll be a game changer for rural communities who don't have access to doctor's office the same way people in the city or suburban areas do. All of that will help actual people.
Sure. Trump RX, the idea of cutting the cost of prescription drugs for the American people, something that this president has worked on a number of times. In fact, his idea was so good that Mark Cuban, an open Trump hater, a guy that was totally never Trump, said, you know what? That's a pretty good idea. I'll bring my company over to see if we can make it even better. You've got that. You've got lowering of insulin prices. You've got the president coming out and saying GLP-1. Too many people need this drug. It's too expensive. Let's lower that price. So he is working on lowering health care in different places. And that's also a step in the right direction, isn't it?
It really is. We need more competition in the healthcare space. And President Trump recognizes that. He recognizes that healthcare costs, whether it's your premiums, whether it's your copay, whether it's your prescription drugs, it all costs too much money. And we need to bring the cost down. That way people can actually feel the benefits in their pocketbook. You and your last guest talked about affordability. There's nothing more important to the American people than their house or their apartment, having affordable payments there, and having affordable health care. So the more that we can deliver for the American people in both of those regards, the better it will be, and the more people will be rewarded next year in the midterms when we talk about it, and more importantly than talking about it, delivering on both of those things.
Absolutely true. Tommy Aiello from the National Taxpayers Union. Always appreciate you being here, Tommy. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to hear from you, by the way. I want to hear from you. Send me an email. Go to stevegruber.com. Send me an email and tell me about affordability where you are. What is your biggest concern? Is it gas? Is it groceries? Is it rent? Is it mortgage? What is it? stevegruber.com. Send me an email. We really want to hear from you. Now, coming up after the break, I'll discuss the heavy use of AI technology, particularly in Gen Z, and how Gen Alpha can avoid this bleak dependence. More on that coming up.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1, more.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women.
So at its best, AI can be used as a tool for kickstarting an idea or to isolate and gather specific information on a particular topic. I do it every day here to do work for you so you have the best information. But at its worst, AI can be used as a crutch, especially for young folks who are in middle or high school, as the technology makes it so they don't have to strengthen their minds and actually learn or understand a topic. It leads to a decrease in literacy, particularly for Gen Z. Gen Alpha, however, has a chance to turn the tide compared to their Gen Z cohorts if parents are more involved in teaching them in the old ways where a topic and its understanding was earned after voracious reading. Furthermore, screen time should be assessed and limited by parents. We do it here. You should as well. Join me to discuss is the editor-in-chief of Campus Reform, Zachary Marshall. Zachary, nice to see you.
Great to be back.
So my mother taught school back in the days when Texas Instruments was just coming of age and these fancy calculators were coming around. And she said, they're great to have if you know how to do math already. But if you don't, you should never be allowed to use a calculator. Man, that was like 100 years ago, it seems. Boy, was she right. If you never learn how to do something or understand something, you just use a machine to get to the answer, what have you accomplished?
Yeah, I used those calculators in middle school, and that seems like a lifetime ago. And, you bring up a really good point. I wrote this op-ed in Daily Wire encouraging parents how to limit screen time and introduce more books into their Gen Alpha children, because the future is going to be run by people who know how to use AI and are better than AI. It's not just good enough to be able to use ChatGPT. You have to have a solid foundation in learning and reading and writing in order to use AI to your advantage. And what I think parents can do now is find the stuff that students are gravitating towards on their computers, on their tablets, and find books on those topics. It doesn't matter really what a book is on, as long as it's well written. Give it to your children. Try to introduce the same kind of stimulation that children get from Candy Crush or different games on their phones, and find books that have that same topic. And that's a way to kind of teach them habitually how to read and how to stay ahead of this AI curve.
Yeah, you've got to research, Zachary, because look, there is so much garbage from all directions on social media, on the internet, on YouTube. Look, claims are made all the time. Deep fakes are created. And so what I use AI for regularly now is I'll go and I'll say, I'll take a post on Twitter or wherever, and I'll say, is this true, to an AI machine, to an engine? And they'll say yes or no. Oftentimes it's no, because you'll see something outlandish and go, that does not sound right. I encourage the whole world to fact check what they find on the internet. Do you think that's a good idea?
It totally is, and that's something that I was researching earlier this year with ChatGPT and Perplexity and others when seeing how good their fact-checking is, and it's not really that good. It confused a lot of people in the first and second Trump administration. So if I put in generic copy, it would tell me that Betsy DeVos is still the Secretary of Education when that is completely wrong. So while we can use the tools to make our work more efficient, we still need to be smarter than it and still have to have critical logic and knowledge skills. And that only comes from reading and writing. And I've taught writing and reading for over 10 years, from middle school to PhD students. And what we're seeing right now is that every year students are less proficient in reading and writing, and parents are not putting enough books in front of their children. So they need to find a way how to trick their children, if it comes down to that, to read more books, kind of like putting like medicine in chocolate syrup. Find books that are somewhat on topic to what the kids want to do online and have them learn that way, that they can supplement tablets with more traditional forms of entertainment and reading.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Zach. When you talk about this whole thing back and forth, how big of a challenge is it for the teachers that are in the classroom? And they know the kid didn't write this, but they can't necessarily prove it. I mean, it's a challenge for teachers to say, wait a second, Johnny, this is not your work. Because if you know Johnny's a C student and suddenly he turns in an A paper that's just mind-blowing, you're like, wait a second. So the challenge is on the educators as well at all levels, isn't it?
It is. And, it's a conundrum for those K through 12 educators, because at an individual level, you can say it's your fault for not, upholding standards in the classroom. But then we are talking about individual employees here who then, if they make a complaint or accusation against a student, they have to defend it against the parents defending their students. They are also under pressure from their districts, from their unions, to have certain good rates. So there has been an incentive at public schools to fail students forward for far too long, and sometimes it's more convenient for teachers to fail people forward, even though they know they're not ready for the next grade. And this all comes to a head with higher education when you have professors inheriting high school graduates who are failed by the education system, and professors, as we've documented in Campus Reform, are not doing their job to confront students with their lacking standards. We have, covered grade inflation. We've covered alternative grading that makes students feel better about the grades they're getting, and nothing to do to make them better people or better readers or better writers.
We actually covered this on this program last week. The average graduation grade point from Harvard today is 3.8. 50 years ago it was 2.6. 2.6. Anyhow, grade inflation is real as well. Zachary Marshall, always appreciate you being here. Thank you. By the way, folks, it's why I fish. I can trust that. And send your kids outside, would you? They'll learn more out in the yard than they will from any screen they sit in front of for too long. That I believe. It's the one time of the year that Birch Gold Group gives away free gold with every qualifying purchase. That's right, for Black Friday. When you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, Birch Gold will send you free gold to your home. For every $20,000 purchased. Look, gold started this year around $2,600 an ounce. By October, it was over $4,000 an ounce. It's over $4,000 again today. Why? Global uncertainty. 2025 has been defined by trade wars. Central banks are pulling from the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency, and military tension continues to build in a variety of places. Gold thrives in times of uncertainty. And if you're looking to diversify your savings, Birch Gold can help you. Plus, now through November the 30th, get free gold with a qualifying purchase. Just text America to 989898. Claim your eligibility and get a free information kit on gold. But your opportunity for free gold is limited. It ends on November 30th. So don't wait. Text America to the number 989898 for full details. Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1, more time.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/Rav to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women.
Well, President Trump recently announced that his administration plans to issue $2,000 to tariff dividends to Americans while using the rest of the money to lower America's national debt. My good friend Grant Stinchfield recently discussed this with precious metals expert Philip Patrick from the Birch Gold Group. Take a look at the conversation.
What do you make of this idea that the tariff money is going to bring down the debt, but we've got a spending battle going on that's going to go through January 30th? My guess is government spending is not going anywhere.
Yeah, listen, tariff money is great. We didn't have it under Biden. This is $500 billion we didn't have a year ago. So we are edging in the right direction. Is it going to reduce the national debt? Doesn't look like that. We're still running a $2 trillion annual deficit. The tariff revenue looks enough to offset the tax cuts implemented by President Trump, which will obviously help boost the economy. What I don't see them doing anytime soon is closing that $2 trillion deficit. And in order to reduce the national debt, we're going to have to do that. So we'll have to wait and see.
All right, if he carries through with his plan to send middle-income folks $2,000, I don't know if it'll be mandated it's used for health care or how he's going to do that, but what does that do for gold, putting an extra $2,000 in the pockets of everyday Americans?
Look, what does it do for everyday Americans is the question. I think it's going to help them, right? They've been feeling the squeeze. Even the government shutdown, I think, cost them $140 a week on average. So we're getting hit everywhere. Wages haven't been keeping pace with inflation. So putting money in the pockets of Americans would be a good thing. But what are we doing with the tariff money? Are we paying down the debt, or are we giving it to Americans to go out and spend and help bolster? And there isn't enough to do both, so it's one or the other. It's going to help families around Christmas. Like I said, it's money we didn't have a year ago, but we got a bigger problem when it comes to the national debt, and that I don't see the solution for on the horizon.
You and I have talked about central banks around the world buying up gold, right? And I see that this is still going on. Can you explain to me why they are buying up gold?
Yeah, I'll try and do it quickly. So first of all, they set a new record for the third quarter of this year. This was the single biggest quarter in world history. It beat the previous quarter record by 28%. A lot of motivations for the world. Basically, they're looking at our fiscal situation, debt to GDP over 110%. We're running deficits. The dollar is a long-term store of value, isn't looking good. Gold and the dollar are directly inverse. So central banks around the world are de-dollarizing. US dollar holdings are still at 35-year lows. There isn't a better currency than the dollar out there, so they're using gold as a means to de-dollarize. It became the #2 global reserve asset last year, 20% of global reserve. I want to remind people, in the 80s, gold constituted 70% of central bank reserves. I think we're heading back to that long term.
All right, last question for you, because I get this for people when I talk to folks on the street. They'll talk to me about Birch Gold and my relationship with you guys and Rev. And the number one question I get is, well, I'm worried I can't unload it once I have it. I can't. It's not liquid. What do you tell people who say that?
Listen, demand for gold, whether it's central bank, whether it's institutional, it is at all-time highs today. Gold is incredibly liquid. People don't think about it. Listen, when you sell a bond, you have to find a buyer for that bond, right? It's the same with gold, but there's always buyers. This is a global market, and we're in a period of all-time high demand. When clients buy from Birch, it's very simple. You give us a call, you say we need to sell it, and Birch Gold Group are here to buy it back. So we make it very easy, but even without us, it's easy to sell gold anywhere in the United States and globally.
Well, you heard them. Text the word America to the number 989898 today. Learn how to diversify your savings with gold. Again, America to 989898. Do that today. Now, after the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of how wonderful America is, plus your answers to the America's Voice question of the day. This is a big one. Do you agree with President Trump's reasoning that a 50-year mortgage could make home ownership more affordable for Americans? Why or why not? We'll be right back.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Mama Rev in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Just signed a massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition Corporation and Crypto.com, the crypto platform trusted by millions of users worldwide. They're teaming up to acquire up to $6.4 billion in CRO to establish America's first publicly traded CRO treasury, Trump Media Group's CRO strategy. Once complete, this new company will be the largest publicly traded CRO holder out there. Ready to join the crypto revolution? Head to Crypto.com today. Be part of this historic move. That's Crypto.com. And don't wait. For more information on the proposed business combination, check out Yorkville Acquisition Corp's public filings. What makes America wonderful? We do it every single day here with the hope of putting a smile on your face. I hope it works most days. I think it does. Today's story comes to us from Lafayette, Louisiana, where a high school football player showed humility toward the custodian by giving him a hand. The game between Turlings Catholic High School and St. Thomas More saw a huge turnout as the stadium was packed and certainly filled with a lot of highlight reel-worthy moments. But as you all know, such a turnout ends up with a big mess to clean up at the end. Well, the game ended and everyone left to celebrate, leaving one custodian to pick up the entire mess all by himself. That is, until number 23 of Turlings Catholic, Hudson Clavel, showed up to offer a helping hand and later recounted that he was moved by the custodian's effort to get the job done regardless of who was there to help or not. Humility. It's the theme of today's story, and Hudson's kind gesture was certainly worthy of a mention, as today it reminds us of what makes America wonderful. Great young people with great attitudes. All right, so the question of the day, it's going to be a fiery one. Do you agree with President Trump's reasoning that a 50-year mortgage could make home ownership more affordable for Americans? Tracy Beauchamp, the interest rates being lowered would help more than anything, she says. Evelyn Ferguson, bankers win, not homeowners. Sam Poles III, if you want to be a slave to debt your whole life, cut out the Starbucks, 5 streaming services, and the $1,500 phones and save for a down payment. You know, I agree with that so completely. Sam, we are an entertainment-driven society. We've got Roku, and we've got YouTube TV, and we've got all these different things. We've got the phone and the computer and all these services. You're right. Save some money. Stop entertaining yourself all the time and complaining that you're broke. Dennis Paul writes, depends on the interest rate. There's truth to that. Mark Connor, it will help for the monthly payments, but not good in the long run. No, because your interest rates will be staggering overall. Pretty remarkable. Barbara Ann writes, says 50 years would make cheaper payments. Yes, but Barbara Ann, you want to be paying a mortgage in your 80s or 90s? Tim Paul, no, it's setting people up to have mortgages way beyond 65 years of age and having very little equity 10 to 20 years into their mortgage. Horrible idea, he writes. Horrible idea. Tom Folkmeyer writes, this doesn't fix the problem. If anything, this will increase home prices because homes will become more, quote, affordable. Not thrilled with this. John Hogan, agree that it would allow for younger buyers, but not for older people. Yeah, what would it do for the people that are, almost 40 right now and still don't have a home? That's the big question in America today. Alaskan Sourdough writes, with the average age of first-time home buyers at an all-time high of 40, the majority who opt for a 50-year mortgage will be dead before it's paid off. It should be called the Perpetual Mortgage Loan, or PML. Yeah, not going to work very well, is it? A lot of people against this. I don't know if it's a great idea either. But what I will say is this. At least there's a discussion going on. A discussion of how to make health care more affordable by sending the money directly to you, the American taxpayer. I think that's a conversation worth having. Health savings accounts are a good idea, because think about this. If you're young and you start putting into an HSA because the money's not being sent to insurance companies directly, who then give that money to political candidates and office holders, well, then that money, if you don't use it, will roll over and roll over and roll over. And that is a good idea for you, the American. I don't know about the $2,000 checks coming from tariffs. Maybe that happens. Maybe it doesn't. But these are all conversations that must be had, because here's the bottom line. Affordability. That is the word that's going to carry the midterms. That is the word that's going to carry 2028. If you didn't learn that from New York City, you are not paying attention. All right. Now, I want to hear from you. When it comes to affordability, what is the most important thing on your list? Is it the mortgage, like we've talked about? Is it groceries? Is it gas? Is it electric? Is all of it? Is it all of it? Affordability. Send me an email, stevegruber.com, stevegruber.com. Send me an email. Tell me what your priorities are, what your concerns are, what your fears are, and what your hopes are. We want positive here as well. Speaking of positive, I've got Bowling up next. Bowling for dollars he is every single day. Here he is, everybody. Eric Bowling, how are you?
I'm good. The stock market's been pretty good, Steve. Pretty darn good last few days. Can't say the same for the crypto market. But gold. Gold hit $4,200 an ounce today. I don't know.
Yeah,
a couple of guys were talking about gold for a while.
What about crypto?
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're just seeing a lot. It's had a massive run up. A lot of people are, end of the year, they're just taking some profits, want to put some money in their pockets, being pushed down. I think as soon as this mess is cleaned up a little bit, the last probably 3 weeks of selling, you probably see a nice move. I think most of the big players want to see the Bitcoin price around 130 by the end of the year. I think we see something like that. But hey, that's why they call it markets.
We'll see what happens.
Gambling. Yeah, exactly.
Look, it is the greatest appreciating asset in world history, Bitcoin. There's not even any comparison to it. But some people say it's over. Some people say it hasn't even begun. We'll see. Yogi
Berra said it ain't over until it's over, Steve. I'm going to go with Yogi on the Bitcoin price.
I agree, because I've got a bit of it. I hope it's not over, because you and I will both be crying together. So
it'll be not over when we both get out of our Bitcoin and they go straight up afterwards. That's just.
I thought about that too. Should we get out now? No, don't get out now.
There's a thing on the trading floor. I spent 12 years on trading floors in New York, just trading my own. Just got my butt handed me once in a while. And sometimes you're a windshield, sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the bug, and it's almost like every single time you can't take the pain anymore. You sell out of position, it's going down. You sell it, and literally as you're selling the last piece of it, straight back up. It's the way. That's why it's so difficult to make money in markets. The mentality takes a really, really long time to get a hang of it, so to speak. But that's what we do.
Yeah, be patient out there. Yeah. What do you got?
Buy and hold, as they say. And in crypto, the thing called diamond hands. It's just it's one of the memes called diamond hands. It means I'm a holder. I'm not selling. My hands are holding like diamonds. So that's what.
Yeah, I can't deny. I mean, I can't sell now. I'll tell you that, because I just can't. It'd be silly. So I'm going to wait for it, just like you. I'll have diamond hands as well. Good turn.
In 2017, I'm in Miami. I bought my first Bitcoin at 10,000. It's a tenfold price tag on it. Wow. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Gruber, good talking to you, my friend. We'll talk to you again soon tomorrow. Because it's Wednesday, and 4 p.m. means the markets are closed. Take a look. We just kind of referenced it a little bit with Gruber. Dow did very well, 327 points on the upside to the Dow or so. S&P up a little. NASDAQ took a little bit of a dip. Here's an interesting one, though. I don't get this one. Nothing could be better than this next one, though. Gold was up. Gold is up almost $84 an ounce today. Gold and oil usually go in the same direction. They're both commodities. They're both dollar-based commodities. Usually is a function of the dollar's strength. The weakness is gold's up $83. And the good news, oil got smacked down $2.50. Look at that price, folks, 58.5. We haven't seen a price of oil that low in, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years since Trump was last president. This is very good news for the economy. Good news for folks going forward. All righty. And I said, the Bitcoin price, so it just can't get out of its own way. 101,000 and change. Just needs to get all this mess selling through and then jump back in. Our first guest, the former Trump attorney and current Judicial Watch senior attorney, who joins us to discuss the fact that outsiders, by the way, this young woman is probably the most persecuted person outside of Donald Trump in the history of America. Outsiders who may be associated with the Obama and the Biden administrations and Hillary Clinton, who allegedly paid for the criminal acts against her after the election. In other words, they paid to have Christina Bobb looked at, and maybe even worse. Christina, good to have you on, my friend. Before we get into all this, we'll get into all that, but we have to talk about this drip, drip, drip. The Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have released a bunch more Epstein emails, and some of them are saying Trump is mentioned in it. And I want to just clarify this I was just on Piers Morgan's show, and there, a bunch of people are trying to jump on, Trump did it, Trump's guilty. And I said, guys, there's no evidence of this, because his name is mentioned in an email. And at one point, Jeffrey Epstein says to Ghislaine Maxwell, Trump knows because he told Ghislaine to stop, meaning stop talking about the girls. It's almost acquitting Trump, yet they want to slap some sort of guilty thing on him already. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, this is one of those things where they're trying to make something new out of basically the same thing we've seen before. It's not actually incriminating, but the most detrimental pieces that are in these emails are that Donald Trump knew Jeffrey Epstein, that he had been with Jeffrey Epstein, that he knew Ghislaine Maxwell, and that Jeffrey Epstein had been to Mar-a-Lago. Like, we already knew all that. That's not new news. And so the fact that it's in a new email that we're just getting access to, I don't think there was really anything there. Nothing that was particularly concerning for me, although I would like to see more of the Epstein file released. I think this slow trickle of information is not going to go well for the Trump administration or for Republicans, because it's a hot potato that has landed in, Republicans' lap at the moment. So I'd like to see it just released. And if this is the worst information that Democrats can find to trickle out there, it's not that bad.
Even if it's worse, why don't we just get it out? Just get it over with.
I agree.
It's not going to go away. All right. Yep. I mean, he can't get reelected again, Donald Trump. I mean, and I don't think they're just slow walking until after the midterms, because they figure it would be negative. Because I think that there's going to be people on both sides that are implicated. Why not just listen? I don't mean to be callous, right? I think the victims deserve their moment, but there were plenty of opportunities for Giuffre, the young lady who killed herself eventually, who's accuser of Prince Andrew, now and formerly known as Prince Andrew, now just Andrew. She never mentioned Trump. She never mentioned that Trump was participating in any of this. So there's been many information, there are many pieces of information that could have implicated him and hasn't. Very quickly, why won't they just release it all?
No, I agree. I would like to see it released. I don't think there's anything incriminating on Donald Trump in there, or that would have been released right now. So there's some other reason that people don't want to release it. But I think you're right. That's probably bad for people on both sides.
Honestly, Christine, I'm trying to figure out, and the only thing I can possibly think about is that there are big supporters and donors on both sides that will be implicated, and no one wants to be the president. Biden could. I think back at what they did to persecute Trump to make sure he wasn't 47 president. Right. They did everything they could. They made stuff up in court. And if they had something on him, I think they would have released it. It seems to be some pretty high-powered people on both sides that no one wants to really mess with.
I think that's exactly right. It comes back to the donors, right? It's always about money.
Always about the money. Follow the money, folks. When you can't figure it out, follow the money. Always a good tactic. And now back to your case. You found out that a group who shares the same address, president, executive director, and leadership team as the Elias and Eisen groups gave $200,000 to Arizona Attorney General Chris May's campaign after the election, which seems like Mays was paid to prosecute people like you, Trump supporters. Tell us about it.
Right. So I filed this motion in my criminal case, which is still pending, basically saying it was the Democrat Attorney General's Association paid Chris Mays $200,000 after her election was over, while she was in the midst of opening the grand jury and doing the investigation into us. And I can't say in exchange, because, I'll leave law enforcement to prove it. But this is what I argue to the court, is that it looks improper that she then granted a level of prosecution power to a nonprofit that was started largely by the Democrat Attorney General's Association. So they're paying on one hand, and then they're getting to help prosecute us on the other hand. And so the motion that I filed said, this looks improper. She needs to be disqualified. And the court has not ruled on it yet, but I certainly think she needs to be disqualified. And then, there are some potential appearances of bribery or some type of financial crimes, potentially, that needs to be investigated. And I sent the information that I have to the Department of Justice and said, hey, you might want to look into this. At the very least, she needs to stop prosecuting us. At worst, there's some funny business going on. Yeah,
and you need to continue. Here's a weird thing, though. There's so much of this stuff seems incestuous. Like, we got to remind our viewers that Mark Elias was Hillary Clinton's CFO for her presidential campaign, and Norm Eisen was ethics czar for Obama. But, Christina, Trump hired Elias to handle some of the state-by-state legal stuff that he went through post-election, right?
Mark Elias?
Yes, wasn't he working with the Trump administration or Trump campaign at one point? I believe he was.
Oh, I'm not aware of that. I've only seen Mark Elias. I mean, he's very, very liberal. His website is "I help Democrats." I mean, literally, that's what his homepage says.
Right. No, I'm pretty sure he worked. general counsel for Hillary Clinton. Elias oversaw the state-by-state response to lawsuits filed by Trump.
Against Trump, yeah.
He was involved in the campaign late. Here's how I remember. I was talking to Seb Gorka at Mar-a-Lago at the poll, and we were trying to figure out why the hell Mark Elias was involved in the Trump campaign at all. And he was at some point. But anyway,
wow.
So let's go on. So you have whistleblowers, potential whistleblowers?
Yeah, well, I sent a whistleblower complaint to the Department of Justice just with the information that I had for my motion to disqualify her, saying, I'm going as far as there's an appearance of impropriety. That's the burden that I have to prove in court, and that's what my motion says. But it does appear improper, and you might want to investigate where this money is coming from and where it's all going, because it looks very suspicious. It looks very incestual, as you said, and it looks like these Democrat attorney generals, and I'm talking about Chris Mays, but it folds over into other states as well, that they are basically ceding their political power, ceding their government power to these Democrat nonprofits that are started largely by either the Democrat Attorney General's Association or other portions of the DNC. And they're taking their direction from the party rather than as the independent, elected official that they were elected to be. So it appears that there's some improper relationships going on there. I'm not making any criminal accusations, but there could be criminal activity. Yep. I suggest DOJ look into it, and they haven't, but we'll see if they do.
So why not, right? And again, this is another. The reason why I'm asking is that I think I represent MAGA. I've been there since 2015. Steve Bannon calls me original gangster MAGA, OG MAGA.
Yeah.
I just don't. First of all, I haven't seen any perp walks. We haven't seen the Epstein full file unredacted, which we were promised that. And there are things like this, like why aren't they pursuing some of the folks that did some?
Yeah.
Why aren't they pursuing the people who are aggressively, throwing the J6ers behind bars, right? And just follow up on the things that we said they were going to do. You make MAGA a lot less agity, if that's a word right now.
Well, sure it is. No, I think you're exactly right. And I think MAGA is frustrated because we have felt the pressure the full 4 years of the Biden administration, not to mention the 4 years of the Trump administration, where they were still targeting Trump and his supporters, even though he was in power. We have felt that weight for years and years and years. And then you get the Trump administration and supposedly a conservative Department of Justice and a House and Senate. And it just hasn't solved the problem. I mean, the House and Senate could have created election reform, which is what conservatives have wanted. President Trump has his agenda of, 1 day, no mail-in ballots, no machines, be in-person voting. He has his list of things he wants. That could happen. But the Republican House and Senate aren't doing it. They haven't passed immigration reform. His tariffs that are now being threatened at the Supreme Court level, that could be passed by the House and Senate, but they're not doing it because they have a separate agenda. So President Trump has come into office trying to implement the plan that the people elected him to implement. And whether it's his Department of Justice or the Republican House and Senate, they're just not supporting his agenda. And I think Americans are getting frustrated. And then, Republicans get spanked in the election a couple weeks ago and go, why are we losing support? You're losing support because you're not doing what we elected you to do in the first place.
What's the goal here? What's the end goal? What do you want to hear? What's the petition to Department of Justice right now?
Well, I think the Department of Justice needs to investigate this. I'm already being prosecuted, right? I'm in the process of working through my case, which I hope is successfully resolved here in the next month or two. However, next time they come, they're not going to come for me. They're going to come for other people. They're going to come for other Republican officials. They're coming after conservatives. And I don't want that to happen to anybody else, but nobody is stopping them. No one is creating any type of deterrent from allowing these liberals, as soon as they get in power, to come after Republicans at the lowest level. The difference between what Donald Trump is doing and what the Democrats did when they were in office is Donald Trump is going after, to the extent that they have gone after, elected officials, John Bolton, Comey, they were appointed, but appointed officials, Letitia James was elected. They're going after the people in positions of power that abused their positions of power. When the Democrats were in office, they did that. I mean, they went after Donald Trump, but they largely came after us. It was largely the American people. It was the people who were volunteering for political campaigns at the state level.
Said they're going after, the reason why I was so outrageous, you're going after a former president, but he was a citizen. If they can go after him, They can literally go after anybody, and they went after all his closest friends, advisors, lawyers. Christina, really stay on and come back to us and let us know how things progress. Appreciate your time. Christina Bob, everybody. Thank you. All right, folks, it's that one time a year, the Birch Gold Group gives away free. I've been saying this for weeks. They're going to give away free gold with every qualifying purchase. You realize gold went up $130 an ounce yesterday, another $80 to $200 an ounce, each ounce in 2 days. Every purchase, they will figure out a way to get you some gold. That's right. For Black Friday, when you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, Birch Gold will send you free gold to your home for every $20,000 purchased. Gold started the year around $2,600 an ounce. It's $4,300 an ounce today. You believe that? Global uncertainty is the reason. 2025 has been defined by trade wars. Central banks are pulling from the U.S. dollar as global reserves currencies. The dollar starts to go down. When the dollar goes down, things like gold go up. Military tension continues to build. Gold thrives in times of uncertainty. And if you're looking to diversify your savings, Birch Gold Group can help you. Plus, now through November 30th, you get free gold with a qualifying purchase. Just text this word, America, to 989898 to claim your eligibility and for a free info kit on gold. But your opportunity for free gold with purchase ends on November 30th, so don't wait. Text that word, America, to 989898 for full details. All right, let's do this very quickly. Wait's over. The name I've been teasing all week. Take a look. There it is, Mr. Patrick Bet-David. The guy went from refugee, came over from Iran, a Christian in Iran, came over as a refugee, not a dime in his pocket, started working at Burger King, at Gold's Gym, and developed once in a lifetime opportunity to develop a $200 million value-tainment business. Amazing story. Just take your phone, open the camera, hit that QR code right there, little yellow line, press it. It'll never charge you. You will not be charged a penny. No one's going to help you down. It's simply to push us up the YouTube algorithm. You can either use your camera or you can subscribe this way. Go to youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. Patrick Bet-David tells you about his whole life story. That's going to drop tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your support. And thank you for your subscription. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Well, we know there's a new administration in Washington, D.C., and they brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. But the reality is, however, that there's only so much any government can do, and that if you really want to make America healthy again, that has to start at home with each and every one of us. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors on this network all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens. You don't see these things coming, folks. These viruses, they sweep through and you don't see them, but they help keep you prepared with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of those medications. Very important there. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a more prosperous and satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice. Use that promo code VOICE and save 10%. All right, our next guest, former chief of the U.S. Border Patrol, was Customs and Border Protection's acting deputy commissioner and was nominated by President Trump in 2018 to be ICE director. He's the only person to have led both ICE and CBP for Homeland Security. Let's bring back Ron Vitiello. Good to have you back, my friend, Ron. So update us on, so we had Oscar El Blue Ramirez come on yesterday, and now there are 3 separate people who work for the Mexican government who've been assassinated by the cartels. Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, says it's against the law to go after the cartel. Is she wrong? Is she right? And the reason why I ask is it affects so many people on this side of the border.
I've not heard what she said. It is clearly against the law in Mexico, and certainly no barriers to the United States Justice Department pursuing people who are involved in organized crime, whether that organized crime is sponsored in Mexico or Russia or Iran, wherever it is. And so I'm not sure what she said, but I will tell you that there is a full court press as it relates to the Homeland Security Task Force pursuing targets that affect behavior in the United States, mainly the importation of drugs and human trafficking across our southwest border. That's a concentration. They obviously have capability for other worldwide threats, but the cartels in Mexico are definitely feeling the heat. I think the most egregious example, or the example that has the most impact that I see every day, is the low level of numbers of people who are attempting to cross the border every single day. We went from literally thousands to a couple of hundred a day. Many of those are being not only arrested and caught, but prosecuted and removed very quickly. So behavior has changed at the border. And we're seeing these cartels now try to entice people using lies and misinformation to cross the border illegally, even though they know full well that the end game is a jail cell and a quick flight home.
So the fewer people coming across the border, yet it seems like more Americans, liberal Americans, are protesting ICE activities, officers arresting perps inside the country. Why do you think this is happening?
Well, it's the propaganda. The left has succeeded in convincing themselves and maybe other Americans that it's not illegal to be in the country after crossing the border illegally if you don't commit a crime. Well, that's just not the way the laws work. The law on the books that says you can't enter the country illegally has been on in its current form since the 50s and well before that when Immigration and Nationality Act was created. So the left has succeeded in saying, hey, that's not a crime. In fact, the former secretary of DHS was telling people that if they're in the country illegally, and that's all they are, that's the only crime they've committed, that ICE wasn't going to look for them. Well, that has obviously changed in a dramatic way. This President Trump got elected on securing the border, making the homeland safe, and deporting the upwards of 20 million people who came in during the last administration. And so the left doesn't like that. I'm going to tell you that my opinion about that is they don't like it. It's because it's being successful.
Right.
You're seeing crime go down in places like Chicago and D.C. You're seeing record numbers of people being arrested and removed. And you're seeing unprecedented numbers of people who are electing to leave the United States without pressure from the government, other than the threat of being arrested on our terms and on the government's terms instead of individual terms. So about 1.5 million people have raised their hand and said, you know what, I need help to leave, or I'm leaving on my own.
It's a great campaign.
With or without
it's a great campaign. Kristi Noem, Homeland Security Secretary, is on a horse saying, I'm on a horse, but here we're at an airport, and you're going to be on that airport. You're going to be on that runway home and you're not coming back unless you deport yourself, self-deport, and then we'll give you a break a little bit, maybe give you a little bit of bump towards the head of the line if you come back legally. The great process. It's working. Our own RAV correspondent was at Mar-a-Lago last night for the Big Blue Bash and caught up with Tom Homan, who had this to say. Watch.
I'm proud to serve with him. First of all, I'm proud to serve with the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald Trump. But look, I was an ICE agent. I was a Border Patrol agent. I wore those uniforms. I wore those badges. I love each and every one of them. The first time I retired, I told them I'd never leave their six. President Trump came back. I'm back with them again. I pray for them every night, go home safe. They're American heroes. Every day they're out there, they wear a Kevlar vest, they strap a gun to their hip to protect America. And it's a shame that you got Democratic members on the Hill that want to compare them to Nazis and racists. And because of that hateful rhetoric, the assaults are up over 1,000%. But let me say this, ICE and Border Patrol are going to be out there tonight. They're going to be out tomorrow. They go out there every day to do what President Trump promised American people he's going to do, make this country safe again.
It's really interesting, Ron. There I believe there's 2 laws in the book. So you can't interfere with a federal agency or an agent doing his job, and that's what the border agents are trying to do. It's literally a crime in the criminal code. I'm not sure why we're not arresting all these folks.
Well, there is impeding federal officers in the pursuit of their duties. There's specific impeding the charges at the border for traffic checkpoints, et cetera. And then there are many, they talk about, thousands of percent increase in assaults against ICE agents. There's also a commensurate rise in the prosecution referrals and acceptance for criminal cases and arrests in the interior in places like L.A., Chicago, and all the other places that we're doing this work across the nation. So, we have unprecedented support from the Department of Justice. You and I would like to see more in some of these cities when the locals can't not or will not help us. We are sometimes outnumbered. And retreating and breaking contact and living to fight another day, using video evidence and referring those cases later is sometimes the most safest and appropriate tactic. But yeah, you're right. We need to have consequences for people who get in the way of lawful law enforcement activities. We're all for the First Amendment right to protest in the United States, but you can't put hands on the police. You can't barricade their car. You can't make their lives miserable by getting in their way and pushing them and shoving them up.
You can't throw a Subway sandwich at one of them and then get acquitted. Get acquitted. Final thought.
Yeah, we can't hire the juries. We can only do the best we can in helping select them. But nonsense knows no bounds with regard to activist judges or activist jurors.
Correct. And that, it makes sense. You can arrest them all you want, but if the judge is going to put a restraining order on cops, it won't matter one bit. Ron Vitiello, good having you on, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, 2.5 minutes. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
Feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here.
where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
All right, always happy to have our next guest on. He's our own Rav Chief White House correspondent, Mr. Brian Glenn. First of all, we know it's cold, about that. But we have to do this. You know, I know folks hate it. We got to do it just because it's news. Let's not be like the other side, okay? Let's just be honest. We have to talk Epstein. We have to. The Epstein emails, the House Democrats released from the House Oversight Committee, I believe. They just drip, trickle these things out. They're trying to attach President Trump to some sort of nefarious activities. Brian, I read it. I'm looking at it. I don't see one thing that ties him to anything. Yeah, did he know Epstein? Of course he did. Guess what? So did Bill Clinton. So did Bill Gates. So did Larry Summers, the former Biden Treasury Secretary. So did a lot of people who knew him. Nothing is accusatory. And Ghislaine Maxwell said he wasn't involved. Giuffre, the girl who killed herself, who was a victim, said Trump wasn't involved. What is with these Democrats? Sir, how was that briefing room?
Yeah. Well, the briefing room was pretty tense, and we all knew that this topic would come up, and it was pretty much the first question when it got tossed to the general question sessioning. But think about this. Democrats has sat on this information. This information has been available for years. They could have brought this up in the last presidency for President Trump, but they chose to bring it up now. Now, out of the 60,000 plus pages, they plucked out three, kind of cherry plucked, if you will, 3 emails, one of which is a deceased woman, one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, who under oath said that Trump had nothing to do with the abuse of these women or had any type of inappropriate relationships with these women. So that is factual. That is in a court of law. So the Democrats, obviously, this is a very political move. They want to do this right after the Democrats have lost on the Schumer shutdown. Republicans have got the government back open. They're hoping to kind of rain on that parade. But we knew this was coming, but this has been the fact from day one, Eric, and we all know this. President Trump had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein and his weaponization, his sexualization, his abuse of these women.
He tossed Epstein out of the club. He made Epstein resign his Mar-a-Lago membership. But they forget that those parts. And Virginia Giuffre is the victim, the formerly known as Prince Andrew's victim. Said Trump. She never saw Trump there. If she saw him, she didn't see him doing anything wrong. Caroline Levitt had a few things to say.
And the women that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, let's listen to Caroline real quick, and you can weigh in just after. Okay.
And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Ouija, that recently wrote that Miss Giuffre maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and is unfortunately no longer with us. Mary.
Thank you, Kelly. 2 questions on this. In the interest of transparency, why not just go ahead, release the full files on Epstein, get this all over with?
This administration has done more with respect to transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein than any administration ever. In fact, this administration, the Department of Justice, has turned over tens of thousands of documents.
You know, no one's going to like this. I just wish they would too. I wish they just release the whole damn thing. You know, let whatever happens, happens. You know what? Trump can't get reelected anyway. They're not going to prosecute people this far in advance. Let's just find out, you know. But no one likes to hear that on our side, at least. Brian, your thoughts? I cut you off before. I apologize.
Yeah. Well, no, it's okay. That's okay. Now, if you remember the press conference that was in front of the Capitol months ago, Marjorie Taylor Greene obviously was a part of that press conference. Those women even said they voted for Trump, so they weren't anti-Trumpers. And I will say this, and Marjorie obviously gets a lot of criticism for standing up in this fight. And I can tell you, for someone that knows her heart is for the victims. It is not to vilify anybody in the Republican Party, not to vilify President Trump at all. Matter of fact, she has said numerous times, and she said it even today, I believe, on some press engagements, that President Trump has nothing to do with this, and she's simply fighting for the victims of all of this, and that's where her heart is at. She's not trying to basically go against the party or go against the president. So I do want to make that clear, because a lot of viewers have been very critical of her, and I understand from a 30,000-foot elevation you can assume that, but when you look at it, she's simply standing up for the victims that were sexualized by Jeffrey Epstein, and that's it.
Because she comes on here quite often, very graciously, came on right after The View. She couldn't gone anywhere. She came right to the show. And I will tell you, she's a stand-up. She's a true, honest person. Her feelings here are what she delivers on Capitol Hill, which is what you want. Is it always in line with exactly what everyone wants to be in line with? No, but I want a politician. I want someone representing me. People of Georgia, of that district, are lucky. I'd love to see her in a Senate position, maybe even more, because if you're going to be true to yourself, and you're elected with these same principles, you're going to be true no matter what happens next. I respect her for that. Yeah. Do people get mad at me for yes, and her, yes, but so the hell what? More politicians should be like Marjorie Taylor Greene, not fewer.
Well, I just want to let our viewers know she is 100% behind the president. A lot of people think she has walked away from President Trump on many issues, and maybe she has a different opinion on certain things and how she wished it was handled. But nevertheless, she is behind the president. I can't say that enough. And of course, you read the comments online, Eric, and you may think otherwise, but Marjorie is simply supporting the victims here. She is not trying to turn the victims against the administration or anybody else. She's simply just fighting for them and wanting to get the truth out to help these people heal as well. So I think that's
Brian,
important to mention here.
I had someone today say, I'm not going to mention their name, say, do you think she's going to vote against opening, the bill to open the government? I said, are you out of your mind? Come on, guys. Come on. She is simply saying she wants to see the list because there are a lot of victims in there. If there are wealthy fat cat donors that were playing around and flying under the radar, they deserve to be outed. I agree with her. She's taking way too much pain. And look, I'm MAGA. I'm OG MAGA. I said it earlier. I'll say it again. Bannon will confirm it. Original Gangster MAGA, one of the first supporters of Trump. I'm still here. I still support him. But you can't just blindly say everything's perfect. You have to say there are certain times when we want to see more. I would like to see more. She would like to see more. Yeah. Whatever it is, I respect Marjorie Taylor Greene for delivering on what she believes. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. And I will say this, after the 2020 election was stolen, MAGA was absolutely crushed. Everyone abandoned President Trump in the MAGA agenda. There was 2 people that came up and said, this is a bunch of crap. We've got to get this country back on the track. We've got to re-energize MAGA. She went on the road Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz did their own America First MAGA across this country, did their own rallies to try and get the spirits and the energy back, and that's exactly what they did. So for people to say that she's walked away from President Trump at this point, that is simply not true at all. She's just as very passionate as you would expect a mother, a female that would be in relation to these victims. So it has nothing to do about vilifying anybody, President Trump or anybody else in the Republican Party. It's really showing sympathy toward these women.
Well, you thank her, and I support. Look, we all support Trump. He's made the country. He stopped the slide into oblivion, and they electing socialists in New York, doing the chicanery they did in California and Virginia. They'll start up again when he's out of office. In the meantime, we support Trump. You just have to have your own. You have to be your own person too at some point. Brian Glenn, good to have you on, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks, we'll be back in
Thanks,
2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
Well, now that the government shutdown is almost over, something I'm sure we're all celebrating since there are actual problems to solve and focus on in the country. Hakeem Jeffries, however, and the Democrat clown posse who created those shutdowns, and this one specifically, are now back to their usual playbook of Trump derangement syndrome, this time bringing the hypocrisy of pardons into the mix.
Well, Donald Trump, in terms of the exercise of his pardon power and commutations, is completely and totally out of control. Like, he can find the time to pardon a serial fraudster like George Santos, but can't find any time to sit down with Democrats on Capitol Hill who represent half the country in order to address the healthcare crisis that Republicans have created. That's devastating people in urban America, rural America, working class America, small town America. the heartland of America and black and brown communities throughout America.
So now it's about pardons, really, because you really want to go there, Hakeem Jeffries? Do you really want to go there? Joe Biden, who pardoned 8,317 people, 8,316 were auto-pen and one wasn't. Who was that? Oh, yeah, your son. That's where you want to go. And by the way, 8,317, several of them were child rapists. Several, more than one. And you're worried about Donald Trump pardoning George Santos, who likes to dress up like a woman once in a while. Okay, I thought you guys liked that stuff anyway. Who would have thought that the person with the most common sense among the Democrats, at least for now, would turn out to be John Fetterman, of all people? The ladies of The View are eating their own. We showed you yesterday how Sunny Hostin called for Chuck Schumer to step down. Well, now she's taking to try to smack John Fetterman around, and he wasn't going to have it.
Democrats had big wins last week, so you had momentum. Why give in now? Why bring a butter knife to a gunfight? Are you willing to gamble that the GOP will negotiate on health care in good faith once the government reopens? Because if that gamble is wrong, 500,000 Pennsylvanians that you represent, their health care costs will skyrocket if you are wrong.
And I don't need a lecture. I don't need a lecture from whether it's Bernie or the governor in California, because they are representing very deep blue kinds of populations, and a lot of those things were part of the extreme. And now remember, what really needs to win, the big win, is involving my state and other states and those things. And why have we arrived here after the election a year ago? We got to forget some of the things that cost us that election. Or now, for me, it's like, that's why I'm trying to remind people that kinds of the extremism, we can't return to those kind of things.
He turned out to be almost right wing. I mean, he's smart. You know, he had a stroke, almost died, had a stroke, still was elected senator. He was out there. We were ripping him. We were saying he shouldn't have run. He shouldn't have been the senator. Turns out we were all wrong, because the guy actually has some sort of soul. Think about this for a second. People are ripping me and ripping MTG for supporting her. Ripping me for supporting or ripping her. Look at this guy. Can you imagine what they're doing to this guy on the Democrat side right now? Good for you, John Fetterman. Stand up for what you believe. Stand up for what you believe. And that goes both ways, folks. Jasmine Crockett has spent most of the past couple of years inciting violence, defending violence, and calling Republicans racist, even Nazis. But now one of the least qualified members of Congress is worried about her own safety. So she wants protection. And yes, that's right. She wants who? She wants not her donors. She wants you and I to pay for it.
I think that it's really a good question as to why a member of Congress needs to pay for security out of money that they go and raise, instead of focusing on making sure that they use that money to educate voters about why it is that their candidacy matters. I do think that it does people like me a disservice when you are so outspoken. And then what happens is, instead of you being able to put all your dollars into campaigning, instead, you've got to do things like pay for your security. But I kind of value my life, so it is what it is. And it is what it is.
Do you remember Congresswoman Cori Bush on the Capitol, the U.S. Capitol steps, when she was calling to defund the police, and then we found out that she had spent $70,000 on personal security over the last year, $70,000 on her own security, and she said defund the police for everyone else, and they called her. They called her out on the. You want me to die? They're such hypocrites. Incredible. Meanwhile, the traitorous and treasonous global weasel, also known as Gavin Newsom, is down in Brazil slamming America, just like a good little globalist China soldier would.
I worry now, though, that sounds like some of my colleagues and friends in the United States Senate, some of my Democratic colleagues, just decided that we're playing by the old set of rules, not the new set of rules, and may have rolled over a little bit. So I love your question. It's the right question. I want to be part of that answer as an American citizen, not as a governor, as the ex-governor of California. But right now, we've got to hold the line, because I think America will become unrecognizable in a year or two unless we fight back.
I think California has become unrecognizable to the rest of America. Like I said, take that border fence from the south, bring it up north on the eastern side of the state of California, maybe even keep Oregon was Washington State and Oregon as well. Keep those 3 states. Just give it to Canada. Trade that Canada. Give us Toronto. How's that? Here's a little more America hating from the Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who makes little to no sense from what we've heard in hearings and who refused to define what a woman was. Remember that at her own confirmation hearing. Here's a little more.
What keeps you up at night?
I would say the state of our democracy. I would say that I am really very interested in getting people to focus and to invest and to pay attention to what is happening in our country and in our government.
We're a Democratic Republic. We are a Democratic Republic, and the way things are going, we might end up with 2 countries. Who knows? When a Democrat disagrees with your opinions, you're either deemed a fascist, a racist, a Nazi. But if a Democrat disagrees with your policy, particularly when it comes to protecting voting integrity in America, they might even toss in a little reference to Jim Crow. But when you really, 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 really know they have nothing left in their playbook, is when they add the reference to slavery, like Illinois Speaker of the House Chris Welch does, to defend and protect their favorite thing in the world, illegal migrants who eventually they want to vote. Watch.
And by answering that question with telling you I don't believe anyone is an illegal alien. That's a terrible term to use about anyone.
It's a legal term.
It's not a legal term. They used to call black people slaves legally, and it was wrong. Let's stop dehumanizing people. Let's start treating people right.
It's in the books. It's a legal term. Illegal alien is in the books. Change it. You don't like it? Change it. That's what. Don't call it racist. There's probably Democrats who voted for that to be the word too. So stop. You really can't make this stuff up. We all know about the mostly peaceful fiasco during the violent Black Lives Matter riots of 2020 and the protests during the so-called Summer of Love. The mainstream media just can't help themselves. They love showing actual images of violence and claiming that what you see is not what you actually see, even though we're actually going to show it to you.
Event. Our Amanda Harry is live on the scene there where protesters also showed up. We've already actually seen at least one fight break out. Amanda.
Yeah, things have been lively here. While that Turning Point USA event is still happening inside, protesters have been out here for hours. You can see them still here behind me. They have been chanting, just a very, very lively scene out here. While things have been mostly peaceful, there have been some tense moments. Earlier this evening, there was a scuffle that broke out where 2 men started fighting. UC Berkeley police had to break up that interaction. Later, someone was throwing smoke bombs and a car backfired, leading some of the people who were protesting to run away.
What's mostly peaceful about that? What the hell is wrong with them? Didn't they learn their lesson calling 2020 a mostly peaceful Summer of Love protest when people died billions upon billions of dollars of damage? That's not peaceful. Dudes beating the crap out of each other is not peaceful. Smoke bombs in people's face isn't peaceful. And what the hell are they protesting outside of Turning Point USA? Charlie Kirk was assassinated by one of theirs. Wow, are they morons? Finally, Kamala Harris' Grand Delusions book tour continues, where people are more than happy to reel her in for a word salad here and there. Here's another one for our viewing pleasure.
How I felt, I have not had a feeling remotely similar since my mother died. I was grieving for the American people because I knew what was going to happen.
She's the leading contender on 2028. There's a poll out 2 days ago. Leading contender for the Democrats in 2028. That is going to be just delicious. Who do you think it's going to be on the Republican side? Who do you think? I have a new thought. I'll bring it out later. All right, I'm going to do this. Talk about The Edge. This is amazing. I promise you. I told you, guess. You guys are amazing. You subscribed. You guessed. I don't think anyone got it. Maybe you did. I didn't see anyone who actually got it. It's Patrick Bet-David. The guy was a Christian living in Iran. His family came over to the United States. He was dead, poor, broke, getting fights. He worked at Burger King. He worked at a Gold's Gym. He had no money, and somehow he figured out a way. And that's what we do at The Edge. We figure out who makes it and how they made it. Where did they find their edge? Do me a favor. Hit that QR code with your camera, little yellow line, press, you automatically subscribe. I promise you, no fees, nothing, never going to charge you, never going to email you anything, just pushes us up the ladder at YouTube. It's been amazing. YouTube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge, YouTube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. You guys are amazing. You come out in droves. You have us growing faster, 125 times faster than other new YouTube channels. Top 1/10 of 1% because of you. I appreciate your viewership. I appreciate you sharing the word, and I especially appreciate if you hit subscription right now. Thank you. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover. Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elf with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people.
So they're always like, hey, should we do something else in the last block? Either, it's usually Ben, and if he's available, if he's not, we do voicemail. I'm like, are you kidding me? We love the voicemail segment. Hey, Ben, what'd you say? They're voting in the House. Do we have a shot of that by chance? Do we have that shot? Can you show it to us or no? Can we? We see that? Okay, so they're probably haven't making their final. Doesn't matter. This is all. It's going to pass. It's good news. All right, Benny. How about a couple voicemails?
Yes, sir. We have some words from Uncle John.
Eric Bowling. This is Uncle John Bowling again. My fourth call to you, and it's going to be my last. More than likely. Shoot this one out to your viewers and listeners. Jesus fed the multitudes. The Democrats are not willing to do the same. Have a great day. Love your show.
Thanks, Uncle John Bolin, but I don't have an uncle. My dad's name was John. It's not my dad. He's long. God rest his soul. But Yes, Jesus did. He fed the multitudes and multiples, and he did. And Democrats, it was never about that. They were just using the poor EBT people who couldn't afford food. I'm not talking about the waste, fraud, and abuse people, but the poor ones who couldn't afford food. They were using that as some sort of like crutch to say Trump is starving poor people while he's throwing parties at Mar-a-Lago and at the ballroom, whatever. It's all politics. It's what's really gross about the swamp, folks. It's what both sides do it, but the Democrats have made it. They're perfect at it. Let's put it that way. Benny, another one?
Yep. This viewer has some thoughts about the SNAP program.
Hey, Eric, great show. You're doing a heck of a job. Hey, this SNAP program and the payment that's going to be made to it, does that really include the eligibility requirement in order to get a payment? Because the thing is ripe with fraud. What are we going to do?
Yeah. Yes, you're supposed to hit a certain threshold underneath certain income levels and several other thresholds. No, you're right. It's completely overblown. And I've talked about this before. During the 4 years of Joe Biden's presidency, 4 years. So we've had SNAP for probably 50 years, various forms of food transfer payments so people on the lower end of the income spectrum could afford food. We've had that for 50, 60 years. Not the full time that we've been a republic, but for the last 50 or 60 years. In the last 4 years, the 4 years under Joe Biden, it had gotten up to about $53 billion the first year of Joe Biden. He doubled the whole program, doubled it. So all the people in SNAP for the history of America, in 4 years under Biden, he doubled the expenditure. You think there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in that? Oh, hell yes, there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. And what people were doing, people who didn't need it for food were taking their SNAP cards and selling it for half price. You've got $1,000 on a card. They give someone a $1,000 SNAP card who needed it, who were going to use it for food, and they would take $500 and buy drugs, alcohol. That's just what was going on all over the place. All over the place. Ben, you got another one?
Yep, we got a viewer who said the government has made it difficult to be a cattle rancher.
Mr. Bowling just left a message on beef. The reason cattle numbers are down so much is the government has made it so difficult on cattle ranchers to stay in business with interest rates, price of fertilizer, fuel, the elimination of our ability to buy antibiotics from anyone other than a veterinarian, the regulation on smaller packing plants. It's just run so many cattlemen out of business, and I've been in the business since 1957. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right, sir. There are so many regulations on everything, not just cattle. I had a friend who's a U.S. Senator, Tom Barrasso, in fact, who's a tomato farmer. He said the regulation book for farming tomatoes is like 3,000 pages. Just the regulations he has to comply with, where he can use water, where he can draw water from, where the runoff of the water goes. Just regulation after regulation. That always obviously increases the price of everything. Cattle is another thing. I'm not really sure why we agreed to buy Argentine cattle. I know they're having a hard time, but this hurts the prices of our cattle farmers. There are some things I just don't love about that Howard Lutnick guy, and that's one of them. That's just one of several I don't like about Howard Lutnick. Anyway, make a long story short, yeah, our regulations on farming are just onerous to farmers. We really, Brooke Rollins got to get in there and clean a lot of that stuff up. All right, folks, great day. Looking forward to you again tomorrow. Have a great night. I saw Ben in the chair. Looks like he's going to be your host on The War Room in just about 10 seconds or so. Have a great night. Warming up. I think the whole country is warming up in the next few days. So that was a quick polar vortex.
I love these guys. I mean, they're all introducing legislation to repeal provisions in a bill that they're going to vote yes on. I mean, you figure that out. Mr. Speaker, the previous question is the House Democrats' last attempt to make a change to this rule before it gets voted on. And I want to use this opportunity to talk about a last-minute provision that was slipped into the CR in the Senate. It's an outrageous giveaway to pad the pockets of 8 Republican senators. And it's one of the most corrupt things I've seen in my life. So if the House defeats the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to consider as adopted an amendment to the continuing resolution offered by Representative Subramanian which would strike the corrupt giveaway out of the text of this bill so it does not make it into law. Mr. Speaker, this is a massive payday for Republicans. It would allow 8 of their senators to shovel millions of dollars into their own wallets. I'm talking cash money, not for their states, not for their constituents, no, for their own personal bank accounts. Why should a United States senator or any party get a special right that nobody else has? No state legislator, no governor, no judge, no citizen in the entire country has this right. But we are creating it for a handful of Republican senators. It is immoral. I'd say it's unconstitutional. It is wrong. And it's probably the most brazen theft and plunder of public resources ever proposed in the United States Congress. And it was tucked into this legislation. And I want to speak directly to Republicans who say they can't vote with us because it will delay the reopening of the government. First off, that's exactly what these corrupt senators were hoping you'd say. Second, we absolutely can send this back to the Senate. They can quickly strip it and send the bill to the president. They finished this package in less than 2 days. This is one small thing that needs to be deleted. It's easy, and it can be done very fast. But, and please spare me the excuses that we'll get this done next week with a new bill. Once this is law, that's it. It is signed into law forever. It will never change. It is permanent, and you voted for it. And Republicans you all know that. So don't say you're going to pass some new bill next week to address this. That's just an excuse to do nothing that will fix it. Republicans moved at the speed of light to give tax breaks to billionaires, and the least they can do is give the same urgency to stop this shamelessly corrupt fleecing of the American people. Now, I get it. Trump is suing the U.S. government for $230 million. And I guess these senators want in on the action. They want their own payday. But I've never seen this level of grift, shameless corruption, and theft of public money in my entire life, ever. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question, and to discuss our proposal. I yield a minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian.
Without objection on the UC request, the chair will remind the gentleman from Massachusetts.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, Wednesday, 12 November, year of our Lord 2025. Everybody's back in the house, or whoever's going to show up has showed up. And guess what, folks? It's a throwdown already. They're getting ready. They're going to debate. So we'll dip in and out of that. They're going to debate the bill passed by the Senate to open the United States government tonight, quote unquote, to open it. I guess kind of a ridiculous, catastrophic Democrat defeat. Republicans hung tough, but over the next couple hours, you should be at least entertained or educated on what's going on. We are absolutely packed this hour. I want to go. Are we ready to go with this song? Okay. A very special announcement from Real America's Voice. Real America's Voice is starting a music label, Real America Music RAM. That's RAM, R-A-M. Okay, good. This is the lead off a song. We're just going to play a taste of it. Then we're going to bring in the producer of the music and also the record label. Let's go ahead and hit it.
We sing for all the people who never made it home. Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring. The anthem of the free. price. Rest in peace, Charlie. Can't believe they took your life. Didn't make it back home to your children and wife. By any means, we have to keep freedom of speech alive.
Okay, that is the J6 Choir. Now the producer of the J6 Choir, the national anthem, that magnificent song, LJ Fino, joins us. He's going to be the lead producer over at Real America Music. Tell us about, what is this? I guess you've got a rap for Charlie Kirk at the end. Tell me about the first song. When are you going to release it? I understand it may be at AmFest, and then you're going to release the album on actually on the 5th anniversary of J6. Is that what it is, LJ?
Yes. The first single is called The Anthem of the Free. That'll be released at AmFest on December 19th. And then the entirety of the album will be released the Friday prior to January 6th.
So the Anthem of the Free, tell me about that. You're going to release it at AmFest. What is it?
It's a song that I think speaks to a lot of conservatives on many different levels. Obviously you heard the snippet there that included a part memorializing Charlie Kirk, but it also goes into just basically conservative and Judeo-Christian values and what conservatives stand for as a whole.
You know their heads are going to blow up now that you're taking the J6 Choir and going to turn it for an entire album. What do you say from all the people, both the establishment Republicans and, of course, the mainstream media and the haters on the left that say, hey, these guys don't deserve a record label. They deserve to still be in prison, sir?
I would tell them that music, the bedrock of music, is the First Amendment, and everyone has the right to record music.
You know what's amazing is that they sang this every night at a certain time. It was incredibly moving. How did you get together and work with them and actually create a song that moves President Trump so much he plays it all the time down at Mar-a-Lago, particularly on the patio?
Well, it was an interesting story. An individual approached me at a fundraiser in Miami with a bootleg recording of the choir, which at the time was 20 individuals, that we were able to kind of squeeze into one room and capture them over their cell phones, or over the prison phone rather. And I thought, this is interesting, but the sonic quality is not quite there. So let's re-record it through a proper studio, as I've done before in secular music, recording, incarcerated rappers in the past and things like that. So I've had experience doing that. We took them we set up the time with Don and Donna Fiducia. I'm sure the crowd is familiar with them. And the rest is history. We recorded them through a studio in Miami called Bay 8 Studios. Shout out to Bay 8 for allowing us to do that. And then we took it up. We had that cut, came out much cleaner than the bootleg version that I had heard at the fundraiser. And we had Kash Patel take that up to the president at Mar-a-Lago, and just really looking for his stamp of approval. We weren't expecting him to say, you know what, let me put my voice on there. And he did. He said, I want to put my voice on there. And we had his Pledge of Allegiance in one take.
Talk to me again. 19 December, AmFest, you're going to release the song Anthem of Freedom, and then on the Friday before J6, you're going to release the entire album?
Correct. Yes.
And this will be the first album of Real America Music, of which you're going to be the head guy, correct? You're going to run this, oversee it, and do other albums for other personalities, other musicians?
That's correct. We're starting with the J6 Prison Choir. That'll be the inaugural release through Real America's Music. Steve, I got to tell you, I think War Room Records has a nice ring to it.
I've been working on that for years. Rob Sig knows how I'm obsessed. I think we'll be a label under your music company. We look forward to that. We got a lot of thoughts on that. We love music here. Is there a website now? Where is social media? LJ, where can people go?
For me?
Yes, for you, for the music, for anything.
Well, I'm on Instagram. It's just LJ Fino. I'm on Truth @LJ. My record label is FC Label Group on X. But I would encourage everybody to follow Real America's Voices socials and stay tuned, because we're not just launching a record label here. We are expanding content aside from music. We're doing television, film, reality TV, all content that's rooted in Judeo-Christian and conservative values that I think our audience will really be excited to see. There's a yearning for content that is catered towards conservative values that Hollywood has completely shunned.
Wow, incredible. You're absolutely correct. That's why we love being part of the Real America Voice family. LJ, look forward to see you down at AmFest, releasing the song. Hopefully some of the J6 prison choir will be with you. We'll get them all on War Room and have a big launch, and look forward to seeing you right up to before J6 when we release the entire album. Couldn't be more excited.
Absolutely. No, thank you, Steve, for having me on, and looking forward to seeing you at AmFest.
Thank you, brother. By the way, the Daily Telegraph, Rob Criley, one of the best writers out there, huge story today in the Daily Telegraph of London about this. So make sure we'll push it all out. Grace push that. Let's go back to the house. We have Jamie Raskin. That's my favorite.
They changed.
Oh, they changed? Let's go back to it anyway.
Into her next golden age. Over 40 days. That is how long the government has been closed. For over 40 days, Democrats here in this body and in the Senate have chosen chaos over our country. They chose to shut the government down because politics demanded it, not policy. The elites who dominate their party's decision-making are the ones least impacted by its decisions. Were the far-left activists and Democrats here in this body the ones not getting paychecks? No, Mr. Speaker. That was the air traffic controllers, our troops, and our Capitol police officers. When these same people passed Obamacare,
right, you're going to have this back and forth. We're going to try to cut. Raskin was just on dumping on Republicans. We know you love hearing that because it gets the fighting spirits up. Mark Mitchell, you've been kind of on a roll here the last 72 hours. Natalie Winter's going to join us in a moment. I got Brian Harrison. Brian's about to drop some reality check about down in Texas about the H-1B visas that are hired in the Texas university system. Mark Mitchell, what have you been doing? You're very focused on the fourth turning right now. What do you got for us?
Well, I think we're seeing it play out right in front of our eyes. And what we're seeing out of the conservatives is that conservatives, having conserved nothing, are attempting to conserve conservatism. And at this point, I kind of think it's a luxury value. And Trump is out there just destroying the movement. I mean, the last 3 days have literally just been disaffected MAGA people who've been on the Trump train for 10 years, DMing me some of the most horrifying and ridiculous stuff. Like, one of them was like, God saved Trump so that he could give us 50-year mortgages. There are people that are really bleak and unhappy right now. And just to rewind, we are talking about an election, and everybody can dismiss it. There's a whole bunch of Democrat places dismissing, voting for Democrat people. But what really was the story is that independents and crossover Democrats did not turn out for Trump at this point. His approval rating's not that bad. He's got a 45% approve, 54% disapprove, so he's underwater 9 points. Not as bad as Biden this time 4 years ago, but he had the Afghanistan crisis, but the lowest of his term so far, and we lost the 40% right direction numbers down to 37%. But people deserted the Republican Party in a very predictable manner because all of the copium that the Republicans did back in the fall, it's the country moved towards Republicans, everybody's Republican, we're registering Republicans everywhere, Scott Pressler's like magic, we're so great, everything's back, when in reality what it was is that it was a referendum, like I've told you many times, on government trust and the Biden era basically clown world that we saw that destroyed the economy. And quite frankly, he didn't do it all. It was the cherry on top of 30 years of hollowing out of the American middle class. And everybody said prices was the number one issue, inflation. But really, we've been talking about economic populism for a very long time. The problem is that literally corporatism has destroyed capitalism in a way that the youth are really starting to figure out right now. And they thought that there was going to be change. They thought there was going to be accountability. They thought there was going to be a redress of their grievances, from the weaponization of the legal justice system to all of the oppression to the healthcare state that tried to give them the vaccine, literally everything. and they've seen nothing, and they've given Donald Trump a lot of leeway, and they've gotten very little, especially out of Republicans. They wanted massive change, not business as usual, and Republicans have given them quite resounding business as usual right now.
Well, the Republicans are always going to give them just, you can see in this House debate right here. No. But when you talk about populism, you talk about economic nationalism, in your mind, what are these people? Because we've made some huge bets now about the execution of those bets, or articulating what those bets are, because I don't think they're doing a great job of that. I think they can do a great job. You've got the manpower. President Trump's the best at doing that, but with Bessent and Navarro, and you've got Hassett and others. What do you think these people, are they looking to take a bigger hammer to the deep state? Are they looking for the jobs to come back? Are they for the tariffs to kick in? When you say there's unrest and now they're and they understand prices, but prices are not going to come down that much now that you're driving energy costs down until you get control of the deficits. And the deficits are, as you see, you got to deal with Congress, and they're in no mood to cut, and you're going to have a range war. And Russ Vought is, I think, already is this part of the package. I'm not so sure. I think he's going to be pretty restricted in going forward about, the things he wants to do of riffing people, you got mass deportations on one side and mass firings on the other. So in your polling, or in talking to people, because I know a lot of people are coming to you, what are they exactly looking for, sir?
I mean, a return from clown world. Basically, if you strip anti-Semitism out of Nick Fuentes' package, that's pretty much it. It's not traditional conservative values. It's a return to the America that was stolen from them, and especially the young people. And just like some evidence, Donald Trump got a 60% approval rating with voters under 40, which is just mind-blowing. It's literally nuts. And that was the week that Doge was the most searched thing on the internet, and they were hacking the federal government apart. So these people want to see things fixed. And then what happened? Well, the Republicans got rid of Doge, and now Donald Trump is polling under 40% with voters under 30 years old. What's mind-blowing is just off the charts. These people want accountability. They have the lowest Trump approval by age right now, but they're also the people who are most closely watching, 80% of them, Arctic frost, and they're the people that are most likely to want people thrown in jail for the AutoPen scandal and for Arctic frost. And so these people are looking at the ICE protests, and look at what Nick Fuentes said in the Tucker Carlson interview. They want the hand of God to come down on these protesters, and Donald Trump declared Antifa a terrorist organization, hasn't really done anything. The night he comes out and tells America that we need to defend the college institutions for Chinese students who are, quite frankly, CCP members, what do you have? You have Antifa attacking Turning Point USA on college campuses. He has no idea what his base wants. They want the colleges burned down, and they want the H-1B programs closed, and what he's done is just a string of the last 2 days, especially with Laura Ingraham, of conflating the economy with kitchen table prices, of defending billionaires. All he had to do was smash the oligarchy. He's become the oligarchy.
Well, smashing the oligarchy is easier said than done, but we got to get on with it. I think we are having starts, and we got to do more. I'm going to just hang right there, Mark Mitchell. Natalie Winters, talk about the oligarchs, Maha. We're going to have Clara Dooley here tomorrow. It was at the conference today. You had this situation with the designer babies that Stephanie Rule went through last night, but you're seeing the tech bros everywhere, right? You're seeing they're trying to take over Maha. You've seen them everywhere. They've got to be brought to heel. If you don't bring them to heel, this thing's going to spin out of control, because they don't really have the president's back. All of them are progressive Democrats, like this guy Isaacman. They're going to flip on President Trump if something happens that we don't hold the House, and Hakeem Jeffries, or even worse, as the Speaker. All of these guys will flip immediately. Natalie Winters, thoughts?
Well, look, they're all progressives, and they're all, even at best, when they pretend to be MAGA, socially liberal, right? For all the money that we've poured into Silicon Valley. Maybe there's one company, Palantir, Boo Palantir, right, that's getting contracts to allegedly help deport. How's that going? But I don't see a lot of technological innovation going on the front of, securing our borders or ensuring that we can actually deport illegals. No, they're busy cramming their companies full of H-1B tech workers. But I think a really important term, I'm sure Joe Allen Allen has introduced it to this audience, but to sort of understand what is going on a psychological level of what these tech bro types, Sam Altman being really the poster child for it, formerly predecessor, I would say, SBF, is this concept of effective altruism, right? The idea that essentially it does not matter what you have to do. You should just maximize your capital, do whatever you can to make money, and then use that for utilitarian purposes to achieve a greater good through community service. All the basically big time tech scammers, both in the literal sense, but also just a more vague or broader use of the term scammer, all really have sort of subscribed to that ideology. And I think Sam Altman is a perfect example. And I think when you see their sort of wishy-washy description of what they want to do, take these designer babies for an example, right? Once they're called out, which I don't know about you, if they were forthright with what they were doing, it'd certainly be a little less scary, though it is still very scary. But then it becomes about, right, ridding, babies of diseases. That's a limited hangout as to what they're really working on. And I also think another point that I would make, particularly in the case of Sam Altman, we're always signal, not noise here in the war room, but this individual, it's not just because of what he's doing over, right, at OpenAI, but the position that he had before that, essentially leading Y Combinator, right, which is one of the leading startup vessels that pumps, it's right, the highest check you could basically have written to your company. He has been the one making decisions of what companies get funded for years, for nearly 5 years. So that mindset, whether it's designer babies, progressivism, that is what undergirds the entire tech community. And don't fall for it. Like I said yesterday, the people who are pretending to be MAGA or put up the website after they're reached out to for comment by the Wall Street Journal, those are the most deceptive and I'd argue sociopathic and certainly psychopathic people in our midst.
We're going to jump back to the floor when we're asking where these other guys come up. Natalie Winters, you're of this younger generation. You graduated from college early, the University of Chicago, because you worked your way through college being a correspondent at the War Room. Charlie Kirk, Andrew Colvett, and Andrew's going to be on the show tomorrow at about 11:30, I think, so we can do a handoff to him at the Charlie Kirk show, but he's going to specifically address this. I sent you earlier a tweet he put up about what Charlie Kirk said, and I think this was back in mid-August, right? This is the social compact breaking down. We need urgency to restore it. 1, mass deportations. 2, stop the H-1B scam. 3, dramatically reduce legal immigration. 4, end chain migration in the visa lottery. 5, build 10 million homes for Americans. 6, crush the college cartel. Ma'am, your thoughts on that?
Well, I thought that was what I voted for, but it seems like with each passing day, we're straying a little bit further and further away from that. I think it's the point that immigration is both an economic issue, but also a cultural issue, right? We want to deport these people, not just because they're depriving Americans of their wages, of their jobs, but also what they're doing to the cultural fabric, what they're doing to these neighborhoods. It's a compounding issue. And 2, I also think that the sort of limited hangout, to use that term again, version that we're getting of this, it sort of ideologically rests on what I think is the original sin, which is the idea that Americans are not enough. And it's sort of what undergirds even the designer baby idea, but it's certainly what undergirds the H-1B. It's what animated the Elon Musk and Vivek debate over what it means to be an American. Should we be studying, 25 hours a day, 8 days, increase the length of the day so all we can do is study? That's not what this country was founded on. If you look at the history of us going back to the revolution, the pre-revolutionary days, it's this idea of civil society and community, and that's something that's distinctly unique. But I also think that you see this sort of just a core lie that permeates into the H-1B narrative, which is, again, both cultural but also economic. And it's this idea that we need to import foreigners in order to continue to be the America that we once were. And I want to just cite a statistic from the White House's own website, because what was it? Just a month ago, they were busy pumping the airwaves with, ideas that they were going to basically reform, if not get rid of the H-1B program. But what it shows is that the share of IT workers in the H-1B program program grew from 32% in 2003 to an average of over 65%, that's an aggregate, of the last 5 years. What is the significance of that? America was a great country and was the leading in technological innovation, and basically every industry, it dominated that long before the H-1B program was ever around. And you can't tell me that from 2003 to now, it's been H-1B Indians that don't even speak English or Chinese spies stealing whatever it may be for not just civilian use, but for military use from our leading tech companies that somehow helped bridge that gap. And if you look, the other lie, Steve, that is so critical to understand, when we're told that it is the, get ready for this, I'm sure you've heard it, best and brightest, right, that we're bringing into this country, whether it's the H-1B or the foreign students, that's not true. Now, they play the sort of weird game where they intentionally hide the data, right? It's like what they do with the deportations or the actual numbers of immigrants, illegal aliens coming in, because they don't want us to be informed. But from the publicly available data compounded with the studies that groups like Center for Immigration Studies have done, the overwhelming majority, I'm talking upwards of 80% of the H-1B recipients who are coming into this country, which oftentimes it's via lottery, though they reformed that slightly, are in the level 1 and level 2 qualification of skill and pay, which means they're not the best and brightest. They're the worst, and they're the most attached to the culture that they're coming from, and they have nothing American about them. And frankly, they have a fake diploma from a fake Indian university where the person sitting next to them is probably a robocaller scamming you. So these people are not the best and brightest. It's such a lie from start to finish. Every corner of what this H-1B narrative rests upon is outright propaganda, but the core of it is the idea that you are not enough as an American citizen. We see that with the tech bros, we see it with the designer babies, we see it with the immigration policy. And the last thing I would say, Steve, is I don't know what is more concerning, that Secretary Noem thinks it's a good idea to go on TV and hail the maximum amount of naturalized citizens as a win. She thinks that that's something that's going to go over well, or that it's actually happening. Because had it been Secretary Mayorkas saying that would have been cut as a campaign ad and used as a clip in the President Trump that was running on the campaign trail.
So, Mark Mitchell, you saw Charlie Kirk. You heard the analysis by our own Natalie Winters. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah. 100%. And I think people know this deep down. And all Trump has done this week is basically shill for the government and for big business. These people's jobs were given to it's been literally a global homo, uniparty, corporate welfare, and global welfare. We gave all the good jobs to everybody. 70% of Walmart Tech, that's where I worked, was like almost 70% Indian foreign nationals. And what does he do when he talks about H-1Bs? He talks about this small edge case about Korean battery engineers, and he says he doesn't even understand how the job market works. These resumes are spammed everywhere. The companies get the resumes and they're like, oh, I'll find the H-1Bs because I can pay them 10% less. Don't even look like resumes like mine. But if you take those H-1Bs out, well, then my resume gets a look. And so I think this is just a really great example. The housing market is a crisis. If the right doesn't fix it, they're going to hand it to the left. The left is going to have a $10 trillion house saving act, and it's going to be a big wealth transfer. The Treasury is going to get robbed. We know what they're going to do. So what's the right solution to that? Well, it's to talk about turkey prices and not to ignore the house issue. And then they come out with a solution that's a 50-year mortgage. What does that do? Well, it increases the price of the house. Yeah. And Bill Pulte might be a good guy, but like he does own a home builder. It increases the interest that gets
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It increases the interest.
As I said, it wasn't offered as the sole tool in the toolbox. If you want a lower payment, you've got 5 other things to pay off. Maybe it's something you consider. I wouldn't, but it maybe is. Mark, we got to bounce. You're on a roll. Where do people go? We got 30 seconds. Where do people go to get your material right now?
And this comes back to the fourth turning, boomers and the millennials. Rasmussen_poll, Honest Pollster on Twitter.
Thank you. We're going to get this sorted out. You know where we're going to get it sorted out? Because we have to get it sorted out. The entire country rests on the MAGA movement. President Trump is our leader. Maybe every now and again you need to make sure he's getting all the accurate information. I do not believe he's getting accurate information on H-1B visas. Why do I say that? I saw Howard Lutnick's performance in the Oval Office on global television. That's why. Short commercial break. Natalie Winters is sticking around. Brian Harrison, Philip Patrick. We're packed wall to wall in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead. Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this. I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the
actually wants to extend the Affordable Care Act so that people with cancer, insulin, and issues across all sorts of healthcare issues across this country have their health insurance protected and extended throughout 2026. It is unconscionable that what we are debating right now is legislation that will give 8 members of the United States Senate over $1 million apiece. And we are robbing people of their food assistance and of their health care to pay for it. How is this even on the floor? How can we, as members of Congress,
I want to stream that on our other platforms. This is AOC. You're going to have it all tonight. They're going to come. They're coming. They're throwing down hard. Let's go. I got Brian Harrison. Brian, take 2 minutes and give me what's going on. We got all this HB1 problems, got all these issues in corporate America. Tell me about my beloved state of Texas. So next to the Commonwealth of Virginia, my home, I don't think I love a state more than Texas. You guys are the railhead of MAGA. You went through some of the toughest times in building this country on the frontier. It's a magnificent state with magnificent people. Please don't tell me the renowned University of Texas and Texas A&M University system is replete with H-1B visa holders, sir.
Yes, I love Texas. You love Texas. All God's children love Texas. Here's the problem. The reputation that the state of Texas has, there could not be a bigger delta between our reputation and reality. So put the private sector issues to the side with H-1B. Let's talk about the Texas government, the things that the Texas people supposedly have control over, even though as you know, and the posse knows, we've got a totally fake so-called Republican uniparty down here in Austin. The Texas government, okay, the Texas Public university system. The inmates have been running the asylums. The governor of Texas makes the appointments. He appoints all the regents, has for over a decade. They're responsible for everything in our public universities. Are they pursuing Texas First policies and hiring Texans to educate the workforce of Texas for tomorrow? No, I'm going to shock you. Texas has 3 million corporations in the state of Texas, 3 million. The top 10 users of the H-1B program, and I probably need to say abusers because there's a lot of scam elements to this, the Texas public universities would be in the top 10 if they were one single unified employer in the state of Texas. My alma mater, Texas A&M, keeps cranking out the hits here. Well over 200 just at Texas A&M alone, and not even for highly specialized jobs. These are for like multimedia techs and laboratory coordinators. It is absolutely outrageous. The people of the state of Texas voted for a Texas First policy, but they're not getting it.
Brian, what are you going to do about this? We have 5 new seats potentially in the House down there for Republicans because of the work of Brian Harrison, Patriot Mobile, Lee Wamsgans, you great patriots down there in Tarrant County and around Fort Worth. What are you guys going to do about this?
Well, this is very simple. I mean, quite frankly, this could be ended tomorrow. The governor of the state of Texas has more than enough power to solve this. I mean, we're not in session right now. We should be in special sessions to deal with things like this, including property taxes. But the governor could snap his fingers and end this. Look at the kind of bold leadership coming out of Ron DeSantis on this H-1B issue. As Florida, under Governor DeSantis' leadership, is shutting down and banning the H-1B programs in his public universities, the Texas public universities are importing them hand over fist, harming Texas workers, quite frankly, creating national security problems, importing these foreigners to our public universities. But the governor of the state of Texas could end this immediately. So I'm calling on the governor right now, and it's embarrassing as hell how many times we have to say this, follow Florida's lead. Governor Abbott, issue an edict to all of your appointed regents, and you tell them to issue policies to end the H-1B abuse.
Brian, hang on for 1 second. Natalie Winters, your thoughts on this, about the University of Texas system and H-1Bs?
Don't you wish we could say we're shocked? But unfortunately, it's so pervasive and it permeates every single industry. I mean, Texas, of all states, it's absolutely absurd. And I think fundamentally, Steve, what you see here, the second highest country that is sending these people to the United States, it's China. Number 1 is India. They get enough attack on that, right? But the fact that we're importing people, it's not just students, it's actual professors, administrators. I saw Tesla was also on that list. I think they come in at number 5. But that we are importing our own enemy and giving them the keys to the kingdom. I mean, you can't make it make sense. And that's the point. It's not supposed to.
Natalie, what is your social media? You got to bounce. You'll be back tomorrow. Where do people go to track you down, ma'am? Great content.
Thank you, sir. Natalie G. Winters on all platforms. Thank you for having me.
That's always off the top of her head. There's no panel they're reading off. All these other news shows they're reading off panels and screens. Thank you, ma'am. Great job. Brian Harrison, are you going to do this tonight? By the way, didn't President Trump endorse as the greatest MAGA governor in the history of Texas, Abbott, last night?
I read some headlines about that. It does sound that way. Yeah, that happened.
Don't read the True Social. Don't read the True Social post. Don't read it. I'm telling. I'm waving you off right now. Where do people go?
Yeah, I appreciate
Harrison?
it. No, I won't do that. But no, it's it's the governor that's been appointing DEI advocates at all of our public universities, tripling down on transgender indoctrinations for over 10 years in our public universities, and appointing regents that are apparently quadrupling down at a higher rate at other businesses on the H-1B program. So Governor Abbott, follow Florida's lead, end this program, instruct your regents to terminate the H-1B programs at our public universities. We could have this solved, by the end of the week if the governor wanted to, and that's the reality of the situation here.
Follow Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida. Just do that. Brian Harrison, thank you so much. We got you back in this fight, sir.
You got it. Appreciate you and Posse. Appreciate y'all.
Don't need any H-1B visas down there. Ridiculous in that school system. Beau French. Beau, some good news today. The bad news is you're stepping down as the Tarrant County head of the GOP, but you're running for one of the most powerful offices in the United States of America. What's the office and why you, sir?
Well, thank you, Steve, for having me on. Look, I am running for the Texas Railroad Commission. It is one of the most powerful agencies in the country. It oversees the oil and gas industry in Texas, along with mining and pipelines. Texas produces 43% of the nation's oil and gas every single day. So it is a tremendously important overseeing the oil and gas industry. And, look, I grew up in the Permian Basin. I grew up in Midland, Texas. My family's been in the oil and gas business for 80 years. It's something I know well. As a businessman, I've been invested in the oil and gas business, my whole adult life.
Hold on. Why is the Railroad Commission still so powerful? It was powerful during Lyndon Johnson's time, Sam Yarborough, all of it. But it's a Railroad Commission. It sounds odd to people living in a post-industrial society. Why was it powerful, and why is it powerful today?
Yeah, like I said, because it is the commission that oversees the largest industry in Texas and the most important industry to America and freedom. And think about just everything that comes from energy that's produced in Texas. And to be a global player in the energy business around the world, to back up President Trump's agenda, we have to have a strong and free oil and gas industry in Texas. And unfortunately, we have one now that is echoing on things that Brian just said. Awarding DEI contracts to agencies, pushing contracts to, think about it. We have Muslims invading Texas, and right now, as a Muslim, you get preferred treatment under the Texas Railroad Commission in our oil and gas industry. So we have to stop this. We have to stop the Muslim invasion in Texas. We have to strengthen our industry here. And I just believe that in Texas, we have to have leaders at all levels of government who are bold, outspoken MAGA warriors who are willing to fight, who are willing to take heat, to try to get canceled. I've had CARE try to cancel me. I've had rhinos try to cancel me. So I'm not afraid of what anyone has to say, and I'll be the guy that fights for what we all believe in.
We're gonna have you back here to go in depth, particularly this Muslim invasion, and what does the Texas Railroad Commission have to do with it? Right now, where's your social media? Where do they go to find out more about you, the Texas Railroad Commission, and why you're running?
The best place is on X at Beau French TX.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Steve.
Fighting down in Texas, fighting against these H-1Bs too. Can't let that stand. Come on. President gets better information. He totally gets this. Birch Gold. Gold did a little rebound today. People have been asking me, hey, it hit 4,500, I think. It's been back down to 39. Should people focus on these daily price swings, or they should focus on more basic fundamentals? And this is why I got you on, brother. What say you, sir?
No, they need to be focusing on the fundamentals. First of all, price swings are looking good. We see a little bit of volatility, but people have to understand nothing goes up in a straight line. That gets concerning. Gold is up 60% for the year so far. Silver is up 84%, but it's the fundamentals driving it, like you say. The dollar's down 7% year to date. 10-year Treasury yield is hovering around 4.4 to 4.6. This is even after 5 Fed rate cuts, showing that fiscal stress at the moment is outweighing monetary relief. But people need to look at what's driving the surge. We've spoken about it many times. Central banks are setting the floor. 24 was already a record. 25 is on track to beat that. Over 800 metric tons purchased through Q3, led by, surprise, surprise, China, India, Turkey, and Russia. For the first time since Bretton Woods, officials set the gold holdings now exceed $12 trillion in market valuations. And people have to remember, central banks are buying record quantities, over 1,000 tons a year for 3 consecutive years, and they are escalating pace at current prices. They are not buying with a view that prices will go down. They know where it's moving, and you can see why. This, what was always considered a safe haven trade, it's now turned structural. Global investors are de-risking from bonds bonds. They're not chasing yields, but they're escaping volatility. When the US shut down, when Europe wobbled, gold didn't spike out of fear, it anchored out of logic. And that's what we're starting to see. Bank of America have come out recently and said the next leg up in gold prices will come from sovereign diversification. Zero Hedge is calling this climate the start of the great monetary divorce, where the world finally prices in the dollar's decay. And that's what people have to understand. As I've said before, this is not a rally. A rally is traders chasing momentum. This is a structural shift. This is a confidence migration, and I don't see it stopping anytime soon.
Give me a minute, and I'm holding you through the break. What is the great divorce? I'd love this. Give that to me one more time.
We're seeing a divorce now from sort of reality, right? Government debt since the 80s. This was an illusion in the 80s that government debt was now risk-free. That illusion has been shattered. Debt to GDP amongst Western nations averages over 110%. And what we're seeing now is a reversion back to what was always the historical norm. It was an experiment since the 80s, and that experiment has failed.
In the coming debt emergency, I did this in the interview with The Economist, and then the next day I talked about it, broke it down. The coming debt emergency, they admit finally it's here, 350 trillion, 360 trillion, and they've had the life fast. And what does it say? Pull for inflation. They know exactly how the central banks are going to do it. Why in that scenario, I'm going to give you the question, you're going to give me the answer on the other side. Why in that scenario where they're going to try to inflate their way out of here, the central banks, in combination with the money center banks, why is then physical gold? Because remember, we're not here to sell you a fish, we're here to teach you how to fish. This is why we go through the whole birchgold.com promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire. We want you to learn that you learn this yourself, right? Or we'll be there, people will be there to guide you through it, like Philip Packer's team, but you have to understand that. It's the understanding, it's not the price of gold, it's the process that drives the value of gold. Short commercial break. Philip Patrick's going to give us the answer on the other side.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen. Jesus is alive. He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this. I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/RAV to join the Angel Guild.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about. I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the
direct engagement with President Xi. The government of China committed fully to my engagement there on the ground in Beijing at a level never seen before. While at Ministry of Public Security headquarters, I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors. What does that mean? The People's Republic of China has fully designated and listed all 13 precursors utilized to make fentanyl. Furthermore, they have agreed to control 7 chemical subsidiaries that are also utilized to produce this lethal drug. Effective immediately, essentially, President Trump has shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl that kills tens of thousands of Americans. These substances are now banned, and they will no longer be utilized by the Mexican drug trafficking organizations or any other DTOs around the world to make this drug. This historic achievement has saved tens of thousands of lives. This historic achievement would not have been possible without the tremendous team of President Trump, the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Ambassador Perdue in China.
Okay, today, Kash Patel, that was at the White House. Kash spent, I don't know, a week over there dealing with the Chinese Communist Party to stop what they're saying is stop the chemical warfare that the cartels and the Chinese Communist Party and the Tongs, the Chinese gangsters, are using to kill, I don't know, 100,000 Americans a year. At the same time, we now Wall Street Journal is reporting that they're trying to do workarounds on the rare earths so that our military can't get it. Philip Patrick, in the overarching economic warfare, let's be blunt, between the Chinese Communist Party and the United States, where does gold fit into this? And given the uncertainty, particularly since the Chinese Communist Party their central bank continues to buy gold at record rates, sir?
Look, gold is becoming very important. It's becoming a tool of financial warfare, right? We've discussed this before, but the BRICS, and particularly China, they're leading the way. They need to de-dollarize, right? We have a massive weapon in our back pocket, which is sanctions, and China are at risk, right? They have $4 trillion in seizable assets, but the dollar is still the global reserve currency. It has huge network effects. There's not a better currency than the dollar. Here comes gold, right? By buying gold, the Chinese are achieving two things, right? Number one, the more gold they buy, it allows them to dump dollars and hold wealth as a store of value with gold, which quite frankly is a better trade than the dollar today. More importantly, the more money or gold they buy, the less dollars they hold. The less dollars they hold, the less demand there is, and that puts a squeeze on us, particularly with $38 trillion of debt and rising debt service. So we're in a very tough position. We're trying to play hardball, but it's a difficult game to play when you've got $38 trillion of debt and $2 trillion annual deficits, and the world is waking up. They are realizing this is an untenable situation, and they're making moves accordingly.
They're having a vote right now on Capitol Hill, and they're not changing any of the spending. In fact, the Democrats, this is the insanity of the Democratic Party. They're talking about adding another $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion of spending for health care for illegal aliens. You think the H-1B visas drive you crazy? It's insanity. It's bankrupting Germany. It's bankrupting France. It's bankrupting England. It's bankrupting the United States. Philip Patrick, I want people to understand what they have to do to, birchgold.com, promo code Bannon to get to you guys, or just take out your phone and text Bannon at 989898. You get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump, but more importantly, you get to work with Philip Patrick and this team. Give me a minute on how that works, sir.
Look, it's very simple, and I don't think it's ever been more important than it is today. There are structural shifts happening globally, and people cannot be left behind. So get the information, like you said, birchgold.com/Bannon, or text Bannon to 989898. First thing they're going to get access to is a ton of free information. End of the dollar empire reports, how and why to invest in gold in today's climate. A ton of information. From there, if they want to learn more, they're going to get access to myself, people like me. We are here to answer questions, guide people through, and make sure they have a real understanding, because with that, the job's easy. So again, birchgold.com/Bannon, get the information and just get reading. It has never been more important than it is today.
Unbelievable. Thank you so much. I know it's tough in the afternoon, particularly you're on LA time to come on, but really, really needed this today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Steve.
Times of turbulence. We're taking care of the audience. You've got every opportunity to talk to these folks. Make sure you talk to them. Mike Lindell, we started with the Donnybrook on the floor of the House, but we immediately went into the J6 Prisoner Chorus as it did its new record. It's going to be released at Charlie Kirk's AmFest on the 19th of December. We will be there. War Room will be with Rav, broadcasting nonstop as we always do. We started with Prison, where they did send me and they wanted to send you, but you lived to fight another day and sell us a Pelin sheet. What do you got for us, brother?
Well, Steve, we're going to do we're at My Pillow. My employees are very excited to bring you guys Friday, but we're going to bring this one to you early. This is our Bible. There are 5. You get 5 of the Go Anywhere pillows, so you have 5 Christmas gifts. These are normally $199 if you bought all 5 separately. We're combining them for $29.98. So you get the 5-pack. These amazing Go Anywhere. They have the stories like Jonah's Ark on the back. You get them for your grandkids, nieces, and nephews, or yourself. They got the story on the back, and then the front. They got the front display there. But these, this is a Black Friday special. You go to mypillow.com/War Room, and there it is, right in the middle. This is an exclusive War Room special. And then we left the My Pillow, the blowout sale on the My Pillows. We left that up as part of the special. The Giza Dream Sheets as low as $29.98. And you guys, don't forget, we did leave on sale our mattresses and our big ticket items, our mattress toppers. They both get free shipping right to your front door with that promo code War Room. And you guys call shipping right to your front door with that promo code War Room. And you guys call 800-873-1062. My operators, you're going to get someone right here in the USA answering that phone. And as Steve said this morning, they had to fight Arctic frost. They tried to take away their jobs, and we won that. You guys, promo code War Room, get the 5-pack of the Bible pillows today.
Bible pillows, love it. Okay, Mike, all the different Bible stories. We'll see you tomorrow morning, sir.